The gloomy sky was shaken by peals of thunder. A strong, gusty wind tore leaves from the trees, and they fell into the mud without flying even a couple of dozen meters. A 13-year-old boy lay on the ground, which had become soggy from the abundant amount of water. Pain, fear, cold, despair, the full palette of emotions of a dying person. Naruto had not experienced it for a long time, looking at her gloomy sky with lifeless eyes. He did not have the strength not only to get up, but even to move. There was only one question in his head. For what? Why did they do this to me? Did I do something bad? No, it's just the opposite. I successfully completed that mission in the Land of Waves. Kakashi-sensei praised me. The Hokage herself said that I did well. They even promised to name a bridge in my honor. I finally have friends. I'm a good person and everything was fine with me. So why did they do this to me? Those scary masked men, and the bandaged old man. Naruto winced in pain just remembering them and what they had done to him. Of course, Naruto had always known that the village didn't like him. The boy knew that no one cared about him. He had long since gotten used to the constant humiliation from other children and some adults. But he hadn't expected such cruelty. The extraction of the biju was extremely painful. The boy screamed frantically, trying with all his might to break free. Tears flowed like a stream, his eyes were bloodshot and his pupils dilated several times. When his voice finally broke, the scream turned into a terrible wheeze. How much time passed, Naruto did not know. It seemed to him that his torment lasted an eternity. Usually, such a process ends with the death of the Jinchuriki, and therefore after everything was over, the boy was simply thrown into the nearest pit. However, the shinobi of the hidden leaf was still alive. I have to get up. The guy blinked. I have to get up. Rainwater slowly began to fill the ditch he was lying in. The last thing he wanted right now was to drown in a 2-meter hole. The blonde tried to raise his head, but immediately winced from the sharp pain that suddenly went through his entire body. This is bad, Databio, flashed through the blonde's head and he grinned. Not a great death for someone who wanted to become the strongest ninja. The slightest movement resulted in severe pain, and so it was impossible to get up on my own. What should I do? There's no way I can get out on my own. And then it dawned on the guy. We'll have to endure it, but there's no other choice. Gritting his teeth and writhing in pain, the fair-haired man began to slowly, millimeter by millimeter, raise his right and then his left hand. The cold rain, coupled with the equally cold wind, made the guy's condition even worse. The hellish pain that pierced his entire body clouded his consciousness. Cursing and cursing the whole world, but ultimately overcoming his suffering, the guy folded his hands in the correct position and, with all his might, no, he didn't scream. He croaked. Shadow clone. 4 shadow clones appeared in an instant, and Naruto, mentally thanking all the gods that he had enough chakra for them, and that the clones were in better condition than he was, whispered, "Lift me up, Databio." The words were as hard for him as the movements. After the inhuman screams the boy made during the process of extracting the kyubi, his throat hurt as much as the rest of his body. Pulling him out of the ditch turned out to be a separate test, which was accompanied by new portions of hellish pain. In the end, the clones managed to make a simple stretcher from their wet orange jackets, with the help of which they managed to drag the guy a few meters, and now Naruto was lying in a relatively comfortable and painless position. Despite the fact that just a few minutes ago the guy was thinking about how to avoid death, most of all now he wanted to die. To die, to give up and not experience that pain anymore. But still, this was Uzumaki Naruto. And Uzumaki Naruto never gives up. I don't know who this old man is. The former Jinchuriki's consciousness began to leave him. And I don't know why he and his men did this to me, but I will survive. His eyes turned bloodshot with rage. I will survive, and I will definitely take revenge. This is my ninja path now, Databio. Naruto really didn't know who the old man with bandages on his arm and head was. He'd only seen him a couple of times. And all he knew about him was that he was a big shot in the village. And if that was the case, then it meant that Konoha was partly to blame for what happened. Naruto had once promised himself that he would never cry. However, now he didn't even think about it. He cried. From pain, from resentment. He cried from the realization that the village he had dreamed of dedicating his entire life to protecting had betrayed him. The guy felt as if a huge piece of his soul had been ripped out of him along with the kyubi. A huge hole had formed inside, and there was simply nothing to fill it with. Naruto was overcome with despair. He had nowhere to go. And in his current state, he couldn't go far. The shadow clones, having pulled the guy out of the water, immediately dissipated due to the original's severe exhaustion. Now the blonde was simply lying in the mud, unable to do anything. Gradually the rain stopped, the wind died down, the sun peeked out from behind the gloomy clouds. Before he lost consciousness, a small ray of light hit Naruto's eyes. A ray of hope. Hope that tomorrow would be at least a little better. Chapter 1. Meeting Ero-sanin and the truth about parents. When Naruto woke up, the rain had stopped, the sky had become clear, and the ground had even dried out. However, when he woke up, Uzumaki discovered that he was not lying in the mud near the ditch where he had been thrown, but on relatively cleaner grass. How long have I been lying here, Databayo? Naruto tried to get up, which he managed with great difficulty, and looked around. His body was still aching with pain, but it was no longer the same pain that prevented the blonde from even moving. And where am I? The surrounding area bore little resemblance to the place where his kidnappers had dropped him off. The genin should have been near Konoha, but the hidden leaf village was nowhere in sight. Having somehow gotten up and examined the area in more detail, the guy discovered that he was in a forest clearing. The clearing was quite small, about 50 meters in diameter. On all sides, it was surrounded by tall, 40-meter pine trees. The grass was still wet in places from the rain that had passed. In addition to the grass, there were rare juniper bushes growing in the clearing. In general, nothing special, an ordinary forest clearing, of which there are many in every forest. Having finished the preliminary examination of the area, Uzumaki turned his gaze to himself and was immediately horrified. All the clothes were torn and dirty to such an extent that it was hard to even call them rags. The whole body was covered in several layers of dirt, and the color of the hair became impossible to determine. Well, I've become dirty, Databayo, Naruto stated. I should wash myself sometime. But there's time for that. Now I'd like to know where I am, and who dragged me here. Fortunately, he didn't have to look for an answer for long, because suddenly there was a crunch of branches lying on the ground behind the boy. Turning around, Naruto saw a man coming out from behind the trees into the clearing. He was a tall, middle-aged man with fair skin. He had long, spiky white hair that was tied back with an elastic band and resembled a ponytail. There were long red lines under his eyes that stretched all the way to the bottom of his face. He was dressed in a light green kimono and pants of the same color, under which was a mesh vest that was visible at the wrists and ankles. He also wore hand guards, a black belt, traditional sandals, and a red haori with 2 yellow circles on each side. On his back hung a large scroll, the purpose of which Naruto did not know. On his forehead was an original shinobi protector with a pair of horns, and the inscription, Abura. Well, he finally woke up. The stranger exclaimed. And I thought that was it, the guy was gone. Hey, uncle, who are you? Naruto stared questioningly at the stranger. And where did you drag me? Oh, it's good that you asked. Suddenly, a huge toad, about the size of a man, appeared out of thin air. The stranger jumped on it and solemnly exclaimed, I am the holy hermit of Mount Myoboku, the toad Sannin Jiraiya. S.A. Sannin. Wait, did you say Jiraiya? That legendary hermit Jiraiya. Naruto didn't even know what to be more shocked about. The huge toad that literally appeared out of thin air, or who his savior turned out to be. One of the 3 legendary Sannin of Konoha. Yeah. And I'm also a writer and I'm currently working on a sequel to a novel. Jiraiya reached into the inside pocket of his kimono and pulled out a book. Here. See. Ika. Ah. I know that book. The blonde shouted, pointing his finger at the Sannin. Oh. You know, right. Jiraiya broke into a satisfied smile. Well, it looks like I'm famous. Of course I know, Uzumaki continued, there's nothing but obscenities there. Hee. I'll take that as a compliment. This is not a compliment, you're just an old pervert. No, you're wrong, Jiraiya shook his head in displeasure. I'm a super pervert, that's it. Damn, he's crazy, Naruto thought. But don't be afraid, dear boy, the Sannin came up and, smiling, put his right hand on the boy's shoulder. Now everything will be fine. Naruto didn't like this gesture at all. Suddenly, a terrible thought came to the boy's head. Ah. Databayo, don't come near me, Ero-sanin. Naruto yelled and jumped back, quickly increasing the distance between himself and the hermit. Now I understand why we're in the forest now. What's wrong with you? Jiraiya tried to approach the guy, but was immediately stopped by a loud scream. Don't come near. Listen, I'm going to fight. I'm not afraid of you. Young Uzumaki panicked. He had heard a lot about the legendary Jiraiya. And he also knew that the Sannin never stayed in Konoha for long. Naruto had found this strange even then. And now, before the guy's eyes, an image of a slyly smiling perverted hermit, taking naughty children into the forest, appeared. Young Uzumaki shuddered from his overly wild sick fantasy. Of course, all this looked like complete delirium. However, in the still not fully recovered consciousness of the former Jinchuriki, everything came together in exactly this picture. Naruto wanted to try to escape, but his legs gave way and he began to fall. After all, his strength had not yet been restored. I don't know what you've got in your head. Jiraiya caught the boy at the last moment and kept him from falling to the ground. But I'm here to help you. We've had enough of the joke. We're going to have a serious talk, so how about you calm down and not do anything stupid again? Naruto just nodded. His head started working more or less normally, so the situation that happened just a minute ago already made the boy feel ashamed. What an idiot I am, Databayo, Naruto thought, but said something completely different out loud. What are we talking about? Jiraiya was silent for a couple of seconds, but then answered. About your parents. They reached the nearest hotel in a small village, somewhere on the outskirts of the Land of Fire, in just a few hours. Having rented a room, Jiraiya immediately sent Naruto to wash up, and then to eat, because when the passions died down, the guy, suddenly, remembered that he had not eaten for about 2 days. The old clothes, of course, had to be thrown out, and since there was nothing to replace them with, the Sannin had to run around the village market in search of something more or less suitable for a shinobi. In the end, he chose a dark green jacket with 2 breast pockets on each side, dark blue sweatpants and a regular white t-shirt. What the hell did you bring? Naruto, who was currently wearing only a towel, shouted discontentedly. I won't wear that. Put your clothes on quickly, you ungrateful brat. No way, it's completely pathetic and tasteless. How did you even choose something like that? Damn, you're already nothing but a loss, and now you're turning your nose up at me. Sannin clutched his head in resignation. Honestly, like a girl who got the wrong dress. Put it on, or I'll throw you out. You'll sleep naked on the street. Let it be like this. Naruto stood his ground. It's better than walking around in this. Before the guy could finish speaking, Jiraiya immediately grabbed him and threw him into the corridor, closing the door behind him. The towel remained in the room, and now Uzumaki was sitting in the hotel corridor naked. Ero Sannin, are you crazy? Naruto pounded his fists on the door. Open up quickly. The only answer was a sarcastic laugh coming from behind the door. At that moment, a man of about 35 appeared in the corridor. Seeing the guy, he smiled mysteriously. Naruto felt uneasy from this smile. Ah, your mother Databayo, people are looking at me, open the door. I'll wear whatever you want, just open it, Databayo. Nothing happened for a few seconds, and then the door began to slowly, very slowly open. Naruto flew into the room like a bullet and rushed to get dressed quickly. Well, there you go, Jiraiya said triumphantly. And you said you didn't like it. Look how quickly you got dressed. Uzumaki just snorted in displeasure and sat down in the chair. Despite the fact that the Sannin hadn't taken the boy's measurements, the clothes fit almost perfectly, the Sannin's eye worked perfectly. Okay, this is what we'll do. I haven't forgotten my promise. Jiraiya sighed heavily. I'll tell you who your parents were, but first you'll tell me how you ended up in the place where I picked you up, and where your Biju went. Naruto thought for a moment, deciding where to start. He himself didn't really understand how it happened. Memories ran chaotically in the head of the young Uzumaki, stubbornly refusing to form a single picture. After all, the shock from what he had experienced was very great. Still trying to collect his thoughts, the guy decided to start a little from afar. It happened shortly after I returned from the mission in the Land of Waves. Naruto remembered that mission for the rest of his life. He had been through a lot back then. It was his first high-ranking mission, and the first mission where the guy could have died. Well, it was the same as usual. Iruka-sensei treated me to ramen to celebrate the successful completion of the mission. And the next day, I kind of got really upset. Naruto strained his memory, trying his best to remember the reason. Because I had another fight with Sakura-chan. I guess. Naruto argued with his pink-haired teammate almost every day. More precisely, it was Sakura who constantly yelled at him because of his stupid attempts to attract attention. Either way, Uzumaki could not remember the reason for the quarrel, but he was still surprised at himself, because he had long been accustomed to such an attitude towards himself. Sakura. Jiraiya smiled. Girlfriend or something? Yeah, something like that, the guy replied. Yes, women are like that. The Sannin nodded understandingly. At the slightest thing, a scandal immediately. At the slightest thing, a punch in the ribs. Well, don't worry, it's happened to everyone. No, things didn't go that far between, Naruto replied with a hint of sadness. We weren't exactly friends. Well, don't be too upset, the Sannin tried to cheer the guy up. Girls are a matter of time, you'll still have everything. Better tell me what happened next. So, I ran into the forest to train, Naruto continued his story. That's where those shinobi in animal masks tied me up. They dragged me into some basement, to some old man with bandages on his head. I think his hand was also bandaged. Hearing such a description of appearance, Jiraiya raised his eyebrows with interest. Well, and then, it was hard for the guy to remember that day. As soon as he started thinking about it, his whole body began to ache, weakness rolled in, and his eyes darkened. The nine-tailed fox was taken out of view, the hermit finished for him. Damn old man. Naruto clenched his fists in anger. I hate him. For what he did. I'll kill him. And his animals too. And I don't care who he is, I'll kill him and that's it. He took everything from me, even my dreams. The dream of becoming Hokage. He encroached on something sacred, the freak. The guy was literally shaking with rage. Sudanzo decided to get the biju. Now it was Jiraiya's turn to get angry. The old bastard wasn't even afraid to get his hands dirty and went to kill a child for his own purposes. Well then, thanks for the information, Naruto. Rest assured, I won't let this go. Uzumaki shook his head. No, I'll kill him myself. Maybe not now, but I have to do it. Jiraiya didn't argue. Okay, the Sannin clapped his hands. Now it's my turn to tell. You said that you dreamed of becoming Hokage. A beautiful dream, a noble one. I must say that many dream of becoming Hokage, but not everyone has enough persistence and determination. But I think you have plenty of both. Just like your father. In fact, you and he are as similar as two peas in a pod. He was my best student. He kept saying that he would become Hokage, literally at every step. Naruto smiled. It seemed his dad was pretty cool. He was a real genius, the best of the best. And in general, Jiraiya paused for a moment, preparing to reveal the guy's father's name. The Sannin was sure that after Naruto learned the truth, everything would change. And in general, in the end, he managed to make his dream come true. Your father was Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage. To say that Naruto was completely shocked would be an understatement. My father? Who? Uzumaki asked, dumbfounded. He was prepared for anything, but not this. The fourth Hokage. Yes, the Sannin answered affirmatively. And it was he who sealed the 9 tails into you. But how is that possible? I don't even have his last name. And why did he seal the 9 tails into me? Didn't he know what it would lead to? Yeah, that's hard to believe, Jiraiya agreed. But try to understand. Minato sealed the Bayou into you not because he wanted to, but because he had no other choice. The demon threatened the village with its complete destruction. The situation was critical, and besides. The Sannin paused again, and Naruto once again prepared to hear something shocking. And besides, the previous Jinchuriki was your mother, Uzumaki Kushina. But still, the guy wasn't ready for this either. His jaw just dropped to the floor in surprise, and his eyes became the size of saucers. The thing is, the Sannin continued, the seal weakens during childbirth, and the demon gets the opportunity to break free. Which is exactly what happened. Then your parents sealed the 9 tails into you at the cost of their lives. However, before his death, my father sent me a message in which he asked me to help you master the demon's power. He believed that it could be useful to you in the future. Then why am I Uzumaki and not Namikaze? Naruto slowly began to come to his senses. And why has no one ever told me about this? It was the third one's decision. Don't get me wrong, he didn't wish you any harm. On the contrary, the old man wanted you to be considered a hero in the village, as Minato had bequeathed, but the people couldn't be convinced. So he hid your origins, in order to protect you from your father's enemies, of whom he already had many. There was silence in the room for a few minutes. Naruto was deep in thought after receiving the information. Jiraiya did not rush him and now just sat opposite, waiting for a reaction. Everything was mixed up in the guy's head. He didn't know how to react to the flood of information that had fallen on him. On the one hand, the thought that the village had hated him all his life and caused him nothing but pain made Naruto angry. And the memories of Danzo and what the old man had done to him made Uzumaki completely lose his temper, forcing him to hate not only the head of the root, but every inhabitant of the village. But his father was the Hokage. And his mother was a Jinchuriki, and she probably suffered the same treatment he did. His parents had died for Konoha. And Naruto couldn't ignore that. On one side of the scale lay betrayal, on the other loyalty. On one side despair, on the other a dream. For what that old man Danzo, or whatever his name was, did to me. For all the pain the villagers caused me. They deserved to die. A devilish smile appeared on Naruto's face. They even betrayed my father's memory. Jiraiya became wary. He didn't like the guy's mood. It seemed that Uzumaki had drawn the wrong conclusions. I could kill them all, however. The guy raised his head and looked at the Sannin. Is that interesting, Ero Sannin? The guy's features softened. The evil smile was replaced by a kind one. Of course I'm angry at the village. But if I destroy it, then how will I become Hokage? Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief. He was incredibly glad that the boy had cast aside his hatred. Because he would never have had the heart to kill the boy. So you still want to become Hokage? The Sannin laughed. It seems you're even more stubborn than your dad. Although you definitely have your mother's personality. I can't betray the memory of my parents. I can't let their sacrifice go in vain. Naruto was increasingly convinced of the correctness of his choice. I will become Hokage despite everything. This is my ninja path. You will help me, won't you, Jiraiya-san? Well, I don't know. The Sannin scratched his head, drawing out his words. You're already nothing but trouble, and now I have to train you. Now if you ask me nicely and promise to behave well. Ask nicely. Naruto smiled slyly. Well, if that's the case, then take it. Technique of seduction. In an instant, the guy turned into a tall, naked blonde with a perfect figure and long hair, braided into 2 ponytails. Her appetizing breasts were hidden behind the clouds, and her crazy sharp nose only complemented her playful image. The girl narrowed her sapphire-colored eyes, from which a slight discontent and treachery emanated, and looked at the hermit. Well, how is it? Is this a convincing enough request? Naruto Uzumaki. Jiraiya, who was about to faint from delight, bowed respectfully. Please, let me be your teacher. Commentary on Chapter 1. Meeting Ero Sannin and the Truth About Parents. Well, guys, anime. The story about the boy, who survived, after extracting the Bayu, begins. I hope you like it. I will try very hard. Write reviews, point out mistakes. Leave wishes. Chapter 2. Guilt. How I'm sick of you already. Sakura's heart skipped a beat. How many more times do I have to repeat this before you get it? Young Sasuke Uchiha was never deprived of attention from the opposite sex. He was loved for his seriousness, which was often unusual for his peers, and his coldness and indifference towards other people made him a bright, but at the same time dark star, which attracted people with its beauty and unattainability. Sakura was one of those who could confidently say that Sasuke Uchiha was the love of her life. But the boy didn't need all that. He lived only for revenge, only the thought of it. With all his soul, he wanted to take revenge on his brother Itachi. And so nothing else interested him. Especially girls. Especially Sakura, who this time got the Uchiha mad with her persistence. I don't like you, got it? Sasuke was furious and was already shouting. If you have time to flirt with me, you should train instead. But, Sasuke-kun, Sakura began to mumble, tears welling up in her eyes. I wanted to offer to train with you. No, Sasuke barked. I will not train with you, you are not my equal. You are even weaker than Naruto. Leave me alone already, or next time, you will not get off with just tears. I hope that strength will drive home what words cannot. The brunette switched to a mockingly cold speech. And if this does not happen, I will kill you. Having fired off such an angry tirade and flashed his Sharingan one last time, Uchiha immediately left, disappearing around the nearest corner and leaving the girl completely alone. His words echoed in Sakura's head for a long time like a deafening ringing. In an instant, all hopes were shattered. They were shattered into fragments in the subconscious, and when these fragments were grabbed in an attempt to collect them together, they crumbled into dust and ashes, flowing like sand from convulsively clenched fingers. The girl covered her face with trembling hands and quietly sank to the ground. He's wrong, Sakura sobbed, I'm not weaker than Naruto. The comparison with her good-for-nothing partner was incredibly upsetting. For some reason, the outlines of Uzumaki grinning sarcastically appeared before her eyes. You're so weak. You can't do anything. The blonde's voice echoed the image. This angered the young Haruno. She tried to drive away the obsession, but nothing worked. Suddenly, the voice that sounded in her head turned into a real voice. Wiping away her tears, Sakura opened her eyes. In front of her stood the same blonde boy, still with the same stupid grin. Hey, Sakura, why are you crying, Databio? Did Sasuke hurt you? Wait, I'm about to. I'm not weaker than you. The kunoichi hissed in a snake-like whisper. What? Naruto stared at his partner with an uncomprehending look. His answer was his partner's eloquent fist, which hit the guy right in the face. The young genin staggered from the unexpectedly strong blow. I'm not weaker than you. Sakura growled. Her tear-stained face twisted into a grimace of anger and even a little madness. The first blow was followed by a second one, this time a kick to the chest. Here Uzumaki finally couldn't stand and fell to the ground. Sakura-chan, what's wrong with you? Naruto shouted, but was immediately forced to block, because his teammate was not going to stop. You are not stronger than me, Naruto. Sasuke-kun was wrong. I will prove it. So that's where the dog is buried, after all, Sasuke, Naruto thought, dodging another attack. It seemed that Uchiha had done something terrible, because now Sakura was angry at the whole world. The guy saw that his friend needed to let off steam, but he didn't want to fight her. But what wouldn't you do for a friend? Well, if it comes to that, then who, if not me, her best friend, will lend his reliable male shoulder, or rather, face? And besides, what will she do to me? However, Naruto soon regretted it. The tight space of the Konoha street did not give the guy room to maneuver. Unable to block another lunge of the kunoichi, Naruto missed a blow to the solar plexus, and then another one, a kick to the head. After that, a whole series of quick and painful blows followed, after which Uzumaki flew into the stone wall of one of the houses. Damn, I should get out while I'm still alive, flashed through Uzumaki's mind. The idea of a calming duel had failed miserably. It seems I underestimated her after all. Before he could raise his head, he immediately noticed a shuriken flying towards him. Only at the last moment did the genin manage to put his right hand out, calculating the trajectory of the flight. The sharp metal cut through the flesh, piercing his hand. Blood spurted, the guy hissed in pain. Now this was serious. With difficulty pulling the shuriken out of his hand, Naruto, stunned by this outcome, screamed. Sakura, what the hell? I understand you're offended, but is this okay with friends? Another blow to the head was his answer, but Uzumaki, who was getting pretty fed up with this, quickly grabbed the kunoichi's hand and pushed his partner with all his might into the wall he had literally crashed into a minute ago. You're not my friend, Naruto. Sakura snapped rudely, standing up. I can't stand you, you're disgusting to me. Wow, that's true. Uzumaki sighed. You know, you'll have to apologize later. Maybe you shouldn't make the situation worse, huh, Databio? I'm not going to apologize to such trash as you. The kunoichi rushed into another attack, but before she could reach her target, the guy's body dissolved with a pop. It turned out to be a clone, which Naruto had managed to replace himself with in time, while his partner was recovering from a date with the wall. Not having time to group herself, the pink-haired girl flew into a pillar standing behind the dissolved clone and hit her head painfully. Immediately jumping up, Sakura discovered that her opponent had chosen to retreat tactically. Well, or just left. What the hell got into her, Databio? The blonde guy threw another kunai at the farthest target. The sharp blade pierced the tree halfway, involuntarily reminding him of the shuriken Sakura had thrown. The wounds had almost healed, erasing the memory of the recent fight from his body. Damn, she almost killed me there. Along with the insult, Naruto felt concern for his friend and humiliation. He hadn't even gotten such a crushing blow from Sasuke. You shouldn't have left her there alone, but damn, she was so angry. Another kunai pierced the tree. It's all Sasuke's fault that he said something bad to her there. Oh well, she'll cool down now and then she'll apologize. The guy grinned. That's right, that's how it will be. It can't be any other way. They're friends after all. Sakura regained her composure rather quickly, and was immediately horrified at herself. Of course, Sasuke's words had hurt her, and the young kunoichi needed to vent her hurt and anger. But what she had done to Naruto was indefensible. Despite the fact that the fair-haired boy was always running ahead of the locomotive, almost always acted without thinking, and often drove his partner crazy with his antics, Sakura couldn't help but admit that it was always fun with him. In the short time that they spent on the same team, the girl became attached to Naruto, although she was not eager to admit it. What a fool I am, the kunoichi stated. I hope Naruto won't be angry for long. He probably won't. As soon as I meet him, I'll immediately ask for forgiveness. And he, as usual, will turn everything into a joke and everything will go back to normal. That's right. It can't be any other way. We are friends after all. 2 days later, they began to search for Naruto, who had suddenly disappeared, and on the third day, a legendary hermit arrived in the village and said that he had found the blonde boy dead near the village. You're not my friend, Naruto. I can't stand you, you're disgusting to me. Those were the last words Sakura said to him. Those same words had been echoing in the young kunoichi's head for days now. Now she was sitting on her bed at home, staring blankly through the wall. Guilt was eating away at her from the inside. Her once bright emerald eyes were now dull and cloudy. He died because of me, Haruno whispered. Tears welled up in her eyes just from the mention of her partner. She didn't even remember the conversation with Sasuke. All her thoughts were focused on regret and self-flagellation. No matter how hard Sakura tried to distract herself from the thought that her friend might have died because of her, nothing worked. I am a terrible person. If only I hadn't said those terrible words to him then. He would be alive. The young kunoichi firmly convinced herself that she was the one to blame for Naruto's death. She couldn't give up this conviction, and the tears that the girl shed for days on end could not wash away the sin that had fallen on her soul. Forgive me, Naruto. If you can. Forgive me. If, based on human anatomy, it is known that the groin and gluteal muscles pass into the thigh muscles, then is it fair to say that all people in the world have legs growing out of their asses? A young, fair-haired man of 13, sitting alone in a comfortable rocking chair, had been struggling with this complex philosophical question for several hours. Jiraiya, citing important matters, had left in the morning, ordering him not to leave the hotel room and to wait patiently. The guy had absolutely nothing to do. Finally, the front door slowly opened and a white-haired hermit appeared on the threshold. Well, finally, the genin sighed. Where have you been, Databayo? The Sannin walked to the center of the room and, without hiding his smile, solemnly said. Congratulations, Uzumaki Naruto. You are now officially dead. Swiftly maneuvering between the tree trunks, the fair-haired genin waited for the moment to attack. His opponent was very experienced and prepared, and therefore catching him by surprise was a very difficult task. Having been circling the enemy for several minutes, Naruto rushed into the nearest bush, from which 3 clones flew out an instant later, throwing shurikens towards the Sannin standing 20 meters away. It was not difficult for him to dodge them and then, making a counterattack, destroy all 3 with practically one blow. You think I didn't notice, Naruto? The hermit said, simultaneously making hand seals and turning around. What? You're on a tree. Wind release. Air gust. The strong air flow that emerged from Jiraiya's mouth engulfed several trees, tearing off leaves, branches, and the young shinobi sitting on one of them. Unable to hold on, the boy, waving his arms, flew down. However, as soon as he hit the ground, he dissolved in clouds of smoke. At the same time, the real Uzumaki jumped out of the very bush in which he had initially hidden and rushed at the enemy, making hand seals on the go. Wind element. Divine whirlwind. A directed stream of enormous force fell on the place where the Sannin had stood a second ago, but he managed to get out of the line of attack. Naruto realized that he was too late when a strong blow from a stick flew at his head. The guy staggered, but did not fall. Having grouped himself, the young genin increased the distance between himself and the hermit, throwing off shurikens. Too slow, you have to be faster, Jiraiya said, getting into a fighting stance. In this world, a slow shinobi is a dead shinobi, so try harder. Damn, he's right. Naruto disappeared behind the trees again. My speed isn't as fast as I'd like, what should I do? Suddenly, a brilliant idea, as it seemed to him, came to the guy's mind. Concentrating chakra in his fingers, the genin swung and, releasing a stream in the form of a blade, struck a diagonal blow at a tree standing in front of him. According to the young Uzumaki's plan, the tree was supposed to break and fall on the teacher, but for this, the blow had to be delivered from the bottom up diagonally. Naruto did the opposite. There was a crunch, the tree trunk broke, and a huge pine tree began to fall right on the blonde. Having completed its fall, the tree raised a large column of dust, while bending several pines standing nearby. What a fool! The Sannin crushed his palm to his face, when suddenly, kunai flew out of a cloud of dust. 6 Narutos jumped out after them, making seals on the fly. However, the clones immediately dissolved, engulfed in flames from the Sannin's fire technique. Following the dead clones, 3 more jumped out, but they suffered the same unenviable fate. Another clone tried to go from the left, but in vain. For the legendary hermit, the clones were no more dangerous than flies. After repelling all attacks, Jiraiya rushed towards the fallen tree. Suddenly, 2 more clones jumped out at him, attacking with kunai. Earth technique. Mud wave. The ground beneath the clones' feet shook and they momentarily lost their balance, which the Sannin quickly took advantage of. Having dealt with the clones in 2 blows, Jiraiya attacked the guy, but he quickly ran up the tree and, pushing off, did a somersault, landing behind the hermit. Then the genin quickly folded the seal and a moment later, a dozen clones surrounded the Sannin. Was this your plan, to lure me here and surround me with clones? The Sannin shook his head in dissatisfaction. You won't get me with such a simple multi-move, and for Danzo it's a piece of cake. Earth technique. Swampy swamp. Having formed the seals of pig and tiger, the hermit struck the ground. In an instant, the ground under the clones' feet softened so much that they began to fall through. However, Naruto was not going to give up. At the mention of Danzo, rage flashed in his eyes. Blood began to boil. Pushing off from the ground that was beginning to liquefy, the guy rushed to attack with a cry. A bluish vortex of chakra began to form in his right hand. Rasengan. An impressive explosion thundered. The area was covered in streams of dust. Earth, mixed with leaves, branches and wooden splinters flew in different directions. Despite the destructive force, such a powerful blow did not bring victory to Naruto. Jiraiya managed to put up an earthen barrier in front of him in time, so that the class technique did not cause him any damage. Yeah, got caught in the heat of the moment, Naruto, the Sannin quipped, striking the boy in the chest in return. It's so easy to anger you. I'm not mad at all, Databayo. Uzumaki shouted, his eyes burning with the desire to continue the duel. A new Rasengan began to form in his hand, but as soon as the blonde moved forward, his entire body was frozen by an unknown force. Unable to regain control of his limbs, the guy collapsed into the mud. It was all over. The cunning Sannin had managed to cast a paralyzing seal. Well, it's still bad, but it's better than last time. Removing the seal, Jiraiya extended his hand to the guy, helping him stand up. You're already doing better with the Rasengan, that's good. But you're acting too carelessly. Learn to think through your attacks. I would love to plan an attack on Konoha. Naruto chuckled and stood up, shaking the dirt off of himself. Joke me some more here, and in general, Naruto, calm your hatred. You are a shinobi, and a shinobi should not feel emotions during a fight. I might not be angry if I knew why the hell this old man was trying to kill me. You know, Naruto, Jiraiya thought. I think I can answer that question. Naruto craned his neck in surprise. Come on, why didn't you say anything then, Databayo? The guy was ready to rage. I've been racking my brains over this from the very beginning, and it turns out you know everything. Don't yell at me, you never asked about this. Well, come on, enlighten me, let's see what you came up with. So that's what I'm talking about, Sannin sighed heavily. As one very wise frog said, it's not easy to be green, but believe me, it's easy to be green. The boy stared at the hermit with an uncomprehending look. What, damn it, Ero Sannin, this doesn't even make any sense. Exactly, Jiraiya exclaimed. That old toad didn't really know what she was talking about. Or maybe she did, but no one understood her. We'll never know. It's the same with Danzo. He acts according to his own logic. And the reason why he extracted the 9 tails from you is known only to him. If you want to understand, ask him yourself. That sounds like complete nonsense. Naruto didn't really understand what Sensei had told him, but it became clear to him that the answer to the question he was interested in would only be given by the one who had actually asked the question in the first place. In short, it all comes down to the old man again. Wait until I become Hokage. Okay, don't worry about it. Sannin patted the boy on the shoulder. Better get ready and let's go. During the few months that Naruto spent traveling with Jiraiya, the Sannin managed to teach the boy a lot. Starting from the many wind techniques to which the young Uzumaki had a predisposition and ending with increasing control over chakra, which was initially very bad. The fair-haired boy grasped everything on the fly, and when it was discovered that with the help of clones the training could be accelerated, it became even easier to develop. Perhaps now, the young Uzumaki has already reached a level somewhere between Chunin and Jonin and is progressing quickly. On the day he met Jiraiya, Naruto had firmly decided that one day he would definitely return to the village. And when that day came, neither the bandaged old man, nor his people, nor anyone else would be able to stop him on the path to his dream. In the meantime, the fair-haired boy walked silently, lost in his thoughts. He walked forward, along the road of fate. And who knows where it will lead him. Commentary on Chapter 2. Guilt. Overcoming laziness. Andryusha finally finished the chapter by the end of the week. In short, read, leave comments. Criticism is highly desirable. Chapter 3. The Spy Hidden in the Grass. In the evenings, the tavern was always full of people. After a tiring day of work, village workers came here to have a few glasses of sake and relax. Travelers and merchants often stopped here for the night. Sometimes, even rare shinobi would drop in to find out information or discuss plans among themselves, sitting in a distant, inconspicuous corner. The same was true today. There were two people sitting at a table at the very end of the room. A middle-aged white-haired man and a very young boy. They looked like a grandson and grandfather who had come in for a bite to eat. They were sitting peacefully and chatting about something. But the noise in the establishment was already so loud that it was impossible to hear the content of the conversation. In short, Naruto, I saved you and I won't play at being noble. Complete a couple of tasks for me, and we'll be even. At the same time, we'll see how your head clears up after extracting the biju. And as for your topic, I'll try to find out. Who the hell knows why you need this danzo, but I don't meddle in other people's business. If you want to kill, then there's a reason for it. The blonde blinked his eyes in confusion. Ero-sanin, weren't you the one who asked me to become your apprentice? The guy clearly didn't understand what was going on. Oh, I get it. You must have had too much sake, maybe you should take a rest. Naruto, are you serious? The sanin hung his head in dismay. Oh gods, who did I take as a student? Do today's youth even read anything? Is this, like, from some book? Uzumaki narrowed his eyes, trying to figure out if his teacher was serious or if this was just another joke. Damn, he's still asking. The hermit's indignation knew no bounds. It seemed as if his protégé's ignorance was almost an insult to the sanin. Shame on you, you should be ashamed, Naruto. Everyone should know this book. Just wait, you'll meet a girl one day, fall in love with her. And she'll find out you haven't read this book, and she'll dump you right away. Oh. Come on, stop talking nonsense, Ero-sanin, Naruto waved his hand. It's probably some kind of dirty talk again. Don't you dare insult art, brat. Jiraiya flared up in earnest. Fortunately his shout was drowned out by the general hubbub. You yourself, probably, have never read anything in your life except for the instructions for making ramen. And yet you open your mouth. You should respect the classics, otherwise you'll remain the same blockhead for the rest of your life. Okay, I'll read your book someday, just leave me alone. Young Uzumaki was not interested in continuing this insanely necessary discussion. At another time, he would have been happy to argue with the sanin, but now they were after a long journey and the only thing the guy wanted was to eat and sleep, and not listen to reproaches and lectures. So he decided to give in right away. Better come on, tell me what's going on there. Don't think you can get rid of me so easily by simply changing the subject. Jiraiya looked menacing. We'll come back to this conversation later. Why is he yelling so much over some book? Naruto thought, picking at his plate with his chopsticks. The ramen that was served in the taverns they stopped at periodically was nothing compared to what they had at Ichiraku, and at first it made the boy feel sad. The small restaurant in the Hidden Leaf village had always been a special place for the young Uzumaki. And it wasn't just about the noodles. Chuki and Ayami were always happy to see Naruto and never treated him badly. Perhaps these two, along with his teacher Iruka, were the only people close to him. Probably, if Naruto were asked what the first thing he would do upon returning to Konoha was, he would answer without hesitation that he would immediately go to Ichiraku Ramen. So, Naruto. The sanin emptied the first glass with a quick movement. The day after tomorrow, I'm heading to the Hidden Leaf. I need to discuss something with old man Hiruzen. I can't take you with me, so I'll give you a task. Wow. Data bio. The boy's eyes lit up in anticipation. This is related to Akatsuki, right? When Naruto became Jiraiya's student, he had to tell him about some of his plans. In particular, that the Sannin had been tracking down an organization called Akatsuki for many years, whose members, according to available information, were hunting tailed beasts and, accordingly, their hosts. For Naruto, the topic was painful. He knew what happened when a biju was extracted from a person, and he did not wish such a fate on anyone. And so the guy immediately added Akatsuki to the list of bad guys that need to be dealt with. You are very insightful, I see. I have suspicions that the leadership of the Hidden Grass village has been in contact with one of the Akatsuki. You will have to infiltrate the village and check these guesses. Find out everything you can, and most importantly, the Sannin paid special attention to this. Most importantly, Naruto, do not get caught and do not do any mischief there, otherwise, God forbid, you will provoke a war. I know you can do it. Oh. Leave me alone, Ero Sannin. Naruto waved him off, shoving the noodles into his mouth. Everything will be great, Databio. That's exactly what I'm afraid of. I know you're awesome. So that you're as quiet as a mouse, understand? Yes, I understand, I'll be as quiet as you were while peeping at girls. This answer more or less satisfied Jiraiya. Get into the village, find the local Cage and his close associates and set them under surveillance. With your abilities, this shouldn't be a problem. As soon as you find out something, send the toad right away. What if they turn out to be clean? Naruto asked. What should I do then? Well then, you'll hang out for a week while I sort out all the business in Konoha. Train, do the tasks. You'll find something to do, basically. I'll get in touch with you. Got it. The guy finished eating and, stretching well, yawned. Well, if that's the case, then I'm going to bed. Sannin clicked his tongue in displeasure. You just want to sleep and eat. And who will train, Mr. Lazybones? Yes. Naruto muttered, already heading towards his sleeping place. Training is more important than anything else. Wake up, slacker. The loud, bass voice of the Sannin tore the boy from the warm embrace of sleep. A samurai sleeps 4 hours, a woman 6, a child 8, and a fool 10. Guess how long you slept? Well, judging by the fact that I didn't get enough sleep, I'm probably a samurai. Stretching and rubbing his eyes, the blonde lifted his body from the bed. Yeah, right, get up and go on the mission. Plans have changed, I'm leaving today. And you're leaving too. Well, Databio. The guy began to dress slowly. Why did you have such an urge to go today? That's none of your business, Jiraiya replied menacingly. You were ordered, so be kind enough to do it and don't ask any unnecessary questions. They parted at the gates of the city where they were staying for the night. Or rather, only Naruto left. Jiraiya, citing another important matter, stayed. The guy immediately found all this suspicious, but he did not pay much attention to it. And therefore did not find out that on the same day his teacher went out of business, so much that after that he became persona non grata in the land of rivers for some time. Soon after Jiraiya took Naruto as his student, the Sannin realized that he had made a grave mistake. Because the remaining crumbs of decency and morality did not allow him to lead a normal life in the presence of a child. Finally, after several months, the legendary hermit could not stand it any longer and, under a far-fetched pretext, got rid of the boy, sending him on a useless mission to the Hidden Grass. That day, Jiraiya had a blast, breaking all the written and unwritten rules of conduct. Young Uzumaki had a long way to go to the Hidden Grass village. He moved quickly, but avoided the main roads. Because who knows what might happen. There is no need for unnecessary attention, and besides, there is a high probability of running into bandits, of which there have been too many lately. Of course, the shinobi of the hidden villages regularly hunt bandits, reducing their numbers. However, this did not solve the problem. Moreover, recently the gangs have become more organized, more mobile, and their actions have become surprisingly coordinated. There were even rumors that someone is in charge of all this, but confirmation of these rumors could not be found. After some time, Naruto had to go out onto the main road, because the swampy area began. After walking several kilometers, Uzumaki found an overturned cart. Sacks were scattered all over the road, from which fruits and vegetables fell out. The horse stood to the side and calmly ate apples scattered on the ground. Two men frantically rushed from side to side, trying to decide what to do. collect the scattered products or try to fix the cart. Having looked closely, the guy discovered that the cart was missing a front wheel. Hey, guys, Naruto shouted, making his presence known. Can I help you? The reaction was an indescribable joy that was expressed on the men's faces. Oh, my gods, boy, cried a short, gray-haired old man of about 70. How fortunate that you are here. Please help us. This is a disaster, all our goods are scattered along the road, and the cart is broken. No problem. Naruto clapped his hands and smiled. Shadow cloning. A dozen spears suddenly appeared and stood at attention. The men's jaws were level with the ground from this turn. Why, you're a shinobi? The old man asked, dumbfounded. So young. Wait, father, said the second merchant, a man of about 30. Surprise quickly gave way to wariness. Who are you? What are you doing here? The boy was stared at. And why don't you have a protector? Calm down, calm down. Uzumaki pretended to be innocent. The clones continued to stand as if nothing had happened. I'm just carrying out my teacher's orders, and the headband. It's here. With a heavy sigh, the guy reached into the inside pocket of his jacket, taking out what was once the most precious thing for him. Earlier, Naruto decided not to wear it until returning to the village, because the dead are not entitled to shinobi protectors. And he couldn't, after what happened, call himself a ninja of the Hidden Leaf village. At least for now. So you're from Hidden Leaf? The old man was delighted. We've been there a couple of times. It's a wonderful place and the people are kind. Right, Takunaki. The man to whom the words were addressed winced with displeasure. So, he finally blurted out. And still, why are you here alone? And why was the protector removed? Hey, uncle, aren't those too many questions? I am a shinobi after all. Secrecy and all that, you know, databio. Indeed, Takunaki, why are you picking on the guy? He wanted to help us, even though he was on a mission, and here you are with your questions. Takunaki just snorted in displeasure. So you need help? Naruto asked again. I'm in a hurry, the path to the hidden grass is not short. Hidden grass. The old man became even happier. So we are going there too. Or rather, we're going there. If you help, we will take you there too. The guy smiled. It's covered, databio. While 3 clones helped Takurama, that was the old man's name, screw the wheel back on, the others gathered the remaining food and, putting it in sacks, loaded it into the cart. In less than an hour, they were already driving towards the hidden grass village. Takunaki kept glancing at the young Uzumaki the entire way, as if expecting some kind of trick from him. But in the end, he gave up on this matter, concentrating all his attention on the road. Takurama, unlike his son, turned out to be more trusting and friendly. All the way, he told the boy about his and his son's travels. It turned out that the 2 merchants had traveled a good half of the world in their 10 long years of activity. They had been to the hot desert of the Wind Country and the high mountains of the Lightning Country. They had visited the endless plantations of the Tea Country and the snowy hills of the Snow Country. Naruto really enjoyed listening to the old man's stories. Of course, he had also traveled a lot with Jiraiya and had even been to some of the places that Takurama had told him about. But the old man told them so colorfully and emotionally that the boy had a desire to return to those places and look at everything in a new way. Carried away by the stories, young Uzumaki did not notice how they had reached the destination. A small red hen pecked lonely grain spilled from a leaky bag. Her gaze was full of sadness and sorrow. She thought about her chicken life, which now seemed dull and meaningless. For what is the life path of an average chicken? So you live, eat grain, run here and there, lay eggs. And then people come, take you away, and before you know it, your severed head flies either into the trash can or into a pot for the dogs to eat. A sad fate that awaits absolutely everyone. Of course, you can also die from some disease, or some stray cat or dog will crush you. It doesn't change the essence. After all, chickens are the most unfortunate creatures on earth. Carried away by thoughts about the frailty of existence, the chicken almost missed the moment when 2 people in expensive kimonos appeared. With a quiet step, the feathered one began to follow them unnoticed. She was very interested to know what they were talking about. And how successfully did our shinobi perform in the exam? Asked the first. Unfortunately, both teams failed, the second answered. The 9th didn't even make it past the first stage, and the 4th dropped out in the second. Moreover, 2 of the 3 members of Team 4 were seriously injured. However, their lives are not in danger now. Yeah, Right. The first one sighed. The Chunin exam is quite difficult. It's a shame that our guys weren't strong enough. But every cloud has a silver lining. In the end, our genin got the chance to test their abilities and gained valuable experience. And it will have a positive effect on our relations with the hidden leaf, added the second. The situation in the world is complicated now, and getting closer to our allies won't hurt us. Besides, the chicken did not listen to the rest of the dialogue. Having run away to a sufficient distance so that she would not be noticed, the bird disappeared with a pop. Damn it, why are you all so proper, Databio? The fair-haired Uzumaki, sitting in the tree, sighed resignedly. Am I following you here for nothing? When Naruto accepted the mission, he thought that he would be like a real spy, obtaining valuable information and uncovering conspiracies. But the most important thing he managed to find out was that Mitsuha, the wife of the local academy director Habarama, was cheating on him with his deputy, Aruka. Naruto did not learn anything else that was important for Konoha. It looks like Ero-sanin was wrong after all, Naruto thought when he suddenly heard someone's voice coming from literally 10 meters away from him. Hey, you, Uzumaki. Commentary on Chapter 3. The Spy Hidden in the Grass Well, guys, new chapter. Chapter 4. Red-haired Kunoiki. Naruto was so surprised when he heard his clan's name that he almost fell out of the tree he was sitting on. During his time with Jiraiya, he had to change his name a lot for the sake of secrecy, so the only person who called him by his real name was Ero-sanin. Even to the merchants Takanaka and Takurama, the boy introduced himself as Shizuma Kazuto. This was the fake name he liked the most, and he used it often. It can't be, flashed through his head. I couldn't have just gotten caught. No one knows my real name. Maybe I just misheard it. A crazy thought quickly arose in the guy's head that due to the constant change of names, everything had gotten mixed up in his consciousness and now he could be experiencing auditory hallucinations. However, it was immediately dispelled. Hey, Uzumaki, I'm talking to you. The voice came from Naruto's left again. Now he heard everything clearly. There was no doubt that it was him who was being called. Having already started to panic, the would-be spy slowly turned his head towards the source of the sound. Carefully peeking out from behind the branches, the blonde saw the figures of 5 people. A short, red-haired girl was standing below, about 5 meters from Naruto. She was dressed in short black shorts and a bulging lilac blouse. Her unusual hairstyle immediately caught his eye, short and unkempt hair on the right side, but long and straight on the left. The guy did not see the girl's face, since she was standing with her back to him, but he did notice 4 guys walking in her direction. Dressed in boyish tracksuits, 3 of them tried to impress with their whole appearance how cool and stylish they were. Naruto noticed that one of them had a cut arm. In some places the blood had dried, but the guy continued to hold on to his arm. In the center of this group, apparently, walked their leader. A short-haired brunette in a black cloak with the symbols of the hidden grass village embroidered on it looked more or less decent among the 4. In appearance, both the boys and the girl seemed to be Naruto's age, and therefore, having barely made him out, although not understanding what was happening, Uzumaki allowed himself to breathe a sigh of relief. Get away from me, the Kunoiki growled angrily. What are you picking on? I told you, no. Is it so hard for you? The wounded man drawled. Can't you see, I'm bleeding. I need help. Karen, the brunette addressed the girl. It was clear from his voice that the guy's patience was running out. Let's not quarrel. Just let him bite you and we'll go. Do you want me to repeat it again? Apply plantain if it hurts, and I'm not going to treat bastards like you. Especially you. Having said this, the Kunoiki turned around, and Naruto was able to see her face. The same dark red eyes, which gave off Elisna, matched the color of her hair, symmetrically decorated rounded glasses in a brown frame. Thin eyebrows, stubbornly compressed lips, and a small nose gave her face a stern look, but Naruto found it quite cute. Oh. You're disgusting. The bully rushed forward, but as soon as he got close, he was sent flying by a sharp roundhouse kick. Having fallen, he grabbed his head. Now there's going to be a bump. Naruto whistled from such a lunge. See, now your hand doesn't hurt so much, am I right? The Kunoiki giggled playfully. You don't have to thank me. The girl's words made the other 2 hooligans seriously angry, and their leader only sighed in disappointment. Well, why are you doing this, Karen? We could have sorted everything out the easy way, but it seems like it won't work out the easy way. The brunette waved his hand towards the girl, giving his gang the command, like, Do whatever you want. Sly grins appeared on the hooligans' faces. The wounded man rose from the ground, anticipating sweet revenge, and with his comrades began to walk around the girl, closing her in a semicircle. The red-haired kunoichi's gaze remained just as cold, but uncertainty flashed in her ruby eyes every now and then. Naruto was pleasantly surprised by the girl's sharpness and determination, but still doubted that she would be able to defeat all four. A serious struggle flared up inside the guy. On the one hand, he really wanted to help. It seemed that the Uzumaki that the hooligans were addressing was exactly her, which aroused genuine interest in the blonde. Jiraiya said that many Uzumaki were destroyed during the Second Shinobi World War, so meeting a clansman was a great success. But at the same time, the former Jinchuriki understood that if he got involved in a fight, he would certainly attract unnecessary attention to himself. And it was precisely from such situations that Ero-sanin asked to stay away. Damn, what should I do? Naruto was struggling in thought. If I rush to help, then my conspiracy will be ruined. And Ero-sanin will tear and throw if he finds out. But after all, while he was thinking, the fight had already started. The hooligans attacked quickly and simultaneously. Taking turns in an organized manner, they circled around the girl, delivering blow after blow. The kunoichi held her ground confidently for some time, skillfully blocking some attacks and dodging others. Naruto noted that Karen's taijutsu level was quite high. However, her lack of agility did not allow her to counterattack, and the red-haired girl could only defend herself. It was clear that she would not be able to fight at such a pace for long. And the brunette just stood aside and watched the fight. Naruto was also watching. The hope that Uzumaki could cope on her own was fading with each passing second. The kunoichi's movements slowed down, her breathing quickened. Finally, the red-haired girl failed to dodge another attack, and the girl missed a blow to the stomach. The defense immediately crumbled, and after missing a few more blows, Karen retreated to the tree. Breathing heavily and adjusting her glasses, the girl cast a look full of contempt at her offenders. But unfortunately, that was all she could do now. Naruto clenched his fists in anger until they crunched. Oh. Motherfucker, to the left, Databio. The young Uzumaki howled, jumping out of his hiding place. Having flown a few meters, the guy slammed his feet into the chest of one of the attackers. He rolled head over heels on the ground. Having finished with the first, the genin rushed to the second, making seals on the go. Wind element. Divine gust. A powerful stream of air literally blew the bully away. Trying not to waste time, the blonde attacked the last offender with a kunai. But the latter, having managed to react, retreated a few steps back. What the hell is going on here? Who the fuck are you? The hooligan screamed angrily. I'm the one who's going to kick your cowardly asses now. Uzumaki turned around and gave Karen, who was blinking her eyes in bewilderment, a dazzling smile from ear to ear. And you're like our hero, huh? The bully snorted. Come on, get in here, I'll cut you into belts, you bastard. Karen, is this your secret admirer? The brunette asked. I haven't met him before. Yes, I myself see him for the first time in my life. Still confused, the kunoichi answered. Naruto, not paying attention to the chatter, narrowed his eyes slyly and rushed forward. Having reduced the distance between himself and the enemy in 2 jumps, the genin raised his right hand with a kunai to attack and immediately threw several shurikens with his left. However, none of them reached their target. The enemy did not stand still either. Having repelled the shurikens and jumped back a few meters, the bully made the seal of a monkey, and shot a lot of small stones from his mouth. And then he miscalculated, because for Naruto's speed, such a technique was too slow. Having left the trajectory of the stones, Uzumaki attacked the enemy with an air gust, sweeping away the projectiles flying in their path. The latter, having received a juicy blow to the teeth with his own stones, howled pitifully. And then almost got a kunai between the ribs, but still managed to react, and instead of the bully's stomach, Naruto ripped open only his clothes. Without stopping, Uzumaki made another lunge, but the blade only left a long strip on his pants, while the guy himself jumped to the side. Your mother, pants are over 40 rubles. Horror and immeasurable rage were expressed on the hooligan's face. I'll kill you, understand? But the bully was not destined to carry out his threat, as the next moment he was turned 360 degrees with great force and thrown into the air. The technique that young Uzumaki used on the bully was called simply and clearly, air trampoline. The principle of action was to throw the victim high above the ground with two oppositely directed air flows, and then hit the ground. It will not kill, although it may kill, but bruises and possibly even fractures are guaranteed. Having fallen to the ground, the bully howled long and hard, but did not rise again. The others were also in no hurry to get up and continue the fight. One was lying in a deep unconsciousness, the second was holding his bruised head. Naruto, who was rubbing his hands contentedly, cast a satisfied glance at his defeated opponents and turned to the brunette, who had been watching everything attentively all this time. Not bad at all. The leader of the hooligans clapped his hands in mock expression. To defeat 3 in almost a minute, that's worthy of praise. Yeah, thanks. Naruto twirled the kunai in his hand and pointed it towards the brunette. You're next. Well, I would argue with that, he said, putting his hands on the ground. Earth element. Earth thorns. 4 huge spikes instantly formed from the ground, with a ringing and whistling sound, crossed the sharp ends in the place where Uzumaki should have been standing, but pierced only a small hollow log, which Naruto had managed to replace himself with. He himself appeared whole and unharmed 10 meters to the left of his opponent. I don't know who you are, but be careful, Kumaki may be a rare bastard, but he is a strong shinobi. There were notes of concern in the kunoiki's voice. If it weren't for this blonde, things would be really bad for her. And although his true intentions were unknown, the girl thought that the fair-haired boy would not harm her. Yes, I realized that when he almost killed me just now. Naruto tensed up. If he had fallen under this technique, he would probably be dead. Uzumaki himself could have created 100 clones and turned the enemy around with a rasengan, but he didn't want to kill anyone. Meanwhile, the brunette went on the attack. A medium-length blade flashed from under his cloak, and the hidden grass shinobi rushed forward. There was a clang of metal. Naruto blocked the blow with a kunai. Then again, and again. Kumaki attacked roughly and at the same time skillfully. Uzumaki could not counterattack. It was clear that his opponent was good with a sword. Damn, he's really trying to kill me, Naruto thought, parrying another blow. The brunette's eyes reflected a frightening composure. At a certain point, he even reminded him of Sasuke. And this is just because I stood up for a girl. I really got into trouble, Databio. After a few more attacks, Kumaki stopped for a few moments and smiled mysteriously. And Naruto immediately understood why, because at that very moment his hand was captured. The cunning brunette managed to determine the sequence of Uzumaki's movements, and immediately took advantage of it. The kunai hit the ground with a ringing sound and the blonde head almost followed suit. This did not happen only because Naruto Uzumaki, once again confirming his status as the most unpredictable ninja in the world, with which Jiraiya generously bestowed upon him, multiplied all the efforts of his opponent by 0 with a banal knee strike to the groin. Then he knocked the blade out of the dark-haired man's hands and sent him flying for a short time with an uppercut. Yeah, the guy's unlucky, Naruto thought, looking at the genin writhing in pain. I don't even know what hurts him more. You freak, I'll kill you. Kumaki growled, his eyes red with anger. All his pompous indifference to everything that was happening vanished, giving way to genuine rage. Now his behavior was little different from how his lackeys behaved. Wow, we've suddenly become emotional. The blonde picked up the dropped blade. The traditional kodaki lay comfortably in his hand, as if it had been forged specifically for Naruto. You're a lousy Sasuke. He said these words in his head. I'll kill you. Kumaki shouted again and threw several shurikens at the blonde, rushing forward. Several stones tore off the ground and flew after him. Naruto blocked the shurikens and fell to the ground, letting the stream of boulders pass over him. Then, the guy did a somersault and hit his opponent with his own blade. He dodged with difficulty, receiving a shallow but fairly long cut. The leader of the hooligans hissed in pain and grabbed his wounded side. Karen was, to put it mildly, in shock. She had never seen anyone manage to anger Kumaki so much, let alone beat him or even injure him. The brunette was a rare bastard, constantly bullying the girl, but in strength he had no equal among the genin of the hidden grass. In the meantime, the kunoiki stood and watched the fight, afraid to intervene. The level of skills that the brunette and the blonde demonstrated was an order of magnitude higher than her own. Both mastered the elements, and the reaction of the blonde was simply off the charts. Compared to him, Uzumaki was just a defenseless girl. Be careful, behind you. Naruto heard and turned around. 3 hooligans were rushing at him, who had finally recovered. The situation was clearly not in Uzumaki's favor. Having started to form seals, the guy immediately received a strong push in the back from Kumaki and fell to the ground. Then a kick flew to his ribs. And then another one. Things were going extremely badly. True, not Naruto. Carried away by beating up the blonde, the hooligans did not notice how 4 exact copies of him jumped out of the tree where he had been sitting earlier. With synchronized blows to their heads, the entire company was knocked out by the clones. Everything ended suddenly and quickly. Naruto did not want to use clones until the very end, hoping to win with standard techniques. Because if they start talking in the hidden grass village that some blonde boy was beating up Genin with clones, exposure would be inevitable. But apparently fate itself was kind to Uzumaki today. He managed to win, he used his favorite clones, which, moreover, remained unnoticed by anyone. Almost anyone. Are you okay? The beaten but pleased with himself guy approached the girl, who was standing in the same place as at the very beginning. She found the strength to only nod affirmatively. They weren't elemental clones, after all. The kunoichi didn't ask, but rather stated the fact. Your chakra is identical, even I wouldn't be able to tell the copy from the original. Can you sense the chakra of others? Naruto had heard from Jiraiya about people called sensors. There were very few such shinobi in the world, they were very valuable on their own, and in a team they were completely irreplaceable. An experienced sensor is able to recognize targets from a long distance, distinguishing each target separately, if there are several, and even determine their location. Yes, and I feel that you have a lot of it. Where did you come from? So super strong. PFFT, I'm not super strong at all. Naruto smiled stupidly. I just gave those hooligans a good beating. You're kidding me, the kunoichi was perplexed. Kumaki is a real genius of the village. At 13, he has mastered ninjutsu, taijutsu and kenjutsu. He also mastered the earth element with his friends. And you beat them, practically single-handedly, and pretend that it was the right thing to do. Well, I just wanted to help and yeah, about that. Here the blonde frowned a little. Sorry if I caused more problems. I couldn't just watch them hurt you. And now because of me, they'll be even more angry with you. The girl blinked her eyes in surprise. Are you apologizing for protecting me? The red-haired girl couldn't help but chuckle into her fist. It seems I was afraid of you for nothing. You're a real fool. Don't worry about me. I don't think they'll come after me. And yes, a barely noticeable blush appeared on the girl's cheeks. Thank you. Oh. No problem. Your name is Karen, right? Yes. The girl smiled sweetly. I am Karen Uzumaki, and you? I'm Shizu. The blonde began but stopped short. For some reason he wanted to tell the girl his real name. At least to someone. After all, except for Ero-sanin, no one else called him by his real name. Young Uzumaki missed the times when he could freely communicate with people without hiding anything. And now he wanted to be honest with the red-haired kunoichi, who became the first in a long time who sincerely smiled at him and said thank you. My name is Naruto. Nice to meet you. Commentary on Chapter 4. Red-haired kunoichi. Considering that the human body consists of 70% water, we can safely say that this leader is a handsome, successful 60 kilograms guy, just like me laughing face. In short, read and leave feedback. And I went off to write a sequel. Chapter 5. Heart-to-heart talk. The day was in full swing. There was practically not a single cloud in the sky. A warm, almost hot summer breeze slowly swayed the tree branches, causing the leaves to make a gentle, soothing rustle. Everywhere one could hear the sounds of buzzing and rustling insects, hiding in the grass under the scorching rays of the sun. At times, the wind would pick up and the torn leaves, having flown some distance, would fall onto the smooth surface of the river, and, caught by the current, would float far ahead. At a leisurely, strolling pace, 2 teenagers walked along the bank and talked about something. My mother and I moved to Kasagaka when I was very young. My father died before I was born, and my mother rarely spoke of him. All I knew was that he was also from the Uzumaki clan. There was a war going on at the time, and we were allowed to stay, on the condition that my mother would treat the wounded with her healing chakra, which could heal people through a bite. Do you have that ability too? Naruto, listening to every word the girl said, allowed himself to ask a clarifying question. That's why those hooligans wanted to bite you. Yes, the kunoichi replied. My chakra is capable of healing almost any wound. Cool, databio, the blonde exclaimed childishly, imagining for a second how cool he would be with such chakra. But the kunoichi's indignant, even slightly angry, look quickly brought the guy back to earth. Sorry, please continue. We had nowhere to go, so Mom agreed. Karen lowered her head and sighed heavily. She spent days on end healing wounded shinobi with practically no rest. She gave all her strength without a trace, without sparing herself at all, and I was too little to stop her. And in the end, here the red-haired girl's voice treacherously trembled. Naruto noticed this and wanted to interrupt the girl's unpleasant story, to change the subject, but she continued. In the end, she gave too much. So I was left alone. In the village, I was always bothered before that. And after that, life turned into a complete nightmare. Every damn boy considered it his duty to try to bite me, and the adults were not much different from him, because the duties of a mother now fell on me. Naruto continued to listen attentively, not missing a single word. The girl was telling about her difficult fate, thereby splashing out all the resentment that had accumulated over the years on the guy. She was telling about how she and her mother were taken for strangers, how they cast contemptuous glances, how they teased her because of her weakness and inability to stand up for herself. But she did not cry. No. Karen could not allow herself to do this. At first, because she wanted to support her mother, to show that her daughter was just as strong. And the girl herself wanted to seem like that. She didn't cry after her mother's death either. Just out of principle, to spite everyone. The girl's character quickly hardened, and now she looked at people the way they once looked at her. The hostility became mutual, as did the need to tolerate each other. Karen needed the village to have a roof over her head, and the village needed Karen for her chakra. Naruto listened. He listened to a painfully familiar story. He listened, drew parallels and found more and more similarities. He listened, once again amazed at how cruel and unfair fate can be. He was a Jinchuriki, a living weapon of Konoha. He was considered almost a demon in the flesh and therefore was not loved. Everything is clear and understandable. But why this seemingly sweet girl was treated the same way was a mystery to the guy. And the reason was simple. Uzumaki. Naruto was not strong in history, and therefore did not know that the members of the once great clan of the Hidden Whirlpool village were previously called Red Demons, due to the characteristic hair color and inhuman strength that the Uzumaki possessed. Their sealing techniques inspired fear no worse than the tailed beasts, and it was not at all surprising that they were feared and hated by almost all great and not so great countries. The only allies for some time were the Senju and, accordingly, the Hidden Leaf, but this did not save the clan from destruction, and the few survivors were doomed to eternal wandering and loneliness. Karen continued to tell her story, and Naruto looked at her with a look full of sympathy. He knew firsthand what it was like to be an outcast, and he was firmly convinced that the girl walking next to him did not deserve it. If you only knew. The red-haired girl swallowed nervously. How I hate them all. I would gladly kill all these freaks if I could. Naruto's face darkened at these words. Noticing such a sharp change in her interlocutor, the girl realized what she had just said and began to scream, waving her arms. No, 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 Naruto, you got it wrong. I don't. That is. Here the girl faltered, the words like cockroaches scattering in different directions, stubbornly refusing to form a single sentence. Inhale, exhale. The kunoichi gathered her thoughts. The blonde man standing in front of her was still sullenly silent. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that, dumped all this on you, but. Damn, sometimes it's so bad that you want to climb the walls. And there's nothing you can do about it. The life of a shinobi is hard, and I'm just a weak girl who can't stand up for herself. Karen-chan, everything is fine. The blonde's slightly hoarse but kind voice sounded soothingly convincing. You needed to talk. I understand everything. Besides, I asked you to tell me about yourself, remember? Karen thought about it. Indeed, the conversation had started with Naruto asking the girl to tell about herself, and before the kunoichi had time to come to her senses, she had just poured out her soul to the guy she had known for a couple of hours. And did she even know? How had the fair-haired boy managed to get her to talk? To make her pull out the most secret things from the depths of her soul and lay them out in front of him so easily and simply. Karen didn't know the answer, but her soul felt lighter. The guy had helped her to throw off a heavy burden from her shoulders, and then, like a sponge, he had absorbed all the negativity, leaving only relief. Actually, my story isn't much different from yours, Naruto continued. I was an outcast just like you. My parents died the same day I was born, so I had no father or mother. All my life I was treated like a nobody, no one needed me, no one acknowledged me. And once they even tried to kill me, To get rid of me like trash. Here Uzumaki pulled himself up short. Still, he shouldn't reveal too many details. I'm sorry, Karen raised an eyebrow skeptically. But you don't seem like a deeply unhappy guy. Thank you, of course, for trying to support me, but don't lie. Why did you decide that I was lying? The blonde asked with a hint of indignation. Your chakra, the kunoichi replied. It gives you away. So pure and innocent, I've only seen the likes of it in children, and even then, rarely. And I highly doubt it. The girl couldn't finish, because the words were stuck in her throat. A monstrous surge suddenly occurred in the guy's chakra. The blindingly bright light immediately dimmed. The invisible veil quickly fell, revealing to the girl's gaze a hurricane of light and dark energy raging inside Naruto. Located in the stomach area, two sources clashed in one stream, violently spreading throughout the entire body. I deliberately hid my chakra so as not to attract unnecessary attention. As you can see, in reality, not everything is as rosy as we would like. Why you? How did you? The dumbfounded kunoichi took a few steps back. She was confused and even a little panicked by what she saw. She had never seen anything like this in her life. The aura the guy emitted was equally calming and frightening. In fact, in front of Karen stood a man who was half swallowed by darkness. Oh. No, Karen-chan. Uzumaki's voice became childishly carefree again. It's just a trifle. The consequences of one unpleasant incident, nothing more. I hope you believe me now. Yeah, now I believe it. Surprisingly, the guy's words had an effect on the kunoichi. You're strange, after all, Naruto. Well, the fair-haired man drawled thoughtfully. That's just the way I am, Databio. But this isn't about me, Karen-chan, it's about you. Naruto didn't even notice how he started using this suffix in relation to the girl, but for some reason it seemed to him that it suited her very well. I understand what you feel. I know this pain and your hatred, of course, is not unfounded. I was like that myself. I hated the whole world, and was ready to finally break down. But I found the strength to fight it, and you fight, Karen-chan. Here the guy abruptly grabbed the girl by the shoulders, which made her blush a little. Determination played in his gaze. Don't let hatred get the better of you. You say that, but the kunoichi lowered her head. What's the point? What's the point of being kind and good in a world full of hatred and pain? That's the whole point, Karen-chan, Naruto exclaimed. Not to be led by your emotions, but to be who you want to be. That's the only way you can be truly free and live your life to the fullest. You're right, that would be right, Karen agreed. I understand that, but it's easy for you to talk about it because you're strong. But now I can only bully myself. You saw for yourself that I can't do anything to counter them. It's one thing to endure constant humiliation, but it's quite another to endure physical pain. Whatever one might say, Naruto agreed with Karen here. It was impossible to forgive such freaks as Kumaki, who raised their hand against a girl without any remorse. But at the same time, the former Jinchuriki understood that he couldn't leave everything as it was either. I'm not strong at all, Karen-chan, and you're far from weak. I saw how you fought with those hooligans. You just need to become a little stronger and believe in yourself more. Then no one will dare bother you, I'm sure of it. Not strong at all. The kunoichi repeated the blonde's words thoughtfully. You say not strong at all. Then who is strong, and where are you from anyway? We are having a nice conversation here, and I still don't know anything about you. You are a shinobi, so where is your protector? Who are you anyway, and why did you suddenly decide to help me? I helped because you needed help. Naruto replied, tactically ignoring the rest of the questions. I understand the situation you're in, I was in the same situation. That's why I couldn't watch those jerks bully you and do nothing. What about the rest? You only answered one question. Naruto sighed resignedly. Unfortunately, he was unable to change the subject. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. I told you that I don't give a damn about this village. The kunoichi added. Uzumaki thought about it. That's what. Revealing his identity was absolutely contraindicated for him. Especially on a mission. Especially on a secret mission that required maximum stealth and conspiracy. After all, this was a violation of one of the main rules of shinobi. This was disregard for his own safety. This, damn it, was the height of recklessness. But this is Uzumaki Naruto. And for Uzumaki Naruto there is only one rule. Never give up. He has already decided that he will rid Karen of hatred at any cost. And he will not retreat from this goal. You know, Karen-chan, It's not polite to ask a shinobi for personal information, but it can't be helped. Breaking the main rule of a ninja once isn't so bad, right? Once, as they say, is not Sasuke-kun. And why did I remember him? You say that as if I'm forcing you. The kunoichi rolled her eyes. I want you to trust me. And I'm willing to do whatever it takes. Karen was taken aback by this statement. All her life, no one had cared about her. And certainly no one needed her trust. She understood this, and had long since gotten used to this kind of attitude towards herself, and then this blonde boy appeared, who suddenly seemed to care about her fate. It was simply unimaginable. Too good to be true. But here he was, ready to lay out all his secrets, if only she would trust him. And this made the young kunoichi feel a little ashamed. Anyway, listen, Karen-chan, it's a long story, Sarai. No need, escaped the red-haired girl's lips. What? I'm telling you, there's no need to tell me anything, the kunoichi said more confidently. I believe you. I believe that you want to help. But you yourself just. You're right, shinobi shouldn't reveal all their secrets. But if you really want to help. Here Karen hesitated. Asking for help was unusual for her, and she wasn't absolutely sure that the guy would agree. Asking such a thing from a shinobi from another village, whose relationship with the hidden grass was unknown, was stupid. If you showed me a couple of your techniques. Oh. No problem, Databio. Naruto exclaimed. The idea seemed very good to him. The blonde was even a little upset that he didn't suggest it himself. Only here. Hee. I'm not much of a teacher, although. Naruto remembered how he taught Konohamaru the seduction technique and couldn't hide his stupid grin. I'm still a student myself, but I think I can show you a couple of jutsu. Really? You just teach me like that? In Karen's mind, glimmers of doubt still did not stop appearing. During her short and at the same time not very happy life, young Uzumaki had learned to look for a catch in any, even the most positive event. Because every time her dreams were shattered by harsh reality, children often played various pranks. At first, they showed a semblance of sympathy and even friendliness. And then they pushed away the naive fool who fell for their tricks. Dreams of family, dreams of friends, all sooner or later turned to nothing. Therefore, the girl quickly lost trust in people and tried never to give herself false hopes. Well, it won't be easy. But I'll try, Naruto replied, putting his hands behind his head. We can start right now if you want. Here, now. Confused, once again today, the kunoichi began to pace back and forth in panic. Now, no, now, I can't. I'm not ready. Naruto, let's meet a little later. Later, the blonde asked, puzzled. When exactly? I don't know. Maybe in the evening. Yes, exactly. In the evening. Karen literally screamed the last word. We'll meet in the evening, at the Western Training Ground. Do you know where that is? Yes, approximately. Great. I'll wait for you at the entrance. See you at, 6 o'clock, okay. The redhead said, almost running. 2 minutes later, the blonde stood all alone. Strange, strange. Uzumaki repeated thoughtfully. What is she doing? Ero-sanan was right after all. If you understand a woman, you haven't understood a woman. Naruto had been wandering around the intricate labyrinth of streets and alleys for an hour and a half. Everything turned out to be much more complicated than he expected. In Konoha, everything was much simpler, at least it seemed that way to the blonde. Looking out from around the next turn, the young Uzumaki sighed in disappointment again. Well, Databio, I took another wrong turn. I'm lost after all. There's nothing to do but ask for help. Opposite, about 10 meters away, a guard was passing by. The guy decided to turn to him, hoping to find out the right way. Let me guess, boy, someone stole your sweet roll. Not exactly. I'm looking for something here. Could you help me, uncle? Having briefly outlined the purpose of his search, Naruto finally found out the desired route. Having run a few more streets and passed through several courtyards, Uzumaki finally reached his destination. An impressive sign proudly towered over a majestic building, clearly standing out among other, not particularly contrasting buildings. A huge inscription, written in fresh black paint, read, Ramen, hidden in the grass, at the sight of which, the former Jinchuriki involuntarily began to drool. The place was quite large, much larger than Ichiraku. The interior was done in the traditional style for such places. Comfortable and tasteful, that's how you could describe it. Having ordered a large miso ramen, Naruto sat down at a table in the far corner. Well, finally, I greet you, oh great food of the gods. Now, just you and me, and let the whole world wait. Making a respectful gesture, Uzumaki began to eat. My god, how delicious. Naruto literally arched his back in delight. Dozens of bright stars began to dance madly before his eyes. The delicious hot broth smoothly spreads inside me, warming not only my body but also my soul. And the soft and tender noodles literally melt in my mouth, causing an indescribably magnificent cocktail of emotions. This ramen takes me out of the real world, makes me forget about everything, carrying me far, far away from all my worries and problems. Karen-chan, forgive me if I don't come today. Surprisingly, it was these words that brought the blonde back to earth. Karen-chan might think that I deceived her. Don't lose your head. Naruto thought seriously. And when did I manage to attach that suffix to her? Karen-chan. Sakura-chan. Memories of his last meeting with the pink-haired kunoichi were always guaranteed to ruin the guy's mood. Uzumaki still remembered that disdainful, furious look that made him feel uneasy. This was not how he wanted to remember the girl he was in love with. Karen was a bit like Sakura in character. Just as sharp and hot-tempered. Naruto noticed it right away. Perhaps it was this similarity that prompted the guy to use the suffix. And yet, it seemed wrong to the blonde. There was an annoying feeling that he was simply looking for a replacement for Sakura in Karen. But damn, how he missed this, Chan. Suddenly, the guy's thoughts were interrupted by a loud bang right in front of his nose, and a toad appeared from a cloud and plopped down right into a plate of hot broth. A heart-rending scream stretched across the restaurant. My ass is burning. Save me, help me, help. Gamatotsu. Pretty stunned by such a sudden visit, Naruto quickly grabbed his yellow friend and jumped out the window. Finding himself on the street, the guy quickly rushed to the nearest gateway, where he tidied himself and the guest up. Gamatotsu, what the hell are you doing? I'm on a mission, and you've attracted almost half the village with your screams, Databio. Sorry, Naruto. Toad lowered his head guiltily. Jiraiya sent me to you, told me to give you a message. Only now did Naruto notice a small scroll on Gamatotsu's back, which, like its carrier, was completely covered in fat. Having opened the message, Uzumaki began to read. Naruto, bad news, old man Hiruzen is dead. They say he was killed by Orochimaru. I told you about him. It so happened that I was assigned to look for a replacement for the third, so I'm going to go look for her. I'll be gone for at least another 2 weeks, but you should find something to do there. Anyway, I'll meet you in 3 weeks at you know where. And Naruto, try not to get into trouble. Commentary on Chapter 5. Heart-to-heart talk. Andryusha tried psychology, and that's why the chapter came out later than I expected. In the end, I couldn't stand it, and still slipped into banter. Well, I don't know. Anyway, let's read, leave comments. Chapter 6. Nightmare. The sky was covered with clouds. The wind, unusually cold for mid-August, was chaotically ruffling the noticeably grown pink hair of the girl standing alone in the open space. The streets of Konoha were suspiciously quiet and deserted. Usually life is always in full swing here, and at any time of the day, even at night, you can meet either shinobi or ordinary residents busy with the peaceful affairs. Sakura vaguely remembered how she had ended up at the main gate of the village and why she had come here in the first place. The girl's consciousness was very clouded. It was extremely difficult to think and analyze anything. It seemed as if some force was blocking her thought functions and driving her into apathy. The kunoichi tried to rack her brains, trying to remember what she was doing here, but in vain. Looking around, the young Haruno did not notice anything that could interest her. Or rather, she did not notice anything at all. The image blurred with each turn of her head, and again focused on the huge, dull green gate. Why should I go anywhere? Sakura thought, turning around. But imagine her surprise when she saw those same gates in front of her again. The girl turned around in bewilderment. The same thing. The same picture. Time after time, wherever she turned, wherever she looked, the main gates of Konoha invariably remained before her eyes. What the hell? The first thing that came to Sakura's mind as a full-fledged conclusion was the thought that she had fallen into a genjutsu, and the girl immediately grabbed it like a life-saving straw. Young Haruno simply had no other, rational explanation for what was happening. Only the illusion technique could have such an effect. But at the same time, the girl had a lot of other questions. She did not remember who and why used genjutsu against her. Moreover, the kunoichi did not remember what happened before she found herself in this trap. Attempts to dispel the technique did not lead to anything, and young Haruno began to be overcome by even more doubts. If this is genjutsu, her thoughts began to scatter chaotically again. Then who? And why? The girl shook her head trying to collect herself, then closed her eyes and took a deep breath. What was I just thinking about? The dark green gates towered in front of Sakura again. Why am I here? The kunoichi approached the doors, pushing them. The gates began to open, and from the gap between the doors, a blindingly bright light hit the eyes. Sakura, what are you doing here? A familiar male voice was heard. Her eyes got used to the light and her vision returned. Opening the gate, Haruno realized that she was looking at a Konoha street. It turns out that the girl had been on the other side all this time. Sakura turned around, and indeed, there was a forest behind the pink-haired girl. Hey, Sakura, can you hear me? The girl looked at the man who called out to her and immediately recognized him as her teacher and mentor, Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, the pink-haired girl exclaimed in surprise. Yeah, that's it. What are you doing outside the gates? Going somewhere? We don't know. Oh. Well, sensei answered indifferently. But since you've come with me, I need to meet someone. Before the kunoichi could say anything, she found herself standing near the Hokage's residence. And what's surprising is that such a sudden movement didn't seem strange to Sakura at all. She didn't even pay attention to it. Let's go, Sakura, Kakashi calls his student. Haruno nods in agreement and follows him into a dark corridor, too dark for the main building of the village. The door behind them slams loudly, and darkness fills the space around the girl. It seems that she is not just in a dark corridor, but in some kind of vacuum. Sakura could not see the floor, nor the walls, nor the ceiling. She could not even hear the usual creak of the boards under her feet. Despite the complete absence of light, the figure of Kakashi walking ahead was visible more than clearly and seemed to glow, preventing the girl from getting lost. They had been walking for quite a long time, but the oppressive darkness did not even think of changing to light. Soon Sakura noticed that the teacher was moving further and further away, and the kunoichi herself, on the contrary, began to move more slowly. Her legs refused to obey, and each new step was given to Haruno with even greater difficulty. Kakashi-sensei, wait. There was no answer. The ash-haired Junin did not react at all and continued to walk forward. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura was overcome with panic. Stubbornly trying to move her legs, the kunoichi began to slowly reduce the distance. The dark space around her suddenly began to shrink, trying to crush the young Haruno in its invisible vice. Attempts to shout to the teacher led to nothing. Convulsively gasping for air, Sakura directed almost all of her chakra into her legs in an attempt to speed up. Fortunately, the plan worked, and step by step the girl began to get closer and closer to the teacher. Sakura finally managed to get within arm's reach, and without a second thought, the kunoichi tried to grab her teacher's hand. However, as soon as the girl's hand touched Kakashi's shoulder, he disappeared with a pop. The only source of light turned to dust, and the darkness that surrounded her from all sides finally swallowed everything around her, including her. Sakura didn't even have time to squeak before the picture changed dramatically. Now the girl was sitting on an ordinary, rather old and creaky wooden chair. Kakashi, as if nothing had happened, leaning his back against the wall, stood opposite her and read a book. With a traditionally indifferent expression on his face, Hatake was completely immersed in reading, and did not pay any attention to the student. Kakashi-sensei. What? Where are we? What do you mean where? We are here, in this room. An exhaustive answer. Nothing to say, thought Sakura, looking around. It was far from the most pleasant and well-kept room. Gloomy wallpaper, a dimly glowing light bulb, minimal furniture, only a small old bed, a brown nightstand standing next to it, a table and a couple of chairs. And the room itself is not particularly spacious. About 2 by 3 meters. There were no windows, and, in fact, no door either. Just a rectangular passage without a hint of any door hinges or anything else. What are we doing here? The kunoichi asked after completing her inspection. We're waiting, the sensei answered dryly. Who are we waiting for? You'll find out everything soon, just wait. And indeed, she didn't have to wait long. As if on command, a tall, middle-aged, white-haired man appeared in the doorway, whom Sakura immediately recognized. Hello, we've been waiting for you, Jiraiya-san. Kakashi greeted the man. It's good that you got here so quickly. Yes, thank you. The hermit then noticed the kunoichi and waved his hand at her in a friendly manner. Hello, you seem to be Sakura, right? She only nodded slightly, trying her best to maintain her composure. Everything that was happening seemed more than strange to the girl. She was in some creepy, gloomy room. It was unclear how she had ended up there. Kakashi-sensei was not saying anything clearly and was generally behaving strangely. And again that man. She remembered his appearance, as well as his voice, for the rest of her life, because it was this man who, on that ill-fated day, brought the news of her friend's death. Or rather, comrade, partner, or something else. Sakura could not allow herself to call Naruto her friend. Haruno was sure that she was not worthy of it. One way or another, since then, the girl could not force herself to stop running away in panic, every time the legendary Sannin appeared in the village. Jiraiya-san, have the elders already informed you of the decision? They informed me, how could it be otherwise? I didn't expect any other outcome, the Sannin answered wearily, and then added, but that doesn't mean I agree to it. In that case, as I understand it, you will go to look for another candidate. In response, the hermit smiled mysteriously. Kakashi, you underestimate me, the Sannin drawled, calling someone from behind him. I've already found him. There were better options, of course, but this one will do. You wonder why I called you? I just wanted to introduce you, although I think you already know each other. Here the kunoichi, who had been in a daze until then, suddenly perked up and raised her head with interest. You could have introduced me better, came a disgruntled voice from the darkness. You always embarrass me, Databio. Sakura shuddered at the words. It was a filler word, she heard it 1,000 times a day. And only one person in the world could use it. At one point, the pink-haired girl thought she misheard, but then a hidden leaf shinobi forehead protector flashed from the shadows. And with it, a pair of sky-blue eyes. It can't be, the girl whispered, not taking her eyes off the guy who had come out into the light. He hadn't changed a bit. That light as the sun hair sticking out in all directions, the same stripes on both cheeks, characteristic only of him, and the same childishly stupid, but sincere and kind smile. Hey, hi, Sakura-chan, the blonde-haired man babbled as if nothing had happened. It's been a while, 4 months, I guess. How's life going, Sasuke, is he not offending you? And Naruto, you. The girl slowly approached and extended her hand, touching the guy's chest with her palm. The warmth that Sakura felt when she touched convinced her that in front of her was not a mirage or an illusion, but the real Uzumaki Naruto, made of flesh and blood. Trying with all her might to cope with the feelings that were overwhelming her, Haruno came even closer to the guy, almost right up to him. And then, with all her might, one might say, with all her heart, she hit him on the neck. Naruto lost his balance from the sudden attack and leaned forward, but was deftly intercepted and embraced by the pink-haired girl. Damn idiot. Do you even know what I had to endure because of you? Sakura-chan, sorry. The kunoichi whispered barely audibly. Naruto stared at her in confusion. Forgive me for what? For everything, I'm sorry. Squeezing out an apology turned out to be a real test for Sakura, first of all because she knew, or rather was firmly convinced that she did not deserve forgiveness. All my life, I treated you incorrectly, unreasonably cruelly and you were always kind to me, and I. Tears welled up in the girl's eyes, air refused to enter her lungs from excitement, and her tongue treacherously tangled, not allowing her to accurately express what Haruno wanted to say to her friend. Calm down, Sakura-chan, I'm not angry. The blonde said, freeing himself from the hug. What's past is past. We all make mistakes, so there's no point in stirring up the past. Moreover, it won't help me anymore. These words made Sakura feel uneasy. The girl swallowed nervously, and the smile disappeared from Uzumaki's face. The guy's bright blue eyes instantly darkened, and his skin became cold and hard like ice. Naruto's face acquired a deathly pale shade. Sakura felt cold and scared. I died, Databio, the guy said in a lifeless voice. Because of you, by the way, did you forget this? No, please. The girl was again consumed by icy horror. Why, Sakura? The corpse grabbed the kunoichi by the shoulders and squeezed painfully. Why did you do this to me? Naruto, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Sakura screamed through tears as she jumped up from the bed she was sleeping in. It was 12:30 at night. In a cold sweat and with a shiver all over her body, the girl slowly walked to the kitchen to drink some water and wet her dry throat. It all turned out to be just a dream. A nightmare, the likes of which had been periodically tormenting the pink-haired kunoichi since the very first day. Naruto stubbornly did not want to let her go, persistently reminding her of himself for the 4th day in a row. Having found a bottle of the coveted liquid in the refrigerator, Sakura took a few big gulps and went to the bathroom. Cold water from the tap helped the kunoichi to perk up a little, stop shaking and come to her senses completely. Already wiping her face with a towel, Haruno felt much better than just a minute ago. But despite this, no matter how hard she tried, the girl did not close her eyes that night. In the morning, the pink-haired girl's condition was only slightly better than her sleep companions. The bags under her eyes could have stored potatoes for the winter, and her inhalations and exhalations were separated by long yawns. Encouraged only by her willpower and 3 cups of strong coffee, the kunoichi slowly dragged her carcass in the direction of the gathering place of team number 7. But even in this state, Haruno arrived before everyone else. Kakashi was traditionally late, and Sasuke rarely showed up at all. After Naruto's death, Uchiha became even more gloomy and unsociable. From that day on, they no longer communicated, occasionally exchanging a couple of phrases during rare joint missions, and even those were rather forced in nature. In fact, the 7th team fell apart, not having time to really form. In fact, only Sakura and her teacher remained in its composition. Uchiha, however, preferred to train separately and take mainly solo missions. Sakura didn't blame Sasuke for what happened, but her crush was gone. Perhaps it was because Uchiha reacted to his comrade's death with complete indifference, or perhaps Haruno simply realized that it was stupid to try to get mutual feelings from a person who didn't care about you. But it would be a lie to say that there were no positive moments in the pink-haired kunoichi's life since then. Ino Yamanaka had been Sakura's best friend in childhood, but their friendship had ended due to the feelings that both girls had for Sasuke. Now, they were very close again. However, this was not due to Sakura's loss of interest in the Uchiha. The guilt over the death of her blonde friend brought Haruno to a state of deep despair. Ino saw this and did not hesitate for a minute. That same day, the girl came to support her friend and then offered to forget all the grievances. Sakura accepted the offer without hesitation. It was too hard for her, and from that time on their friendship was revived and strengthened. It was then that young Yamanaka understood the value of friendship and realized that it was not worth wasting time on stupid rivalry and quarrels. Sakura's parents also did not stand aside and tried with all their might to show the daughter that she was not alone and could always count on them. Previously, Haruno seriously envied Naruto's lack of parents. She believed that they only took away her freedom. But now, the girl was extremely ashamed of her own thoughts and she thanked fate for having such a dear mom and dad. Finally, the ash-haired Jonin deigned to appear, and the girl, who had begun to settle down on the wooden bench that had become so soft and comfortable, jumped up and prepared to once again burst into reproaches addressed to the unpunctual commander, but he got ahead of her. I know what you want to say, but there's no time for that. I and the other Jonin have been ordered to report to the Hokage's residence with our teams immediately. Hatake spoke very quickly. He looked worried. So come on, let's go and hurry up. Kakashi-sensei, did something serious happen again? Sakura asked while running. Haruno had never seen Kakashi so nervous before. It happened, he answered after a few seconds. For a moment, the kunoichi thought the teacher had a hard time answering. But I can't tell you now. You'll find out soon enough. What about Sasuke? He's not with us now. He'll already be there. Don't worry. However, the anxiety did not disappear, but rather increased. Especially when they reached the destination. At the very entrance to the main building of the village, several dozen people were crowded and animatedly discussing something. Among the many faces, Haruno immediately noticed her friend and approached her. Ino, you're here too. The pink-haired girl exclaimed as she approached. Her teammates, Shikamaru and Choji, were hanging around the blonde. Their teacher, Asuma Sarutobi, was standing nearby, talking about something with Kuranai, whose team was also present. Yes, and not just me, Yamanaka replied. Many from the academy have gathered here. More precisely, everyone. Shikamaru corrected the girl. Look, even Sasuke is standing to the side. The guy pointed towards the Uchiha. You don't know why we were gathered here? Sakura asked her friends. They just shrugged. They say the new Hokage wants to make an important announcement, Neji said as he approached his comrades. The new Hokage. Haruno drawled thoughtfully. A few days ago, the Sanin Jirai returned to the village, to whom the elders wanted to offer the position vacated after the death of old man Hiruzen. The Toad Hermit refused and proposed the candidacy of Tsunade Senju, another member of the trinity of legendary Sanin of Konoha. The decision was approved, and Jirai was already getting ready to leave again, but at the last moment everything changed. No one knew the details, but in the end, at a meeting of the Jonin, Shimura Danzo was suddenly elected 5th Hokage. A dark man, about whom there were not the most pleasant rumors. And how the head of the root, who was always hiding in the shadows, suddenly became the most important and noticeable person in the village, no one could really explain. But what happened can no longer be changed. I apologize for the wait. An old man wearing the Hokage hat appeared before the assembled shinobi, accompanied by 3 Anbu. I have gathered you all to inform you that the Hidden Leaf Village is in mortal danger. I will say right away that the threat is more than real and comes from our former shinobi. Therefore, I am giving you all a task: find and eliminate the traitor at any cost. So, the name of this missing nin is Sasuke, who hadn't cared about what the Hokage was saying all this time, became wary. Did this old man really decide to end Itachi as soon as he took office? No way. Only Sasuke had the right to do that. Itachi was supposed to die only by his hand. Hatred began to take hold of the Uchiha again, but the next moment his fears were dispelled. However, it didn't make him feel any better. Quite the opposite. From what he heard, Sasuke stopped thinking about everything. His eyes widened in indescribable surprise, and not only his. Jiraiya, who had been watching Shimura from the roof of the building opposite the residence all this time, almost fell off it. And the world that Sakura had to build almost from scratch, once again collapsed with a roar, leaving only emptiness. More than anything in the world, the girl wanted everything that was happening to be a continuation of her nightmare. The name of this missing nin is Uzumaki Naruto. Commentary on Chapter 6. Nightmare. Yes, yes, yes. I promised to post Chapter 1 or 2. I only woke up on the 3rd. Or rather, came to my senses. What can I say in my defense? New year, guys. My head, to be honest, still hurts. But when I woke up, I discovered that I finished the chapter. As a result, I spent half a day editing what I wrote while I was drunk, corrected some things, and in the end I got this wonderful no chapter. Happy New Year to you, friends. I wish you success in the new year, happiness, love, well-being. And most importantly, more free time to watch Naruto. Enjoy reading, that's how it is. Chapter 7. Successful Training from Naruto. RSO, by the way, Naruto, I almost forgot. I bought you new clothes in Konoha, they're sealed in this scroll. I think you'll like it, and I hope you won't complain anymore, because I'm sick of your disgruntled face already. Naruto smiled and unrolled the scroll completely. Just below the letter was a simple seal, removing which, Uzumaki saw in front of him clothes, the sight of which made the former Jinchuriki want to scream with delight and dance. It was the same orange jumpsuit with blue inserts on the shoulders and belt, and sweatpants of the same color. On the back was a large emblem of a whirlpool, in red. My darling, how I missed you, Databio. The blonde babbled with tears in his eyes, tremblingly pressing the suit to his chest. From the outside, it looked pretty wild. Now I'll be as handsome as before. Ka. Gamatotsu, having handed the scroll to the guy, immediately disappeared, so as not to bring even greater wrath on his toad head. He had to screw up so badly after the very first assignment. It was just a matter of delivering a scroll with a message, but no, he had to get into some hot liquid and scream at the whole village. That's just the way he is, no problem with his warty ass. However, Uzumaki didn't blame the toad. After all, he was not to blame for anything. Jiraiya once said that Gamatotsu was undoubtedly Naruto's totem animal, because both were real screw-ups. Two boots, as they say, make a pair. The new clothes made Naruto so happy that he immediately began to change into them, completely forgetting that he could be noticed. But fortunately, everything worked out and 3 minutes later, the blonde was shining in all orange. It was decided to leave the old clothes and they were safely sealed in that very scroll. Adjusting his belt and throwing his backpack over his back, Uzumaki suddenly remembered that he had a training session planned for this evening with a certain red-haired kunoichi, which he had almost forgotten about in his emotions. It also turned out that he had very little time left, so the guy quickly changed his appearance to a less remarkable one and rushed towards the training ground at full speed. I wonder if Karen-chan will like my new clothes. Naruto thought as he headed towards the meeting place. Ha! What a fool, what am I thinking? Of course she will, they suit me so well databio. It can't be any other way. What kind of orange revolution happened to you? Karen looked at the guy and was perplexed by such a radical change of image. What? You don't like it? Naruto almost howled, clutching his head. No way, databio. What's wrong with me? Well, how can I put it, before you looked older or something? The bitter words pierced the boy's heart like a sharp kunai. He had never felt so much pain before. Even the extraction of the nine-tailed fox was nothing compared to this monstrously cruel blow to his pride. In an instant, life lost all its bright colors, replaced by a gray picture of despondency. You are a cruel person, Karen Uzumaki, Naruto said sadly. I thought you understood me. Oh, I'm so sorry, Naruto, the kunoichi panicked, feeling the change in the blonde's chakra. I didn't mean to offend you, I just... There's no point in empty apologies, the former Jinchuriki said lifelessly. Now, I've completely lost faith in humanity. It would have been better if I'd never been born into this cruel world where no one appreciates true beauty. Naruto, you can't be serious, can you? Because of such nonsense. In another situation, Karen would never have believed such nonsense, but the girl had previously noticed the guy's mood swings, and now a real dark hurricane began in his chakra. And this really scared the red-haired girl. Hey, I was joking, your new clothes suit you very well, and you don't look childish at all, but very attractive. Here Karen caught herself, sensing something was wrong, and Naruto smiled sarcastically. Oh, Karen-chan, you really embarrassed me, I don't even know. You. The kunoichi angrily pushed the guy in the chest. The frightening fluctuations in the chakra disappeared so abruptly, as if they had never been there. What did you do to me, bastard? Nothing special, just a simple genjutsu. Uzumaki answered innocently and took a step back just in case. Don't you remember how you asked me to show you a few techniques? Consider the training already started. All the same, he could have warned me instead of scaring me to death. A shinobi must be prepared for anything, Uzumaki answered reasonably. In a real fight, you'll also complain, like wait, don't attack, I'm not ready yet. Damn, you. The girl frowned with displeasure but quickly pulled herself together. You're right, let's continue. Wow. What? You admitted I was right so quickly, I'm surprised, Karen just clicked her tongue. Did you think I'd argue with you for half a day? No, I can't cut corners, sensei. Yes, besides, it's late, it will soon get dark. The fair-haired man added. Okay, I like your mood, let's not waste a minute and get started. To begin with, tell me which element you master best and what techniques you know. The kunoichi said awkwardly, looking away. I wasn't taught that. Didn't they teach you? Uzumaki asked in surprise, but then remembered that he himself, before meeting Ero-sanin, didn't master any of the elements. And those idiots I beat seemed to use earth techniques. These idiots are the best students in the academy and the children of strong jonin. That's why they study on an accelerated program. Mere mortals, especially me, don't get such privileges. Oh, I see. In that case, let's check how good you are at shurikenjutsu. The guy took 3 shurikens out of his pouch and handed them to the girl. Here, I want you to hit that target with them as accurately as possible. Karen hesitantly twirled the weapon in her hands and turned in the direction Naruto was pointing. It was a regular, round training target 20 meters away. The red-haired girl felt a surge of excitement, but she tried her best to suppress it. Determined to show everything she was capable of, Uzumaki narrowed her eyes and then swung her hand wide and sent the metal projectiles flying, closing her eyes at the last moment. Wow! Judging by the reaction and loud exclamations, Naruto was clearly amazed. Karen-chan, this is amazing. The kunoichi opened her eyelids to see the result of the throw. Which, contrary to hopes, turned out to be quite disastrous. 2 shurikens did not reach the target and stuck into the ground, about 7 or 8 meters away. The third one only slightly scratched the target and simply fell. And I thought that no one throws shurikens worse than me. The sarcastic comment made the poor kunoichi blush. Shut up, got it? Don't make fun of me. Yes. I am a complete failure and a complete zero in all jutsu. I can't do anything and only know a secret technique of running away. A secret escape technique, then, Naruto repeated, unable to hold back a smile. I'll have to remember that. Shush, shut up. Sorry, I didn't mean to offend you, the blonde repented. Yeah, right, the kunoichi muttered resentfully. Besides, from what I've seen, you're good at taijutsu. You were able to fight 3 opponents at once, and that says a lot. What? They just got on my nerves too often, and I couldn't stand it any longer. I prepared for this fight for a month. I'm not even sure I can repeat all those moves. I think you're exaggerating too much. Maybe so, but I'm not going to give up in any case. And that's great, Databio, the fair-haired man noted approvingly. To tell the truth, if we had met half a year ago, I would have been perhaps even weaker than you. It was only recently that I was able to raise my level a little. And if even a slacker like me could do it, then someone like you can do something, too. I don't understand, was this like a compliment or what? It doesn't matter. Uzumaki said, coughing and blushing. Let's get down to training already. So, first of all, a shinobi must be able to concentrate his chakra in the right places and use it effectively, Databio. Chakra control is key. That's what my teacher told me. Naruto, embarrassed, said all this in one breath and Karen didn't understand anything, so I had to repeat it. I see. Uzumaki finally nodded. And how do I do that? How do I learn to concentrate chakra? First, Naruto pointed to a tree at a decent height, of which there were plenty on the training ground. Climb this oak using only your legs. I don't get it, what do you mean, just legs? Like I need to cling to the branches with my legs? No, not really. Naruto let out a short laugh. You have to, concentrate your chakra in your legs. With these words, the blonde quickly ran up the tree, stopping in the middle of the trunk, and then, as if nothing had happened, walked along the vertical surface. And just do it like this, Databio. Wow, Karen gasped in amazement. Using chakra, you can do even more than that. In fact, there is nothing difficult about it, even any chunin can handle it. But still, this is the basics. I'm even surprised that you don't know about it. People in the village are reluctant to even talk to me. What can I say about teaching me anything? But you got the bandage, so you had to take the exam. How did you get through? It was a concession for the fact that I treated the wounded, the kunoichi said, becoming a little sad. I'll tell you more, I even took part in the chunin exam. True, I failed, but that's not the point. Well, if it's not the point, then let's not talk about it. So, go ahead, try it yourself now. Naruto saw that the girl was uncomfortable talking about it and changed the subject. Try to climb as high as possible. So how do you say I should do it? You have to, imagine that the chakra is in your legs and... Naruto racked his brain, trying to find the words. It was a shame he didn't read the books. And, just go up the tree, I don't know how to explain it any easier, Databio. So, I should imagine how my chakra is formed in my feet. Well, something like that. Karen nodded confidently and tried to repeat the guy's actions. Imagining how chakra was gathering in her feet, the girl in a half squat grabbed the surface with her right and then her left foot. And she succeeded. True, only for a few moments, after which her feet slipped. It's okay, Naruto encouraged. No one gets it right the first time. Don't stop. Uzumaki tried again. This time she managed to hold on for a second longer. The principle was clear, but the chakra control left much to be desired. It needed to be improved. Fortunately, the kunoichi had experience interacting with her own energy, albeit a rather sad one. The next attempt was even more successful. Karen was able to climb 2 meters, and even hold on for a while. However, an attempt to straighten up immediately led to slipping. Another attempt and another failure. But this time the result was better. After some 40 minutes, Karen managed to straighten up and take a few steps. And 2 hours later, the girl, under the approving exclamation of the teacher, was able to run up a good 10 meters. She managed to master chakra control, and in such a short time. Naruto remembered how he suffered for half a day, trying to take at least a step. And this red-haired beast managed it in a couple, and so confidently. All that was left for the blonde was to envy the talent of his student. Naruto, I did it. The kunoichi exclaimed joyfully and even jumped up with happiness. And as it turned out, in vain. In her joy, the young Uzumaki forgot that she was on a vertical surface and the next moment, with a squeal, flew down. Save me. The girl screamed when she realized her mistake. Karen-chan, don't be afraid, I'll catch you. The former Jinchuriki said, putting his hands in front of him. Luckily, the red-haired girl fell not on her arms, which almost certainly would not have held her and would not have softened the fall, but on Naruto himself. Coming to her senses after the collision, Karen found herself lying on top of the guy, their faces dangerously close to each other. Naruto's eyes widened in shock. Both teenagers immediately blushed like ripe tomatoes and bounced away from each other as if scalded. Thank you for saving me, Uzumaki blurted out, adjusting her glasses. Why, you're welcome. If you fall again, call me. The blonde tried to joke, which made the girl blush even more. No, I'll try not to fall again. Well, as you wish, it is my job to propose, Databio. Both shinobi laughed in unison. I'm so tired, Dat. Ah damn. The kunoiki, barely moving her legs, battered and pretty fed up, irritably waved away her own words. Damn, that damn word. Naruto is an idiot, he infected me. After that awkward incident with the fall, Karen, suddenly, decided to stop training, citing the fact that it was already late, they might miss her, and in general she was tired of running around the trees. When asked to continue tomorrow, the girl agreed without hesitation, and now she was walking home tired, but terribly happy. The night in Hidden Grass was surprisingly bright, so despite the late hour, it was relatively light outside. Naruto said that he would be in the village for about 2 weeks, so there was enough time for training. Karen believed that if she learned to walk on trees in 3 hours, then in 2 weeks she would learn as many techniques. As many as Naruto himself actually knows. And minus those that he cannot explain, because either he explains it poorly, or the kunoiki herself is slow to catch up. Karen herself, of course, preferred the first option. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening when the young Uzumaki reached home. More than anything, she wanted to take a hot bath and go to bed. But here's the problem. Firstly, there was no hot water in her house. And secondly, as she approached the house, the girl noticed that a man she hated perhaps more than anyone else in the village was waiting for her at the front door. Just the sight of him instantly ruined her good mood. Her supervisor, and essentially her overseer, the fat inspector, as the kunoiki dubbed him, had arrived. And his presence meant only one thing. And this made the red-haired Uzumaki return to the cruel reality. Remember the fear that she experienced time and time again, every time she went to the hospital. Remember those heartbreaking screams, drawn-out groans of seriously wounded shinobi and blood. Lots of blood. It oozes from open torn wounds and severed limbs. It splatters the white sterile gowns of doctors and nurses during operations, which is why medical workers often look more like butchers than those who save lives. And even on Karen's hands there is blood. Only not someone else's, but her own, from bites. The girl's healing chakra is able to heal almost any wound. And because of it, quite a few scars have already appeared on her body. Karen hated this place. Here she basically became a milk goat from which almost all chakra was sucked out and only a little was left, just so that she would not die, as happened to her mother. Where have you been, you little scum? The curator raised his voice at the girl in his usual rude manner and grabbed her wrist. Answer me right now. W was walking. Uzumaki answered fearfully, not even trying to resist, because she knew that this would anger him even more. Who let you leave? The man swung his arm, and Karen closed her eyes in fear. You made me and the important people wait. A hard slap followed, and the girl fell to the ground. Tears gushed from the kunoiki's ruby-red eyes. I see you don't appreciate our kindness at all, the warden continued to rage. We gave you a home, and this is how you repay us. The red-haired girl thought that the fat inspector's speech sounded unnatural and even somehow memorized. As if he had come to her specifically to say these words, regardless of the context. And her guess was confirmed. That's why the village decided that we don't need you anymore. We're exchanging you for something more valuable. With these words, the curator called out to the 3 people standing in the shadows. So this is the girl with the magic chakra. One of the guests approached the girl and looked at her carefully. Great, the boss will be pleased. Karai, pack her. Okay, the second one responded and began to approach the girl, who, however, did not even move, because she was in deep shock. That's how strongly the last words affected her. We are exchanging you for something more valuable. At that moment, Karen was finally able to find the word that described the village's attitude towards her. Thing. That was the truth. Uzumaki realized that all this time, for the village, she was no better than cattle, which she wouldn't mind getting rid of if necessary. No, not even cattle, a thing. Something that could be bought, sold or exchanged without any worries or remorse. As, in fact, happened now. And no matter what Naruto said, Karen didn't have time to finish her thought, because at that moment one of the buyers hit her in the back of the head, causing the girl to lose consciousness. The curator left, and 3 people whose faces were hidden under masks grabbed the unconscious Kunoiki and disappeared into the darkness of the night streets. But, as was said earlier, the night was surprisingly bright, and the kidnapping did not go unnoticed. I'll kill the creatures. Naruto wanted to furiously punch the wall, but stopped at the last moment. If he broke his arm on it now, he wouldn't be able to strangle those freaks who kidnapped the girl. So the guy decided to save his rage for the upcoming fight and set off at full speed after them. Commentary on Chapter 7. Successful training from Naruto. Evening in the hut, guys. As promised, the chapter is coming out earlier than last time. Read. Reviews are highly desirable. I would like someone to point out the shortcomings. Because in terms of self-criticism I am completely incompetent. Chapter 8. Uzumaki-style rescue. About 2 kilometers west of the hidden grass village, a vast and dense forest began. The locals often went there for all sorts of things, mushrooms and berries, but no one ever went far. Perhaps because the forest thicket was too gloomy and difficult to traverse. Perhaps it was because of the wild animals, which the villagers were terrified of. After all, it was not for nothing that people periodically disappeared there. Or perhaps it was not because of the animals at all. Despite frequent complaints, the village stubbornly refused to send its shinobi into the forest and brushed off the general indignation. They said that the rangers should chase the animals, and important people should not be bothered with trifles. They had enough problems as it was. Having learned about this from old man Takurama on the way to the village, Naruto was a little surprised. Even when he was not a dead man, but a newly minted genin of Konoha, the fair-haired Uzumaki carried out such important and difficult tasks with his team, in comparison with which, hunting wild and dangerous animals seemed like a real battle. A battle with great evil that is just trying to plunge into chaos, not only the village, but also a good half of the land of fire, that's for sure. So is hidden grass really so bad with personnel that there is no one to even send to protect the outskirts? Oh no, it turned out to be much worse. Naruto realized this when the kidnappers disappeared from sight in the thicket, and in the place where they had passed, a well-trodden path was discovered, leading deep into the forest. It was clear that people walked here often. A narrow strip, literally 2 meters wide, stretched for several hundred meters ahead, periodically breaking up into several more paths, the purpose of which was to confuse uninvited guests. For all of them, except for one, led to dead ends in which dangerous, but rather primitive traps were prepared, the most inventive of which was a 3-meter wolf pit, into which Uzumaki almost fell in a hurry. But Naruto didn't have to look for the right path for long. Having abandoned the rush headlong forward, and faster tactic, the guy decided to assess the situation, and quickly noticed that the false paths were slightly more overgrown than the one that led, as it later turned out, to the entrance of some underground shelter. 2 people were guarding the entrance and, judging by their gestures, were arguing, not looking around at all. Oh. Our guys are probably already having a great time there, the first one said sadly. And we're stuck here. Don't whine, Kapaka, there'll be some left for us too, another guard replied. That caravan was almost full of all sorts of stuff, so there's enough for everyone. Yeah, right, I know them. The first one didn't let up. Don't feed them bread, just let them get stuffed to the point of squirrels. I'm even sure that they won't come to replace us, because in a couple of hours there won't be anyone left who can walk. My gods are merciful, how you've got me fed up. Stop whining already. The boss pays us well just for standing here and doing nothing. Stop complaining and watch the area. It's easy for you to say, Yuzeri, you don't drink and therefore you have nothing to lose. I don't drink and I don't advise you to either. Alcohol kills brain cells and a person slowly turns into a dumb cattle. So stop before. Oh. Right. What did you say? So you think I'm a dumb redneck? What are you saying? What are you saying? The one called Yuzeri mockingly reassured his comrade. You're not a redneck. You just like to drink a little, that's all. Do you think I didn't realize you were laughing at me? Kapaka scowled and clenched his fists until they cracked. Come on, let's step aside and I'll wipe that insolent grin off your face. That's what I wanted to prove. You alcoholics just want to get drunk and smash each other's faces in. This was already a direct provocation. It became clear that Yuzeri was also bored and wanted to kill time with a good old fight. That's it, Kopaka howled. You've had enough of me. Just be gentle with me, senpai. Isari said playfully, causing Naruto, who was watching this whole action, to twist his face in disgust. Your mother, you're up to your old tricks again. How these phrases of yours irritate me. At this point, Kopaka's nerves gave way, and he pounced on his comrade with a scream. Uzumaki did not find out what kind of passions started there, but simply slipped inside the shelter past the distracted guards, amazed at their stupidity along the way. The first corridor was pitch black. A single dimly shining light bulb could not affect the darkness that reigned around, and the former Jinchuriki had to tinker a little to find a passage to the distant rooms, in which, fortunately, there was already light. There was light, but all the inhabitants had disappeared somewhere. Having rummaged through the rooms, Naruto found several bedrooms, the total number of beds in which exceeded 50. And judging by the numerous chaotically scattered things, most of them were occupied. The blonde also found a small storage room, but did not find anything valuable, except for several packs of suspicious powders. Walking a little further, Naruto heard faint sounds from the depths of the shelter, vaguely reminiscent of human speech. As they approached, the voices became louder and clearer, and then completely turned into a wild roar. Soon, a large round hall appeared before the young Uzumaki's eyes, in which, by conservative estimates, about 30 people had gathered. All of them, apparently, were celebrating something. Alcohol was flowing like a river, the tables were literally piled high with various delicacies. And they were really literally piled high, the food was chaotically mixed into a strange mass of unknown origin, in which Naruto vaguely recognized only boiled potatoes with dill and onions, and a dozen protruding chicken legs. Other salads, pies and types of meat were not subject to identification. In the center of this entire feast, a piglet, fried to a crispy crust with an apple in its mouth, was regally located on a silver tray, which, for unknown reasons, no one had touched yet. By the way, the guys were almost ready. About a third of those present were not present, but comfortably settled on the comfortable stone floor, hugging a bottle of sake or each other, and sleeping soundly like a drunken baby. The rest had arranged for themselves something like karaoke and were belting out songs, the name of the genre of which Naruto vaguely remembered. Shan song, I think. Doves are flying over our prison, they rush silently into the distance. Oh, how I wish I could be like a bird, fly away to my native land. But the walls are high and impregnable, I will never escape from this prison. Evil guards are watching me and dogs try to bite me. The evening is drawing to an end, the last rays of light disappeared behind the horizon in a dark cold cell. A lonely Nukanen sings a sad song. And he sings about his difficult fate without beautiful caring women, but his captivity weighs him down even more. And the whole prison listens to his words. What a beautiful and soulful song. The man sitting at the table loudly banged his glass, then slowly slid to the floor and began to snore. From the heart, brother. Those who could still stand and speak agreed with his words. We need to drink to this. No sooner said than done. After another mug of alcohol, 4 more fell to the ground. The rest continued to celebrate. Naruto assessed the situation and realized that judging by the state of the bandits, he didn't even need to hide. Now he would seem like a blurry orange spot to them. Suddenly, someone climbed onto the table, attracting attention with a loud scream. Well, people, let's go. The blonde Uzumaki would describe the further action as something wild and completely unimaginable. Because to watch with his own eyes how an adult, about 30-year-old man slides along the table, on his stomach. Face first. Getting dirty as hell. At that moment Naruto firmly decided that he would never take a drop of alcohol in his mouth. And the man, having finished his triumphant run, stood up and shook off the scraps. True, he did not become cleaner from this. Naruto didn't want to watch all this madness from the shadows any longer. The guy needed to find Karen, but the former Jinchuriki doubted that he would be able to extract even one intelligible word from these bodies regarding where she might be. However, this time, fate was kind to him and the bandits themselves started talking about the girl. By the way, guys, when are they going to bring that girl? I wouldn't mind having some fun with her. A wave of approving exclamations rolled through the hall. Shut up, idiot, threatened one, surprisingly sober man, whom Naruto did not notice at first, because he behaved immeasurably quieter than the others and therefore did not attract attention. This girl is not for you. The boss needs her. Haha, I never thought the boss liked little girls. Idiot, that's not what it's for. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief at these words. Her chakra can heal, its value is truly invaluable. Although, who am I telling this to? You're already fucked. Come on, get off the table already, don't embarrass yourself. Let go, don't torture me, he didn't say, but rather muttered, dirty uncle, as the Uzumaki dubbed him. Get down, motherfucker, or you'll break it. The sober Nukanen, and judging by the dangling crossed-out hidden grass protector, it was indeed a Nukanen, tried to calm the troublemaker down. The boss will kill us if we break his favorite table. Sorry to interrupt. Naruto, realizing that the conversation had shifted to another, unnecessary direction, decided to stop the nonsense going on around him. But can you tell me where I can find your boss, Databio? Oh. Yes, of course. Down that corridor and to the left. The Nukanen pointed without a second thought, and continued trying to push his comrade off the table. Thank you very much, the blonde smiled, mentally trying to understand how crazy you have to be to keep such idiots under control. Okay, stop. The apostate came to his senses. Who are you anyway, and what are you doing here? Oh. Really? Naruto replied sarcastically. I was beginning to hope that you would walk me home. By the hand. Wind element. Great gust. A powerful stream of air threw the Nukanen back several meters with great force and literally slammed him into the wall. The renegade's body went limp and he did not move anymore. Rubbing his hands contentedly, the young Uzumaki looked around, and discovered that he was the only person standing upright in the hall. His technique turned out to be fatal for the drunken bandits, who, having lost their last points of support, finally surrendered to the alluring oblivion. In general, as Naruto understood, the situation with the bulbs in the shelter was very bad. Nevertheless, the corridor that the former Jinchuriki was shown was surprisingly very well lit. The difference in level is immediately visible. Only a real boss can afford bright bulbs in the corridor. Its style, its prestige. While Naruto was chasing Karen's kidnappers, a hypothesis formed in his head. The guy assumed that these people could be connected with the bandits who terrorized the outskirts of Kasagakure. After Uzumaki found their hideout, his guesses were only confirmed. But now there was no trace of confidence in his guesses. These people simply could not be the same formidable bandits who robbed caravans and ruined villages. They looked more like a gathering of losers who enjoyed the authority of others. As he approached the leader's office, Naruto convinced himself of this more and more. But the former Jinchuriki could not even imagine in his nightmares what awaited him behind the door. Boss, I think she's come to her senses. Karen jerked impulsively and barely opened her eyes. The first thing Uzumaki saw was the laminate flooring, in the style of classic wood, and a pair of chair legs to which the kunoichi was tied. The hellish pain in her head prevented her from soberly assessing the situation. It seemed that those freaks had miscalculated their strength when they beat her. Speaking of freaks, apparently, there were 4 more people in the room besides Karen herself. The 3 very people who had kidnapped her, or rather, bought her, were standing in front of the red-haired girl and grinning contentedly. Oh, how she wanted to grab them by the throats and smash those impudent mugs into mush. But now, just like always, the girl was completely powerless and could not help herself in any way. Yes, I noticed. Great job, Karai. A nasty voice came from behind the kunoichi. God. It was awful. Only 6 words, but so much disgust. Karen grimaced in disgust. Come on, drag her to me, and quickly. We'll test her abilities at the same time. No, seriously, it's like foam on glass. I can't stand listening. The girl turned her head to see this terrible man with her own eyes. A second later, horror froze on her face and a frightened scream burst from her lips. Hey, what the hell are you yelling about? One of the kidnappers hit him hard in the ribs. What is this? Uzumaki asked, stuttering, without taking her eyes off him. Ivan-sama, it seems she is afraid of you, the robber addressed the boss. He's afraid, which means he respects. It's just that I'm so cool that my appearance alone inspires submission. Yeah, right. The bandits burst out laughing. Karen had already figured out why she was brought here. And from this realization, the kunoichi's body began to tremble. Not this. Not again. But then, unexpectedly for everyone, the front door creaked. A blonde head peeked out from behind it and a pair of blue eyes ran around the room. Yeah, I see, said the blonde head and disappeared from sight. There was a deathly silence for a few seconds. Karen, like everyone else, stared blankly at the closed door. Soon it opened again slightly, and then flew off its hinges with a crash, and a young blonde shinobi, 13 years old, flew into the room like lightning. Found it, Databio. The guy shouted joyfully. Karen-chan, I'll save you now. Naruto. The kunoichi said, dumbfounded, still not believing her luck. This was the second time this crazy guy had come to her aid. Hey, you. An unpleasant voice came from behind the kidnappers. Kill this impudent fellow. Eat. Shurikens flew at the blonde, which he dodged by doing a forward somersault. Then, the fair-haired man pulled 2 kunai from his belt and threw them at his opponents, but neither reached their target, and both projectiles symmetrically pierced the walls to the right and left of the shinobi. The bandits did not stand still for long and rushed to attack. 3 against 1 isn't fair, Databio. Naruto wasn't very good at taijutsu anyway, and against 3 opponents at once he didn't stand a chance. If it's not fair, then why the hell did you come here, you piece of fool? The one called Karai grinned, continuing to advance. You saw for yourself that there were more of us. That's a very good question, Naruto said, blocking the attack and grinning as well. It's so good that I'm not alone. With these words, 2 exact copies of the guy jumped out from behind him and synchronously kicked the heads of their opponents. Both clones achieved what they wanted and 2 bandits were knocked down. At the same time, both thrown kunai turned into clones and struck from behind. A second and 3 defeated bandits were lying at Uzumaki's feet. A quick victory, and even without losing clones. Having dispelled the technique, the blonde approached the tied-up girl and with a deft movement of the kunai cut the bonds. Are you okay? Naruto walked up to the girl and untied the bonds. Yes, thank you very much. Karen freed herself from the ropes and slowly rose. It seems you saved me again. It's nothing, it happens to everyone. Naruto smiled contentedly. I told you, if there are any problems, call me. I think it was about falling from trees, the red-haired girl giggled. Well, the difference is not that big, Naruto shrugged. Anyway, let's get out of here already. Sorry to distract you, but it seems you forgot about me. Uzumaki remembered that he was not somewhere, but in the boss's office, and wanted to turn around to see what kind of miracle was leading this rabble, but then Karen intercepted him. Naruto. The girl took the guy's face in her palms and looked him straight in the eyes, which made the blonde involuntarily blush. Be careful, what you see can put you in a state of deep shock. Oh okay, don't worry, Karen-chan. Naruto slowly pulled away and turned his head warily. Before the eyes of the young Uzumaki appeared something resembling that same huge mountain of scraps on the table in the hall. The only difference was that it was moving. About 1.5 meters in width and the same in height, on a large creaky sofa, entwined with dark green striped wool, sat what the local bandits called their boss. Brown, long greasy curls hung down from an ugly muzzle to the shoulders. Beads of sweat appeared on the forehead. In place of the nose there were 2 huge holes from which air came out like steam. Disproportionately small eyes and equally disproportionately large thick lips completed the image of a round square face. Below the main one, there were 3 more chins, which together formed a kind of pyramid. My mother is a frog, Uzumaki said, dumbfounded, wanting more than anything to gouge out his own eyes. What a scary woman, Databio. Naruto. The kunoichi tugged the boy's sleeve uncertainly. It's a man. Most likely. Fart. But. Those same ones. The blonde pointed at his chest. They're even bigger than Granny Sunad's, Databio. My name is Ivan Fedotofu, said the leader of the bandits, miraculously, in Uzumaki's opinion, rising from the sofa. But you can call me Mr. Ivan. I'd rather call you Fat Manka, Databio, Naruto quipped, getting into a fighting stance. To take down a boar like that, regular techniques won't be enough. It looks like he has very strong legs to hold that much weight, and judging by everything, he weighs at least 200 kilograms. You like jokes, right? Ivan said and gave Uzumaki a wide smile that literally made him cringe. I like to joke too. As much as eating, I suppose. No, just like your mother. Fedotofu said and laughed. By the way, he was the only one who laughed. Naruto and Karen continued to stand with stony faces and looked at him in bewilderment, as if he were crazy. What? Was this some kind of joke? Naruto said monotonously, forming the shadow clone seal. Actually, yes, but you're too stupid to understand. And that was a joke, too, by the way. Well, I see. If that's the case, then allow me to share a joke. The summoned clones began to diligently move their hands around the original's palm, gathering chakra into a single bluish sphere. Karen watched this action with genuine interest. Finally, when the technique was ready, the blonde rushed at the enemy with a cry, who, by the way, did not even try to run, but simply put his hands in front of himself at the last moment. Rasengan. An explosion was heard. The room was immediately covered in dust. The green sofa was shattered into pieces, and the wall in front of Naruto partially collapsed. The guy rubbed his hands contentedly. This fat guy didn't have a chance against an A-rank technique. Karen looked at Naruto with delight. The girl had seen such power only once before, at the Chunin exam, when the handsome brunette from Konoha saved her from a huge bear. Well, it's time for us to go, Karen. Let's go already. The girl nodded approvingly. Not so fast, kids. The dust cleared and the same fat man appeared in front of Uzumaki. Alive and unharmed. No one has ever left Ivan Fedotofu. Actually, he has, and more than once. But Fedotofu himself thought it would sound cool and so he lied. Nani. Naruto stared at the bandit leader with a puzzled look. Someone like him definitely couldn't stand up to Rasengan. He just couldn't. But then the guy's attention was drawn to the fat man's hands. The blonde clearly remembered that he had hit them. And in all fairness, the destructive force should have torn off both of the fat man's stumps. But it wasn't that simple. Ivan Fedotofu's hands were completely covered in wood. And this led the former Jinchuriki to only one conclusion. It can't be. It's. Yes, that's right. Ivan finished for the guy. Before you is a carrier of an improved genome. Wood element. Bamboo hands. Commentary on Chapter 8. Uzumaki-style rescue. As usual, the author kicked Kurama for a week and a half, and then wrote 70% of the chapter in 3 days. Chapter 9. The Legend of the Fat Ninja. Wood element. Never heard of it. Karen looked closely and with undisguised interest at the bright brown wood scars covering the bandit leader's hands. The girl had never seen anything like it. The rarest Kekkei Genkai in the world, Naruto began to explain. It was obvious to the naked eye that the guy had become quite tense. The smile disappeared from his face, replaced by a gloomy concentration. Until this moment, I only knew one person who owned it, and even then, not personally. Wood release, aka Mokuton. The strongest Genkai with which the first Hokage Hashirama Senju defeated the legendary Uchiha Madara and captured the Nine Tails. That's right. Fedotofu nodded affirmatively. I'm as strong as the first Hokage. No technique can penetrate these hands. Surrender, kids. Karen glanced at Naruto. It wasn't that she was afraid of the fat man's words. No. More like his appearance. The girl was worried about how the blonde reacted to these words. The guy was undoubtedly more aware of the seriousness of the situation than she was, and was in no hurry to refute the words of the bandit leader, but only continued to drill him with his eyes, clearly trying to figure something out in his head. But even if the words of this smug fat man were a lie, the red-haired Uzumaki could do little to help the guy. How do you say the first Hokage? The blonde man finally broke the silence. His face was serious, but by God, in his soul he was barely holding back. If that's true, then it means that only one of us can come out of this fight alive. Well, let's go. Let's fight to the death, just you and me, Databio. Uzumaki turned his gaze to the kunoiki, who was almost shaking with fear. Damn, it seemed she had taken the blonde's words at face value. But she couldn't be blamed for that. After all, Naruto always spoke very convincingly. He couldn't help but recall the first serious mission of the 7th team. He had managed to convince none other than Momoki Zabuza himself, the demon of the hidden mist. What can we say about the already frightened girl? In addition, the villain's appearance, combined with the gloomy atmosphere reigning in the room, inspired, if not fear, then a feeling of deep disgust, which could easily be confused with horror. You don't have to die, Fedotov said haughtily. Very well, if you leave the girl here, I'll let you go. Leave Karen-chan here, Uzumaki said thoughtfully, putting his index finger to his lips. Karen managed to stop shaking with an effort of will, and judging by her expression, she was about to say something very stupid, like, leave me, run and save yourself, or something like that. But fortunately she didn't have time, because the former Jinchuriki didn't think for long and was the first to break the silence. Leave her and run away like a coward, huh? Who do you even take me for, dog? The blonde-haired one flared up in earnest, but in his soul he was already jubilant. The fat man tried to avoid the fight, hiding his cowardice under a mask of mercy. This means that he is not confident in his strength, and therefore is seriously afraid of losing. There was only one theory left to test. I will never run away from the battlefield with my tail between my legs. Naruto decided to add even more pathos in order to convince the enemy of the seriousness of his intentions. And even more so, I will never abandon a friend in trouble, such is my way of a ninja, Databio. Naruto, the kunoichi whispered in amazement, crossing her fingers in excitement. Listen, are you sure you're a guy? Fedotofu asked in response. What kind of stupid question is that? Can't you tell by looking at me? Naruto had a bad feeling. His instincts were screaming for danger, his hands instinctively went to his ears, trying to cover them as if he was about to hear something terrible. Of course I'm a guy, why are you asking, Databio? Well, blondes are stupid, and you're acting stupid. Just like a blonde, and your hair is yellow, ha ha ha, just like a blonde. From what he heard, Uzumaki's right eye twitched nervously, and his body was overcome with jitters. The next second, the former Jinchuriki jumped up and, raising the sword he had taken from the bandits over his head, rushed into the attack with an angry cry. You freak, I'll kill you. Having covered the distance between him and his opponent, Naruto swung his sword and immediately dropped it, changing his position. The dropped blade was picked up by a clone that jumped out from behind his back and tried to strike him in the head. Unfortunately, the double failed, and the sword pierced the wooden cover of the hand extended in front of him, only slightly scratching it. At the same moment, the clone was destroyed by a strong blow. The original shifted slightly to the left and struck a kunai into the liver. But here, too, the blade hit a wooden barrier. Only now did Naruto realize that Ivan had two hands, and therefore he could block two blows at once. What a fool, Databio. But all he had to do was create another clone. You were really hurt by my joke, blonde. What's the truth? Loser. For some reason, Fedotofu pronounced the last word syllable by syllable, as if emphasizing it. Shut up. Uzumaki growled angrily, preparing for another attack. What you spew from your filthy mouth cannot be called jokes. Humor is an art, as important, complex, and difficult to master as ninjutsu. But not heavier than yours. The end of another stupid joke was drowned out by the ringing of a hail of shurikens that the blonde released from the scroll. Fuinjutsu is a useful thing, Uzumaki said, preparing to activate the next seal. But he didn't have time to implement his plan. Wood element. Punishing hand of the heavenly forest. At that very moment, something flew at the guy's head, which he was able to dodge only by a miracle. But when Naruto caught his breath and decided to examine the deadly object, to his own surprise and even a little indignation, he discovered a board. And it was not some kind of secret board technique, but damn it, the most ordinary, thin, cheap chipboard, mother of all things, jagged board. Having grouped himself, Uzumaki made a strong dash and instantly found himself on the opposite side. A new rasengan began to form in his hand, but the blonde did not have time to complete the technique, as he again had to dodge the attacks of the wooden hands. For such a massive carcass, you have pretty good reflexes. Can you do anything else besides waving wooden stumps? That's enough for me, Fedotofu snapped. I don't want to waste extra energy on you, you don't deserve it. Your emotions contradict your words, don't you think? If you really fight at half strength, then why are you so angry? The question remained unanswered, the fat man only snorted angrily. Naruto, I want to tell you something. A voice came from behind the guy. Karen finally managed to control her emotions and was now ready to join the battle. The girl felt ashamed of her own weakness and helplessness. For the fact that her friend was risking his life for her, and she was just standing there and doing nothing. I analyzed his chakra. The element you were talking about, it seems he doesn't know how to use it. Most of the chakra channels in his hands are clogged, he can't even do hand seals. So, only his hands are covered with wood. Yes. Hey, really? The former Jinchuriki smiled. Thanks, Karen-chan. Hey, Fedotofu, did you hear? Now Naruto knew what to do. A similar assumption had arisen in his head from the very beginning, but he was able to bring the theory to its conclusion only with Karen's help. That's it, your bamboos are finished. I'll rip 'em off along with your head. Having said this, Uzumaki formed the shadow clone seal and began to form the rasengan. 8 copies began to attack the bandit leader one by one, pushing him towards the half-destroyed wall. The blonde himself, having finished his preparations, rushed towards the enemy, aiming the bluish, intensely rotating sphere right at the chest. Haha, couldn't you come up with anything smarter, loser? Fedotofu didn't try to be clever and put his hands in front of himself. Another explosion thundered in the room, which, however, did not cause any damage to the leader of the bandits. But this was what the young Uzumaki had planned. Putting out his hands for protection, the fat man opened up and two more clones with kunai jumped out at him from different sides. It won't work, the fat Ivan roared, and destroyed the doubles with two sharp swings. The remaining clones immediately tried to correct the situation and get the enemy. Hand-to-hand combat ensued, but once again, the fat owner of Mokuton surprised everyone and 30 seconds later there were 3 people in the room again. For his build, Fedotofu moved unusually fast. It doesn't matter how many clones you send to attack, or what technique you use. I will still defeat you. Run, win, it doesn't matter, you still lose, blonde loser. No, I've already won. Naruto answered calmly, and the next moment, a powerful blow of wildly rotating chakra hit the bandit leader's back. The next moment, the 200-kilogram carcass crashed to the floor, and the previously damaged front wall finally collapsed. It wasn't difficult. His defense was impenetrable, so I distracted his attention with clones and a frontal attack so that the other two could strike at his flank. But they, like the others, were just bait. Using the substitution technique, I threw a clone disguised as a kunai behind his back. The words were addressed to Karen, who, judging by the surprised expression on her face, did not quite understand what had happened. So, you did the same as in the fight with those bandits. The red-haired woman kicked the unconscious bandit. Ha, yeah, and that fat guy didn't even notice that I pulled the same trick, Databio. You're an impudent fellow, don't you dare call me names. Groaning and sighing languidly, Ivan Fedotov began to rise from the floor, unharmed. To say that both Uzumaki were dumbfounded to the depths of their souls by this turn of events is to say nothing. I told you, your techniques are useless against me. How did you? Naruto fell into a state of deep shock, which made his tongue start to slur. He had hit the target. He had definitely hit the target. This knowledge was clearly imprinted in the blonde's memory after the clone had disappeared. So what? He had thought up this plan in vain, wasted a sea of chakra on clones and rasengans. It turns out that the spectacular rescue had failed. God, what a fool he was. How he had disgraced himself. I won. Fedotofu raised his hands to the sky, or to be more precise, to the ceiling, and laughed triumphantly. I won, and you lost, loser. How can you still stand? Karen, the guy begged the red-haired girl, hoping to find an answer. Karen-chan, why did he stand up? Despite the victory, the young Uzumaki spent a lot of chakra. Now, at most, he can create one rasengan or another 10 clones. I can't say for sure, the Kaneki said cautiously. But it seems like he absorbed the energy of the explosion. With his fat. Inhale, exhale. Naruto took a deep breath and tried to stop himself from getting hysterical. No, well, judge for yourself. A shinobi who absorbed an A-rank technique with his fat. It was just ridiculous. Absurd and ridiculous. Just don't tell me that this is another Kekkei Genkai. It took titanic efforts for the blonde to maintain his composure. The madness that was happening just didn't fit in his head. I can still understand and accept your bamboo arms, because there are so many jutsu in the world. But if you start telling me now about some kind of fat element, I can't answer for myself. What the hell is going on here? What the hell are you, Databio? Today Ivan woke up unusually cheerful. Lately he had not slept well, because he was very worried about the upcoming. The sun had just risen from the horizon and the first rays fell on the village of the hidden grass, illuminating the beginning of a new day. Lazily stretching and yawning, the boy stood up, put on the clothes hanging on the chair, and carefully made his bed. Then, young Fedotofu trudged towards the kitchen, from which came the smell of something fried. Ivan's mother was the kindest and most caring woman. At least, he believed in it and never doubted that it was so. Like a beautiful butterfly, with easy grace she fluttered between the refrigerator, cupboards, table and stove, making mind-boggling combinations with products. She managed to cook an omelette and soup at the same time, knead the dough for a pie, wash vegetables, take and put away jars with the necessary spices, simultaneously using them in cooking. Everything in the kitchen unquestioningly obeyed her unspoken rules. She was the king and god here. A genius of cooking, this was her element, her improved genome. She loved her son immensely. From early childhood, Ivan was surrounded by care and affection. She never dared to scold him or even raise her voice. On the contrary, she encouraged and supported her beloved child in every possible way and Databio, come on, get to the point. Naruto sighed heavily and hung his head in a martyred manner. I have absolutely no desire to listen to half an hour about your mother. Since you've started your record about a hard life, then get to the point. I don't understand why we listen to him at all, Karen added wearily. Out of boredom, the girl even sat down on the floor, leaning against the wall, and straightened her legs in front of her. That's the plan, Uzumaki said. Now he'll tell us about his difficult life. Then I'll tell him about my dream of becoming Hokage. Then we'll fight again, I'll win, and he'll become our ally. I don't know why, but it always works. Sounds like complete nonsense, the kunoichi noted skeptically, but she remembered the words about the dream of becoming Hokage. So he's from the Hidden Leaf, interesting. Hey, what are you whispering about? Fedotov was indignant. Is anyone listening to me at all? Sorry, please continue. For the next 40 minutes, the young Uzumaki listened to what Naruto would later call the legend of the fat ninja. And even make a note in his memory, telling the Ero Sanin about what he heard. It turned out that Ivan Fedotofu was one of the best students of the Shinobi Academy number 34 in his childhood. He had many friends, everyone loved him, although his stupid jokes sometimes irritated, but still not fatally. He was a kind, modest and most importantly, talented boy. In total, there were 2 academies in Kasagakure, the 34th and the 69th. Karen, by the way, studied in the latter. No one could really explain why the training centers had such numbers, but that was not the point. The point was that Ivan was one of the best students, but far from the first. And this was very burdensome for young Fedotofu. He wanted to be the strongest. The boy was literally obsessed with strength. Every day he trained hard, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not catch up with his comrades. His peak remained the honorable 10th place in the ranking of the best students. And then Ivan decided to take extreme measures. No, he did not train more, did not try to look for new training methods and did not even begin to master more advanced jutsu, although he could. No, he simply decided to transfer to another academy, in the hope that the students there were less gifted. A terrible mistake. Not only did Fedotofu quarrel with all his friends when he left, so to speak, he broke old ties. But in the new place, everything did not go as smoothly as Ivan wanted. Relations with new classmates did not work out from the very beginning. The reason for this was the boy's developing arrogance. For some reason he began to consider himself the smartest and strongest, and everyone else, narrow-minded and weak. And also his stupid jokes, which only got worse over time. It is not surprising that after all this, young Fedotov began to be despised and humiliated in every possible way. Ivan himself firmly convinced himself that he was simply envied, because he was the best. Although, in fact, he never became the best student, but still occupied a place somewhere in the middle. Due to frequent humiliations and unsatisfactory results, the boy developed depression. He gained excess weight, his teeth deteriorated from sweets, with which he ate bitterness and resentment, his head was covered with dandruff, and in general, in terms of appearance, everything became very bad. He graduated from the academy without problems, passed both practical and theoretical exams with excellent marks. But no one wanted to take him into the team. The reason for this was his formed associativity and inferiority complex. Time passed, Ivan grew up. His former friends had already become Chunin and some even Junin. But Fedotofu himself was still a Genin. He had only a few completed C-rank missions and one B-rank mission to his credit. At some point, the boy was overcome with despair. Life began to seem unbearable and so unfair. The realization was spinning in his head. It would have been better if he hadn't left the 34th. If he hadn't left then, everything would have been fine. He would have had friends who would always support and lend a helping hand, but now they were gone. There was no one to feel sorry for poor Ivan. Thoughts of suicide began to arise periodically. And it was then that Orochimaru found the already fat, desperate shinobi. The Sanin offered Ivan a deal. If he agreed to experiments with transplanting Hashirama's cells, he would receive power that no one had even dreamed of. Orochimaru did not deceive. Indeed, no normal person could dream of such a thing. The experiment was only partially successful. Both of the fat man's hands were covered with a thick, super strong, but at the same time restricting movement, crust. It took a lot of effort to simply clench his fingers or bend his arms at the elbows. The circulation of chakra was irreparably disrupted, and there was no talk of making hand seals. Not only the hands suffered. Numerous studies and sometimes shockingly disgusting experiments completely disfigured the body and especially the face. The snake Sannin failed once again, but decided to cheat and pass off his failure as a success. In the end, Orochimaru hung noodles on the ears of the naive Fedotov, saying that the hands still need to get used to such a powerful force, and sent him away. And now he is 20. Absolutely useless and unwanted. His entire body is disfigured, he can no longer perform seals, and his body, by the way, has undergone some mutations, so he can't even physically lose weight. And so he is doomed to remain a fat, 200-kilogram piece of lard for the rest of his life. The downside is that his fatty tissues are much stronger, but that was a dubious trade-off. His attempt to return to the village turned into a nightmare. Passersby pointed at him and laughed. Children threw tomatoes and eggs at the guy. His friends only laughed contemptuously, and his mother, seeing what her son had become, went to the hospital with a severe mental disorder. In the end, the fat shinobi was politely, and then not so politely, asked to leave the village. The prospects were not encouraging at all. All that was left was to throw himself off some high mountain and put an end once and for all to this huge mistake called life. But Ivan had no intention of dying. Despite all his many shortcomings, Fedotofu had amazing stubbornness, as well as a formidable mind. One day he met a group of young hidden cloud renegades. The guys turned out to be the same dumb losers as he was. They wanted to become the strongest, and to achieve the goal, they staged an assassination attempt on the Raikage. The guys did a smart thing. There's nothing to say. Ivan told them his story and in the end offered to become their leader. They were not smart enough to refuse. Fedotofu brainwashed the renegades with tales of his Mokuton power and convinced them that under his leadership they could succeed. This was the beginning of his own criminal organization, which received the menacing name, Kozaki, which in translation from the Far Eastern dialect meant, gods of the New World. The gang grew quite quickly. Largely due to Ivan's awakened talent for management and ability to find a common language with any loser. Rabble from all neighboring countries was drawn to their organization, from which, subsequently, they made dangerous bandits. All attacks were carefully coordinated and thought out. After several years, the organization already had about 300 people in its ranks. But no matter how strong the organization was, it could not exist carefree and prosperous for long. The extermination of bandits was one of the most common tasks for shinobi, along with sabotage and espionage. A reliable roof was needed here. In order to solve this issue, Ivan resorted to the help of one of his favorite sins, greed. Fedotov quickly managed to find a common language with the leadership of the Hidden Grass Village. For a certain percentage of the loot, the village turned a blind eye to the crimes of the organization, and in some places, even contributed to the implementation of dark deeds. For a separate fee, of course. One of these cases was the kidnapping of the red-haired Uzumaki. The girl was simply sold, and as it turned out, not very expensively. Only 10,000 ryo, that is the price of a person in the criminal world. Now do you understand, kid? Fedotov said arrogantly. I achieved all this myself. I'm incredibly cool, and you're just a loser. Naruto, Karen, pale as a sheet, said pitifully. Let's go already. Yes, of course, just a minute more. Uzumaki answered. You know, the blonde said calmly, turning to Fedotov. I thought I could understand you if you told me your story. I thought we could come to an agreement. But your wave, databio. Uzumaki jumped up from his seat in anger. His face distorted with disgust. You're just a stupid piece of fat. You damn. You're just. Naruto nervously ruffled his hair with his right hand. He had never experienced such rage. He wanted to say so much to this fatso that the guy didn't even know where to start. You bastard, abandoned your friends too. What did you want to achieve by doing this? No, to train harder and have friendly competition. No, I'm just amazed. Honestly, you probably won't find such an epic idiot anywhere else. No, I don't even want to tell you anything. Although, perhaps I do. Naruto exhaled and calmed down. There was no need to waste his nerve cells on this wretchedness. They, as we know, do not regenerate. Look, while you were telling me all this nonsense, I came up with a way to defeat you. Ivan raised his eyebrows in surprise. And how are you going to defeat me? Very easy. Even too easy, said the blonde, making the seals. How he now reproached himself for not having thought of this earlier. So much time wasted. Wind element. Air trampoline. The next moment, Uzumaki's technique lifted Fedotofu's body off the ground and slammed the fat shinobi into the ceiling with a huge slam. Then, a powerful stream of air pulled him to the floor and immediately threw him toward the wall. Naruto waved his hand, directing the power of his jutsu in the right direction, and now the 200-kilogram carcass hits the opposite area. Time after time, the blonde threw the bandit leader into one wall, then into another, like a ball. This brutal beating continued for several minutes. Cutting, stabbing, and even explosive techniques do not harm you, that's true, the blonde said, finally stopping beating up his opponent. He fell exhausted to the floor, unable to move. Fedotof's entire body was covered in numerous abrasions and bruises. His face was broken until it bled, and several teeth were missing from his mouth. You are strong and smart, although I seriously doubt the latter. The guy thought for a second. Yes, actually, the former too. Then it turns out that you are weak and stupid, and I contradict myself, Uzumaki summed up. What I'm getting at is that your bamboos are undoubtedly cool. And your fat can even withstand the rasengan. But you were powerless against physical attacks. My technique is, in fact, a banal push, only dozens of times stronger, so nothing stopped me from making a cutlet out of you. Although you understood this yourself, right? Fedotov muttered something inarticulate. His cheeks were swollen, and blood was oozing from the place where his teeth had been knocked out. Just like from a broken nose. His eyes were swollen with huge bruises, so Ivan could not only not speak, but also see. Yes, I see that you understand. Naruto continued to read the moral. In fact, your defeat was predetermined. Yes, don't look at me like that. You lost from the very beginning. And not even when your people kidnapped Karen, but much earlier. Around the same moment when you abandoned your friends for the sake of power. My former sensei said that those who betray their comrades are worse than trash, and you are clear proof of that. A scumbag like you. Hey, are you listening to me? The blonde kicked the defeated shinobi with his foot. He didn't react. Damn, it seems he passed out. What a fat mania, databio. And who was I crucifying myself to? Naruto sighed resignedly and looked towards Karen. The girl looked battered and dead tired. It was already late at night when the battle ended. In addition to natural drowsiness, the training she had undergone under Naruto's supervision was taking its toll. And the kidnapping had turned into additional stress for the red-haired girl. Naruto couldn't even imagine what she was going through now. Although no, he could. He himself had been in a similar situation just recently. Betrayed, desperate and dead tired. Karen was now in the same position as he had been 4 months ago. Perhaps the guy knew what he needed to do next, but he hesitated. It was too important a step for him to take. He needed to think everything through carefully, weigh the pros and cons. And, in the meantime, the red-haired kunoichi kept looking at him with eyes full of pain and hope. After all, no one except him could help her now. Karen-chan. Uzumaki finally decided to break the silence. I saw what happened in the village. And I can't just leave it like that. Do you want to come with me? The answer was a quiet sob, and after a few seconds, a hesitant, but at the same time grateful nod. Commentary on Chapter 9. The Legend of the Fat Ninja. Chapter 10. Awareness. Perhaps, in his entire half-century of life, Jiraiya was on the brink of life and death only twice. The first was when Tsunade noticed him peeping at her in the bathhouse. Then, the princess of the Senju clan broke both his arms, 6 ribs, and beat off several internal organs. And the second time, when she found out that the negligent Sannin had sent Naruto on a useless mission, while he himself had been lazing around and having fun for several days in a row, in the company of alcoholic drinks and busty girls. But it was not the fact that Jiraiya had brazenly gotten rid of his student, preferring drinking and partying to him, that enraged the failed 5th Hokage. But what it ultimately led to. And it led, as it turned out, to extremely sad consequences. Damn pervert. An inhumanely strong blow shook the ground where the Sannin had been a moment earlier, creating a small crater. Do you have toad oil for a brain? Can you even imagine with your thick head what you've done? The first is followed by a second blow, which Jiraiya only manages to dodge by a miracle. The earth trembles under the wrath of the best medical ninja in the world, and the toad hermit is favored by the heavens for having the intelligence to arrange a meeting outside the village. Truly, Tsunade Senju is terrible in her anger. Tsunade, I can explain everything, just please stop trying to kill me. The Sannin pleaded with his palms out in a conciliatory manner, moving away from the line of attack. The sad experience of the past instantly surfaced in Jiraiya's memories. Don't you remember? After all, you yourself said to keep Naruto away from the village, so that Danzo's spies wouldn't spot him. Oh. I wish he hadn't said that. So you want to say that I, in your opinion, am also to blame? Have you completely lost your fear, you idiot? Jiraiya's remark sent Tsunade into a real rage. The woman wanted to tear the old pervert to pieces so much that her knuckles began to crack from the intense tension. Tsunade-sama, stop, Shizune selflessly called out to her sensei, but she did not dare to get in the way of the hot hand. Oink oink. The pig sitting in the brunette's arms noted reasonably, and she was absolutely right. There was little that could calm her mistress down now. Maybe just a couple of broken limbs of the toad Sannin. Do you even understand, Jiraiya? Tsunade finally managed to get the hermit, and now he was helplessly sprawled on the ground, awaiting his fate in horror. Do you understand that now the entire village will hunt Naruto because of you? Naruto. Who would have thought that meeting an old friend and his student in one of the bars of Tanzaku City, not far from which, by the way, they were now, would have such a strong effect on her? This incredibly kind, sunny and always smiling boy absorbed the best that was in Nawaki and Dan, the two most precious people for Tsunade. Jiraiya once said that the fair-haired Uzumaki personified the will of fire with all his being. The blonde's unbending will, his tenacity, strength of character and boundless devotion to his native village were so striking that even Tsunade, an experienced woman who had seen a lot, with a long-formed life position, radically changed her views on many things. This especially affected her attitude towards the village. And if earlier Tsunade considered the position of Hokage a job for fools, then after the death of the third, she unhesitatingly agreed to Jiraiya's offer to lead the Hidden Leaf. Because she knew what situation Naruto was in and wanted to help him. After learning what had happened to the boy, Senju was filled with even more respect and became even more attached to the boy. Not every adult could bear such betrayal, and even more so, a 13-year-old boy. For his sake, Tsunade was ready to do anything. To kill anyone who would harm him and even sacrifice her life if necessary. He changed her, and did it in a way that only Uzumaki Naruto can do. I will definitely become a great Hokage who will surpass all others. This is my dream, and such a trifle as the hatred of the entire village will not stop me. Databio. Come on, Jiraiya. Senju pinned the Sannin to the ground with her foot, preparing to turn him into a chop. Say something for yourself, while you can still talk. I'm sure no one except you and me knows that Naruto is alive, the hermit said, trying to make his voice firm, which caught Tsunade off guard. But only for a few seconds. What are you saying, really? The woman's face acquired a sadistic expression. Her speech became monotonous, slightly giving off grave features. And in my opinion, that old bastard Danzo recently declared the opposite to all of Konoha. How do you explain that? Believe me, his words surprised me too. Jiraiya answered honestly. After all, I was the one who told everyone about Naruto's death. And at first I was even afraid that the deception was revealed. But when Danzo revealed the details, I realized that he knew nothing. And what did he say? Tsunade asked, still incredulous. Well, what could he say? The old man accused the guy of all mortal sins. He told people a bunch of lies, saying that Naruto had hated the village all his life and dreamed of taking revenge for being despised. And at some point, deciding to escape, he faked his death. He even managed to drag Orochimaru into this. At the mention of the snake Sannin, Tsunade raised an eyebrow in surprise. He says that he got Naruto a body that looked like him, so that everyone would think he was dead. What nonsense, Senju stated. And what, did they believe him? Unfortunately, the Sannin sighed in disappointment. For the village, Naruto has always been a demon in the flesh. They were afraid of him and still are. That's why the people are ready to believe in any fairy tale, and the scarier, the better. And no one needs the truth. Tsunade finished her thought and extended her hand to Jiraiya, helping him to get up. Seeing that the sensei had moderated her ardor, Shizune sighed with relief. And yet, why did Danzo start all this? Why did he declare a hunt for a dead man? You might as well ask why he extracted the Kyuubi from Naruto, and how then he suddenly became Hokage. Jiraiya was right. Shimura was definitely playing his own mysterious game, the rules of which were known only to him. Everything that was happening as if according to a script that was written by none other than the fifth Hokage. He planned everything in advance. The Sannin continued his reasoning. He got his hands on the Nine Tails and seized power. And now he has sent half of the Jonin with their teams to search for someone who is, in principle, impossible to find. And in a few days, he will announce that his men have captured the Kyuubi and killed the traitor Naruto. Tsunade suggested. The Sannin was silent for a few seconds, and then nodded affirmatively. Yes, it looks like it will be exactly like that. And when that happens, his authority and power in the village will become limitless. And I think it would have happened much earlier if Naruto had really died. As it is, I messed up all the old man's cards, but as it turned out, not for long. A grave situation was looming for the Sannin and the former Jinchuriki. Naruto was considered a traitor. His killer was in power and was doing his best to discredit the boy, making him look like a demon to the people. If this continued, Danzo, with the help of the Kyuubi, would very quickly take control of the village. And then Naruto would never be able to return, because if he appeared, he would die before he could tell the truth to anyone. And the worst thing was that they could not change it. Now, Jiraiya reproached himself for not returning Naruto to Konoha on the same day he found the boy half dead near the village. If he had told the third everything then, together they would have found a solution to the problem and exposed Danzo. But the Sannin was afraid to take risks, because in the end, Shimura had the Nine Tails and it was unknown how he would use it if exposed. Then the Toad Hermit thought that if he spread the news of Uzumaki's death, the head of the root would not be able to show the Kyuubi, because otherwise he would immediately become the murderer of an innocent child. And if the ordinary residents of Konoha were indifferent to this, if, God forbid, not positively, then old man Hiruzen would definitely not forgive such an inhuman act, and responsibility for what he did, Shimura would not escape. But now it is too late. Jiraiya, what should we do now? Senju asked, perhaps, the most important question. The Sannin couldn't help but grin when Tsunade pronounced, us, with a special intonation, emphasizing this word. So he and Naruto can count on the help of the best ninja medic in the world and the legendary Sannin of Konoha all rolled into one, and that's already good. But how to use this help? How can Tsunade help Naruto return to Konoha? What can they do against a man who has the Nine Tails, a small army of loyal shinobi, and in the future, an entire hidden village under his command? And how will the guy react to the news that he has been declared a missing nin and now they want to kill him again, even if it's purely formal? So many questions and not a single answer. When Naruto returns from the mission, I will send him to Mount Myoboku to learn senjutsu. He is a capable guy, I believe that he will succeed. And yes, I do not know what to do with Danzo. The Sannin said disappointedly. He simply had no other option. All he could do was continue to train his student, hoping that later, together, they would find a solution. And until they found this solution, Naruto must become as strong as possible. And Jiraiya will spare no effort for this. By the way, about Naruto, I wanted to ask how he feels. I mean in psychological terms. Tsunade asked the second question that was worrying her. Although the young Uzumaki showed firmness in his convictions and unconditional faith in his own words in word and deed, Senju still felt that something was wrong with the guy. Sometimes he behaved very strangely. He often went from one extreme to another. He could be cheerful and sad, and serious and carefree almost at the same time. Emotions replaced each other so quickly that sometimes it became uneasy. According to the woman, the reason for this was damage to the chakra channels when extracting the Bayu, which now circulated almost chaotically. Tsunade seriously feared that any strong stress could make Naruto's mind emotionally unstable. And she was very worried about this. Nothing like that has happened lately, the Sannin said thoughtfully. He's acting like usual, eating the same, sleeping normally. But if anything like that happens, I'll definitely let you know. A small round white stone hut with a tiled cone-shaped roof was the last refuge of the Uzumaki family in the hidden grass village. In the round courtyard, surrounded by a low stone fence, there was nothing but a primitive well, only low grass and a couple of trees. Inside the house, everything was also minimal. A stale wooden bed, a rickety table with thin legs, a damp cellar, and a couple of shelves for food in one single room did not allow much room to move around. In the middle of the room stood a girl in a purple t-shirt with a brown collar hanging off her skinny body like a sack, and white shorts with two laces sticking out. From under her rounded glasses, streaks of tears flowed down, reaching her chin, and fell onto the cold floor. "Mom, please, don't," the girl begged with a trembling voice. Lately, her mother was becoming weaker and weaker. The woman's strength was inexorably leaving her, and the young Uzumaki was very afraid for her health. Karen, the woman said her daughter's name wearily. She looked gloomy pale, and almost her entire body was covered in bite scars. You said you weren't feeling well. Let's hurry. A rough voice came from behind the woman. A tall, broad-shouldered man with a large brick face looked demandingly at the red-haired woman. We have to help, understand. The mother lightly touched the girl's tear-stained cheek with her hand. This is a requirement for us to be able to stay here. But I'll be back, the woman said kindly. Be a good girl. With these words, she moved away from her daughter and, waving goodbye, left. No, Mom, Karen begs, already sobbing and breaking her voice, when the door to the house closes behind her mother. The girl is overcome by fear, quickly growing into panic and then into hysteria. She felt, almost knew, her mother will not return today. Don't go. Mother. A short, but at the same time loud scream swept through the room, causing Naruto, who was dozing in the chair, to jump up in surprise and rush to the bed where the girl was sleeping. The red-haired girl was sitting on the bed, hugging herself with her arms, and with eyes wide with fear, she was looking at the wall in front of her. Karen-chan, are you okay? Uzumaki asked worriedly. It was too dark in the room to see the girl properly and understand the reason for her fear. Karen didn't answer right away. For a few seconds the girl continued to stare at the wall, and only after calming down a little, the kunoichi turned her gaze to the blonde man who was staring at her. Naruto. Yes, I think I'm okay, said the kunoichi, having finally come to her senses. The blonde, finally understanding what had caused the girl's panic, breathed a sigh of relief. Did you have a nightmare? Huh. I know, I often have bad dreams too, Naruto said soothingly, sitting down next to her. It's okay, go back to sleep. It's too early to get up. Okay, thank you, what time is it? Uzumaki asked and reached for her glasses lying on the nightstand. It's only early morning, Karen-chan. It's too early to get up, get some sleep. The guy smiled softly at her and headed towards his chair. Only now did the girl notice it. Wait, what about you? She asked uncertainly. What about me? Uzumaki asked, embarrassed, rubbing his nose. We only have one bed. Yes. Naruto regretted that he hadn't thought of that in the first place. The former Jinchuriki was so busy escaping from the bandits that he completely forgot to search their lair for money or other useful things. As a result, having reached the inn in a small village, the young Uzumaki bitterly discovered that they only had enough for a modest single room with a single bed. Karen was already not thinking clearly, tiredness was taking its toll, and she completely trusted her companion's choice. The kunoichi did not remember how she took a shower or how she got to the room. The girl only remembered that as soon as she saw the bed, she immediately plopped down on it and fell asleep. And now, she was very ashamed of it. Sorry, the red-haired girl muttered, hanging her head. Forgive. The blonde stared at the girl in surprise. For what? You've done so much for me. You protected me from bullies, you started teaching me ninjutsu. You even risked your life to save me, and you don't ask for anything in return. And I've done nothing to deserve this attitude. Don't fill your head with all sorts of nonsense, Karen-chan, Uzumaki answered calmly. You were betrayed by your own comrades, they treated you cruelly. Here the blonde's voice wavered slightly. He knew firsthand what the girl was going through now, he understood how stressful it was. You've been through a lot, so you need sound sleep and rest much more than I do. The room was silent, broken only by the raindrops drumming on the roof outside. A real downpour was raging outside. The young Uzumaki were incredibly lucky to have reached the village before it started. Karen didn't know what to say, but was once again amazed by the guy's sincere kindness. They had known each other for less than a day, and he treated her as if they had been friends for several years. And that made her feel so warm inside that the girl couldn't remain indifferent to it. The next moment, the red-haired girl moved to the edge of the bed, making room for her friend and, overcoming her embarrassment, slapped her palm on the sheet. Lie down. What? There's enough room for two here, lie down, the kunoichi said, hiding her red, tomato-like cheeks behind her bent knees. Karen-chan. That's it. It was time for the blonde to blush. Lie down, I told you. Uzumaki repeated insistently. I'll be ashamed if I can't do anything for you. So don't refuse. Karen-chan, you shouldn't at all. The blonde began but stopped short. Because he met such a look that he even involuntarily became scared. He usually saw such an expression on Sakura's face before she gave him a painful slap on the neck. Get into bed quickly, the red-haired girl said with some threat. Naruto swallowed nervously and obeyed. Slowly lowering himself onto the bed, the blonde settled himself at the very edge, trying to take up as little space as possible, straightened up as if at attention and stared at the ceiling with wide eyes. Karen, seeing this, realized that she had been too harsh, which made the girl feel even more ashamed. Damn it, I wanted the best, but it turned out as usual. He cares about me, and I. Sorry for being so rude, the kunoichi whispered guiltily. The blonde chuckled in response and allowed himself to relax. Stop apologizing already, Karen-chan. You're not guilty of anything before me, so you need to ask for forgiveness. With these words, Naruto turned towards the red-haired girl and was surprised to find that the girl did the same. The gazes, the colors of ruby and sapphire, met and both teenagers felt wild awkwardness. But neither Naruto nor Karen looked away, but continued to exchange light smiles, barely distinguishing each other's faces in the darkness. They already understood everything. Commentary on Chapter 10 Awareness. Friends, I tried, so don't be lazy to leave a review. Well, please, I really need it, for inspiration. Chapter 11. Red and Orange. That day, nightmares no longer tormented the girl. On the contrary, she slept very calmly and comfortably. The crazy, in every sense crazy day came to an end, thus marking the end of Karen Uzumaki's old life. Hatred and fear left her completely. Naruto appeared in the life of the kunoichi and managed to free her from all the pain that she experienced during her life in the hidden grass and pulled her out of the impenetrable darkness that gradually began to absorb the girl. Karen trusted him from the very beginning, left her old life behind and now did not regret it at all. Something completely new, unusual, unknown and undoubtedly bright awaited her ahead. From now on, she would never be alone again. At least, the young Uzumaki really wanted to believe it. A new day greeted Karen with warm rays of the morning sun. Thin lines of light fell on the girl, warming her with their heat. One, the brightest and most impudent ray, hit her right in the eyes, as if notifying her that it was time to wake up. Unhappily wincing, the still sleeping Uzumaki tried to wave her hand away, hoping to get rid of the annoying luminary. However, in her sleep, the kunoichi slightly miscalculated and the thin girl's palm, having described a small semicircle in the air, suddenly lost its energy and fell like a dead weight on the girl's face. Of course, it didn't hurt, but the blow had an awakening effect, and the kunoichi's scarlet eyes immediately opened wide in surprise. For the first few seconds, Karen simply lay on her back and stared at the ceiling, coming to terms with the idea that the sweet dream had come to an end. Quite an original way to wake yourself up, the red-haired girl thought, relaxing and stretching on the bed. The light white t-shirt she had to change into followed, revealing the kunoichi's flat tummy. The sun bathed the girl in its rays, giving her warmth and a feeling of deep inner peace. So she continued to bask in them, rolling from one end of the bed to the other, until she discovered that, in fact, nothing was stopping her from doing this. But there was something, or rather someone, and if we are absolutely certain, it should have been Naruto, who, as it turned out, was not in the room. The kunoichi didn't know where the blonde had gone, but she didn't worry about it. Because the backpack hanging on the back of the chair indicated that Naruto had gone away for a while and would probably return soon. Answer, Karen quickly tidied up her disheveled hair on one side and, crossing her legs on the bed, began to humbly wait for the guy to return. 10 minutes later, a fair-haired boy appeared on the threshold, with a satisfied expression on his face and a black bag in his hands. Oh, Karen-chan, you're already awake, the blonde exclaimed, closing the door behind him. The guy was literally glowing. It was obvious that he had more than enough strength and positive energy. It was no wonder, a deep sleep in a warm and cozy bed, and even side by side with a cute girl, raised his spirits no worse than that strange liquid that Naruto once foolishly bought in the land of tea. I took our things from the laundry, here you go. With these words, Uzumaki threw the very same bag he came with into the kunoichi's hands. The blonde himself had already managed to change his clothes, and now his orange suit seemed to have become even brighter. Oh right, things, thank you, the kunoichi babbled, taking out her purple blouse. It, like the guy's clothes, became a little brighter than it was before, but did not lose the color saturation. I wonder what they washed it with. Let's quickly change and go eat, the blonde said and began to fiddle with his backpack. In response, the girl stared at him with a look full of indignation. What is it, Databio? He asked in confusion. Could you please come out? I need to change, you said so yourself. The kunoiki said with a hint of irritation. Naruto froze for a few seconds, then slapped his forehead in dismay. Exactly. Karen-chan, sorry, I'll be right out. And preferably as soon as possible, Uzumaki emphasized demandingly. Stumbling on level ground, the blonde man ran out of the room like lightning, leaving the red-haired girl alone. The girl sighed sadly and closed her eyes. He's still a fool, the kunoiki muttered, her lips involuntarily stretching into a smile. The desire to know more about the guy only grew stronger. He's definitely a fool. For breakfast, or to be more precise, almost lunch, the teenagers were served quite ordinary ramen. Not as tasty and appetizing as the one Naruto had eaten in Kasagakure yesterday, but it would do. The fair-haired Uzumaki knew a lot about ramen. Over the past 4 months, he had been to so many places and tried so many things. The day that the blonde mentally dubbed, the worst day since leaving the village, came to mind. Then he and Jiraiya accidentally wandered into a mountain village in the land of lightning. Naruto remembered that ramen for the rest of his life. Because what they served them on the table. Damn, it was awful. Undercooked broken noodles, into which they threw pieces of tough meat and generously sprinkled greens on top, looked more like some kind of very bad soup. It was painful for Naruto to look at what was on the plate. The sight of the food made him want to cry. And the worst thing was that the stupid blonde was smart enough to try this dish. The unpleasant memories made the guy shudder, even the desire to eat disappeared. Which could not be said about the red-haired kunoiki sitting opposite him. The girl was gobbling up food, which Naruto was incredibly happy about. The presence of an appetite meant to the guy that the young Uzumaki was in a good mood and had endured the recent events calmly. But Naruto was wrong. Everything that happened for Karen was far from an easy walk. Just yesterday, the girl just wanted to hide under the blanket and howl from resentment. She was betrayed, exchanged like a thing. Then dragged to an unknown place, to an ugly fat man who was going to do unknown perversions to her. And how, one wonders, after all this shit, to continue not to lose heart. Karen did not know the answer, but Naruto did. Never and for nothing give up, that's what he said. It's not to say that the red-haired girl completely coped with the stress, no. However, the blonde managed to suppress negative emotions to a large extent and inspire hope in the girl. And what a shame, the red-haired girl thought, glancing every now and then at the thoughtful face of the guy sitting in front of her. He was clearly worried about something. Naruto, did something happen? The girl broke the silence. What makes you think that? Well, you've been staring blankly at your plate for 10 minutes now, as if your thoughts are somewhere far away. What are you thinking about? I'm thinking about, the blonde drawled, looking at the plate of cold noodles. About how I could introduce you to my sensei. And not embarrass myself, Databio. He added sadly. Karen was silent for a few seconds, and then laughed. Disgrace yourself. Ha, what nonsense. On the contrary, I think I should be afraid of disappointing your teacher. And you, I'm such a clumsy person. That's not the point, Naruto countered. And you're not clumsy. It's not about skills, it's about my teacher. He's kind of. The young Uzumaki hesitated, trying to find the right words. In general, he's the kind of person I'd introduce a girl to the very last time. A girl, Karen stuttered, her face instantly turning purple. What do you mean? Well, you are a girl, Naruto replied calmly, seemingly not realizing that his words had sounded ambiguous. The thing is, my teacher is a lot, obsessed with girls and sometimes behaves inappropriately in their presence. And that's why I'm worried about it. I see, the kunoiki answered, hanging her head. Was it really just her imagination and Naruto saw her as just a new friend? He had looked at her that way back then. Had she really misunderstood everything? The girl wanted to go back to her food, but the blonde's eyes flashed predatorily, and a sly smile appeared on his face. Well, as for you, Karen-chan, there's nothing to say. I like you, after all, and that's why I don't want to lose face, the blonde said in one breath and playfully winked at the girl. Poor Uzumaki could do nothing but be speechless at the sudden turn of events. She liked Naruto, and even though the red-haired girl knew practically nothing about him, she wanted the guy to show interest in her too. But Karen couldn't even imagine that he would confess to her so quickly. And so she continued to sit with her eyes wide open, not believing what was happening. By the way, the blonde continued to look at her calmly, as if he hadn't said anything like that. However, it would be wrong to assume that the words came easy to him. In the morning, the blonde woke up early, and while the girl was peacefully sleeping, he managed to think about a lot of things. Naruto was not used to lying to himself, and therefore the idea that the red-haired Uzumaki was interesting to him was accepted immediately and without any denials. There was simply no other explanation for his actions. No matter how altruistic Naruto was, he would not have gotten into such a mess for the sake of a person he did not care about. Although who knows, this is Uzumaki Naruto, databio. Once, during one of his travels, Jiraiya shared his wisdom with the guy. A person only needs a second to fall in love, but true love comes with age. Then the former Jinchuriki sarcastically noted that for the Ero-sanin, with his perverted mindset, a moment would be enough for this. Especially if we are talking about Grandma Tsunade. Now, chasing thoughts in his head, Naruto thought that in comparison with this, he needed much more time. Almost a whole day. One way or another, Uzumaki decided not to pull the fox by the tail and confess. Especially since Karen was also looking at him with a far from indifferent look, he noticed that. The blonde spent a couple of hours coming up with an original way to confess, but in the end he gave up on it and decided to say everything directly. Much more worrying was the thought of how the sensei would react to the girl. No, the blonde had no doubt that the Ero-sanin would accept the red-haired Uzumaki with open arms. This was exactly what scared him. In his head, every now and then, he imagined the hermit running around Konoha, jumping with happiness and shouting something like, "Look, Naruto found himself a girlfriend." And not far from him, two teenagers were walking, red with embarrassment, and holding hands. In fact, carried away by precisely such thoughts, Naruto was called out to the girl. And then what happened, and now Naruto carefully watched the reaction of his chosen one while she was digesting the information she had received. She, by the way, fell into a stupor for a short time, and was already thinking about an answer. Although there was no need to think much here. But the girl didn't like how calmly the blonde managed to confess to her, although 20 minutes ago he was blushing and stuttering when she made a remark to him. Somehow it all happened spontaneously. And what did that wink mean? What if Naruto just decided to play a joke? Something was wrong here, and Karen wanted to personally verify this, or at least dissuade him. Namely, to check the sincerity of his words, making him embarrassed again or at least look away. And not, damn it, stare straight at her. Naruto, I like you too, the girl said timidly, twirling a strand of hair. And that's why I want you to tell me everything about yourself. She added, suddenly changing her tone to a more confident one. I want to know everything about you, and in particular. Here the red-haired girl narrowed her eyes just as slyly as the blonde had a little earlier, and leaned forward, reducing the distance between their faces to a few centimeters. Then, the young Uzumaki reached out and lightly touched the guy's cheek. Will you tell me what these cute stripes are on your cheeks? Too close, flashed through both of their heads. Now, Naruto could feel the girl's breath on his cheeks, while he himself had not been able to even blink for 10 seconds. Karen-chan, Naruto began, when he realized that he couldn't say anything. The words stuck in his throat. Moreover, a blush was inexorably rising to his cheeks. The blonde felt that he was about to blush. But the fair-haired Uzumaki was not going to lose this game. He didn't want to blush in her presence, so as not to seem insecure. He needed to distract the girl urgently, and cope with his emotions. And Naruto Uzumaki came up with the most ingenious way to do this. The next moment, the guy quickly closed the already small distance between their faces and covered the girl's lips with his own, surpassing even himself with the unexpectedness of this action. The idea that arose on the periphery of consciousness, as daring as it was stupid, immediately received approval in all departments of the senses and was implemented immediately. Distract the girl with a kiss, make her close her eyes so that she would not see his embarrassment. It is impossible to imagine anything more stupid. Naruto himself understood this, as well as the fact that all these pretexts are complete nonsense. He just wanted to kiss her. Karen herself, having once again broken through the threshold of surprise and despite the extremely unexpected impulse from the blonde, did not move away. On the contrary, the girl relaxed and responded to the kiss. Timidly, clumsily and barely perceptibly, as befits a 13-year-old girl. You're quite the romantic, Naruto. Pulling away, the kunoichi whispered and giggled. Stealing a girl's first kiss while eating ramen. I will never forgive you for that. The blonde finally fully realized what had just happened and what he had done, mentally banging his head against the wall. What an idiot he was. He had ruined everything again and disgraced himself. What would she think of him now? But before the former Jinchuriki could begin to apologize, the red-haired Uzumaki smiled playfully and pressed her lips to his again, making the guy blush completely. The seconds slowly dragged on one after another. The newly made couple continued to enjoy the moment, throwing all their problems away. Somewhere very far beyond the world they began to build for themselves, starting from this moment. So what about the stripes? Karen asked, slowly moving away from the blonde. He was watching his now girlfriend, fascinated, catching himself thinking that he was now even more afraid to introduce her to Ero-sanin. About that, the blonde said shyly. It's a long and complicated story, but we're not in a hurry. Right, Karen-chan. Commentary on Chapter 11, Red and Orange. Well, good evening, comrades, here it is, the new chapter. It came out late, and even shorter than usual. I explain this by the fact that I am writing in the genre of romance, for the first time and therefore tried to do everything at a high level. I don't know if it worked out, not, it's up to you to decide. Read, leave feedback, all the best. Chapter 12, A Small Problem. I suppose it can be crossed out now. The guy said carefully, turning to the girl. She was sitting on the bed, crossing her legs and had been fiddling with a protector with an image of several broken lines connected to each other for several minutes. Judging by the thoughtful expression on her face and the absent look, the kunoiki was deep in her thoughts. Hey, Karen-chan, can you hear me? The blonde asked insistently, with a bit of concern. Oh. What? The young Uzumaki finally returned to reality. Sorry, Naruto, did you say something? I said, do you need to borrow a kunai? Why? The girl raised an eyebrow in surprise. Instead of answering, the guy nodded towards the protector. Karen understood what he was getting at, but was in no hurry to answer. She only squeezed the metal thing in her hands tighter, peering into the murky reflection. Once a sacred object, signifying belonging to the hidden grass shinobi, now caused nothing but disgust and a desire to get rid of it, throw it away and never remember it again. But Karen couldn't. It wasn't just a protector of the village she hated. It was proof of her strength, a symbol of the fact that her mother had not died in vain, giving her life so that little Karen would get a chance in this life. And she really did. She got it and used it. But if you think about it, it was the hidden grass that gave the girl the opportunity to start all over again. If Karen hadn't lived in Kasagakure all this time, she wouldn't have met Naruto. And if the fat warden hadn't decided to sell her to the bandits, she wouldn't have been able to leave the village with the guy. And if you look at things from this side, it turns out that only good things had happened to the girl over the past 24 hours. Truly, everything that happens for the best. So what have you decided? Uzumaki broke the prolonged silence again. On the one hand, it made sense. In order to build something new, it was necessary to get rid of the old, and Karen herself would be glad to forget her past life as a nightmare. It seemed like a simple action, take a kunai and make a stripe, just like Naruto had on his cheeks. But some inexplicable feeling prevented her from doing it. You didn't cross out yours, the red-haired girl noted, to which the guy frowned. I will come back, Databayo, I will become strong and I will definitely come back. Naruto answered confidently. I will not betray the memory of my parents, who gave their lives for me and for the village. Of course, Naruto told her everything about himself. His story left an indelible impression on Karen and allowed the girl to understand a lot. First of all, the reason why the blonde saved her. The news that Naruto was from the Uzumaki clan was initially confusing, but the kunoiki quickly discarded her stupid prejudices. The nature of the unstable fluctuations in the guy's chakra was also unraveled. And in general, a lot became clear now. At least there was logic in the blonde's actions and that made her happy. Hearing the words about memory, the red-haired Uzumaki seemed to understand what was preventing her from crossing out the symbol of the village that was her home. The girl herself was close to the solution, Naruto only pushed her towards it. The memory of her mother, that's what it was. Cutting ties with the village meant cutting ties with the person dearest to her. Naruto didn't fully understand the girl's feelings, though. He mistakenly thought that leaving everything behind would make Karen's life a lot easier. Although, in general, he was right. But the easy way is not always the right way, and Naruto knew that very well. Then I won't do it either. The red-haired girl said firmly, hiding the protector in a small, black travel bag with a short strap, which Naruto had given the girl in honor of the beginning of their relationship. True, the blonde had spent his last money on the gift, and now the green toad, the wallet, felt empty as never before. Or rather, I would feel. If wallets even had feelings. Well, in that case, shall we go? The fair-haired Uzumaki said and threw his backpack over his shoulder. Karen nodded in agreement. As was said earlier, the young shinobi had no money left, and therefore, they were forced to leave the living space they occupied. Due to the expiration of the lease. No, he shouldn't have bought that expensive ramen in the hidden grass, Naruto thought, feeling his stomach begin to empty treacherously. He had managed to spend half of the funds allocated by Ero-sanan on food, in what turned out to be the most expensive restaurant in Kasagakure. It seemed like ordinary noodles, but it cost as if they were sprinkled with gold instead of spices. Naruto had never been able to spend money. Realizing his complete stupidity and regretting it, yesterday's noodles now didn't seem so tasty. For an hour they had been moving south across the endless grassy fields, wet from the recent rain. The road to the land of rivers promised to be difficult. The teenagers needed to quickly slip unnoticed along the border between the lands of rain and fire. The situation on the border itself had been tense for several years now, and it was a long time before they ran into shinobi units from Konoha or Omegakure. And this was exactly what the blonde was absolutely against. In addition to this, the young Uzumaki had only 6 to 8 hours left for everything. Their food supplies were running low, and they had no money. In the land of rivers, Jiraiya had his own hiding place, which the legendary hermit had created just for such cases. It contained everything a wandering shinobi needed: food, weapons, and a roof over his head. Naruto knew where this cache was, but he understood that they might not get to it in the remaining hours. We don't seem to be in a hurry. Right, Karen-chan? Yeah, right, damn, Databio. Naruto was ready to cut his tongue out for what he said. Instead of chatting, he should have thought about what we're going to eat tomorrow. Idiot, the former Jinchuriki continued to scold himself. Time was working against Uzumaki, and so for 2 hours straight, the teenagers ran continuously and without unnecessary conversations. A common thing for shinobi, but the main thing is not to make sudden stops. Fatigue rolls in slowly and gradually while moving, but if you suddenly stop after a multi-hour forced march, that's it. You can consider that you have run your time in this life. Karen understood that the situation she and Naruto got into was because of her. Spending money on her was not originally part of the former Jinchuriki's plans. After all, Naruto knew, in fact, he didn't know, what consequences this could lead to, but he still didn't turn away from Karen, and still continues to take care of her. And so the red-haired Uzumaki didn't complain, but just gritted her teeth and continued to follow the guy. For my boyfriend. And really, how did it come to this? Starting to date the next day after meeting is very strange. Karen told Naruto her story, and he also told her a lot about himself at lunch. He protected her from bullies, trained her, albeit just a little. Even saved her from possible death, but still. Didn't it all happen too quickly? No, the kunoiki cut off confidently, casting aside her doubts. There is nothing to think about here. I like Naruto, and he likes me, and it doesn't matter how long we've known each other. Everything happens as it should. And this meeting didn't just happen, everything has meaning. Karen-chan, did you say something? Naruto's voice sounded nearby. Karen realized with horror that she had said all those last words out loud. No, Naruto, nothing like that, don't pay attention. The red-haired girl rattled off. Don't get distracted and don't waste your energy. We still have a long way to go. Fine. It was approaching midday when the area around the two shinobi began to change. Instead of endless grassy fields, a vast forest appeared. The weather itself also changed from clear and one might even say sunny to gloomy and cloudy. We must be very close to the land of rain, Naruto thought, looking at the sky. Should he turn a little to the side, where there are no clouds, or continue moving in the same direction? Of course, he didn't want to get caught in a downpour, because then his clothes would get wet and he would have to walk all night wet and, perhaps, even in the rain. And then he would catch a cold quickly. Then they would definitely not get there. Of course, in this situation it would be advisable to stick to the border, and it would even be desirable to go a little deeper into the land of fire. But as soon as Naruto looked in that direction, the guy began to be overcome by a strange and at the same time seriously strong feeling of anxiety. As if his instincts themselves were trumpeting about danger, a sticky feeling of discomfort tightly surrounded him from all sides. The feeling of impending danger pressed harder and harder on the former Jinchuriki. Soon Naruto felt even worse. He had never experienced anything like it before. His body rebelled against him, his legs refused to go towards the hidden leaf village, but on the contrary, they tried to rush deep into the rain country. Further, as far as possible from the damned place that the fair-haired Uzumaki called home and where he so badly wanted to return. Now Naruto felt it. A dark, evil, one might even say murderous aura emanated from Konoha. He felt that all this darkness, which seemed to be even in the air, was directed at him. After a little more time, Uzumaki was already openly afraid to go there and was thinking about listening to the pleas of his own feelings. But just when Naruto was about to give Karen the order to turn around, lightning flashed not far from them and thunder rumbled. The first drops did not take long to come. Naruto sighed resignedly. He never liked the rain, never saw anything good in it. Clothes soaking wet, hair stuck together, sandals splashing through puddles, gloomy clouds and dampness. At such moments, loneliness is felt more than ever. But even more, the former Jinchuriki did not like the fact that they would have to run from the rain to the very place where danger was felt. What to do, how to act and where to go. Naruto thought about these questions, methodically jumping from one branch of a giant tree to another. Karen did not lag behind. The girl almost immediately learned to make long jumps of several meters, thanks to her high chakra control. It seems like nothing special for a shinobi, if you do not take into account the fact that yesterday she did not even know how to do this. It looks like it's going to rain, the red-haired girl said, drawing level with the blonde. Maybe we should stop and wait. No, we can't stop. Uzumaki said sharply in a raised voice. We must get through this forest as quickly as possible, he added, although he understood that it was impossible to do so. This forest, in fact, was the border between the countries of fire and rain, and it stretched for many kilometers ahead. Meanwhile, the rain was slowly starting to get heavier. Naruto, who was already in a bad mood, suddenly remembered his last conversation with the Ero-sanin. Naruto, did you take everything with you? He asked then. Yes, everything, the blonde answered him. Are you sure about this? Are you sure you haven't forgotten anything? Yes, exactly, why are you bothering me? Uzumaki blurted out irritably and, throwing his backpack over his back, set off. And as it turned out later, he had forgotten something. How can you go on a mission to a village that you have to go through the rain country to get to and forget to bring a raincoat? Naruto mentally slapped himself and scolded himself for his own stupidity once again. Karen-chan, we're turning west, we need to get around the cloud, Uzumaki said with a gloomy look. I already knew for sure that he would regret it. And one more thing, stay as close to me as possible, got it? Be at arm's length. Karen nodded in agreement and caught up with the blonde. Now they were moving almost in sync. They quickly moved away from the clouds and continued their march as if nothing had happened. Only Naruto did not even think about relaxing. The guy continued to remain focused and collected. The danger was getting closer. Having made another long jump, Naruto suddenly heard a thin whistle behind him and turned around. At that moment, something flew very quickly next to him, but the guy had enough of a fleeting glance to recognize the explosive seal attached to the kunai. The guy reacted instantly, and without saying a word, he rushed towards the girl, covering her with himself. The ensuing explosion threw the young shinobi several meters to the side and burned Naruto's clothes in places. The fall was short, but painful. The blonde took most of the impact on himself. Finding himself on the ground, Naruto examined himself first, and then the girl. Karen-chan, are you okay? He asked worriedly. Yes, everything seems fine, the red-haired girl answered, rising to her feet. What was that? Explosive kunai. Damn, I had a feeling we were going to get into some kind of trouble. Okay, never mind. The guy took the girl's hand in his. I hope it was a trap we didn't notice. Come on, Karen-chan, we need to get out of here quickly before anyone finds us. Databio. It was at that moment that another kunai fell next to Uzumaki. The second explosion created a crater on the spot, but neither Naruto nor Karen were there anymore. The boy and the girl were already racing at full speed as far as possible. There was no doubt that someone had attacked them, but Naruto could not even guess who the mysterious aggressors were. Meanwhile, new explosions began to be heard behind the teenagers. A pair of kunai flew to the right of Karen and exploded a little further away, forming black acrid smoke. This forced Uzumaki to change direction and deviate from the original route. As they ran, the seals began to explode more and more often, literally in front of the faces of the two shinobi, sometimes on the right, sometimes on the left. Thus, forcing them to constantly maneuver and dodge. "They're cornering us," flashed through Naruto's mind as he once again had to dodge and change direction. "They're leading us into a trap, exploding to set our path. What should we do, Naruto?" the red-haired girl asked with fear. At that very moment, another explosion thundered next to them, which this time hit the kunoichi. She screamed painfully and, losing her balance, fell to the ground. Naruto reacted instantly and picked the girl up in his arms, practically on the move, without slowing down. "Karen-chan. Everything is fine," the red-haired girl answered, anticipating the question. This answer satisfied Naruto and he continued to run, not letting go of the girl. "Naruto, I can do it myself." "No," the blonde retorted harshly, without even looking away, "there is no time for this, better hold on tighter." Karen could only obey and press herself closer to the guy. The girl clearly heard how Naruto's heart was beating wildly in his chest. He was afraid too, although, to be honest, Karen thought that he was fearless. "Naruto," the kunoichi spoke again, "those people who are chasing us, there are 4 of them, judging by their chakra, they're experienced shinobi." The blonde turned pale at these words. "Are you sure about that?" the former Jinchuriki asked hopefully. The girl nodded affirmatively and the guy cursed mentally. They were being driven further and further. Naruto could do nothing but dodge the kunai and follow the path they were being led down. If Karen was right, they had no chance of escaping. "We'll have to accept the fight." In the middle of a small, decently grassy clearing, a 13-year-old boy sat proudly in the lotus pose. His face was relaxed and his eyes were closed. The sun, with its hot rays, was scorching the back of his head and his bright hair was fluttering in the wind. In the distance, approaching clouds were visible. Soon 4 people came out into the clearing, dressed in black cloaks down to their knees. Their faces were hidden behind animal masks. A cat, a hare, a bear and a rooster were moving in a semicircle towards the blonde man. "Who are you?" asked the blonde, opening his eyes, which immediately widened in horror. He remembered those masks too well. The memories instantly surfaced in his consciousness, his body trembled. "It can't be. No, it can't be." The former Jinchuriki repeated quietly, unable to even move. The shinobi stopped, then the man in the cat mask took a step forward, drawing his sword. "Uzumaki Naruto, in the name of the 5th Hokage, you are sentenced to death," he said monotonously, and Naruto realized that the prospect of running around with a girl in the rain was not so scary. Commentary on Chapter 12. A small problem. Phew, I'm done. The next chapter is a battle and action. God give me the strength to write it properly. Anyway, read and leave comments. Chapter 13. Transformations. Commentary on Chapter 13. Transformations. Yes, I know that 1.5 months have passed. Yes, I know that 1.5 months is a long time. The only thing I can say in my defense is that I closed the session and now I will have much more time to write. That's how it is, don't hit me. If 4 months ago, someone had told Naruto that he would become a missing nin in the near future and fight to the death against the hidden leaf shinobi, protecting himself and the red-haired cutie in glasses, who was also his lover, the blonde would have just laughed loudly in that person's face and twirled his finger at his temple. He would have said that someone who wants to become Hokage will never become a renegade, and under no circumstances will he kill the leaf shinobi, no matter how bad they are, and in general, Sakura-chan does not fit the description of his lover, Databio. But that would have been 4 months ago, at a different time, in a different situation. And Naruto is completely different now, although you can't tell by his appearance. Nothing passes without a trace, and betrayal of his native village even more so. No matter how hard the former Jinchuriki tried, he could not become the former Uzumaki Naruto. That cheerful and restless boy with an all-in-one place. The one who constantly did dirty tricks, and responded to comments and punishments only with triumphant laughter. After all, this is exactly what he needed. Any reproaches, any punishments, just so as not to be alone. Just not alone. At another time, Naruto would have hesitated, lost his head, and started asking stupid questions at the sight of the root Anbu, but now the blonde acted as collected as ever. It took him a second to jump to his feet. Another 2 to get his sword out of the scroll, and the former Jinchuriki was ready for battle. The approaching shinobi stopped, clearly impressed by the boy's reaction, but it soon turned out that this was not the reason at all. Is that a child's katana in his hand? If the ANBU's faces weren't hidden behind masks, the blonde would have probably seen their bewilderment. Looking down at his right hand with horror on his face, the guy realized that all the showiness had gone down the drain. Now they probably didn't see him as a dangerous opponent, but as a stupid child playing with toys. And all this katana. Leaving out the details, we can say that it was an unremarkable toy for mom's shinobi of 5 or 6 years old. Which, however, did not stop the former Jinchuriki from buying it. The Land of Iron has always been famous not only for its samurai, but also for the abundance of various souvenirs, such as the notorious katana and more. Comrades, could you please wait until I get the real one? The blonde spoke hesitantly, but his request was not granted. At that moment, the four of them rushed forward, pointing their blades at the guy. But Uzumaki was not at all scared. His lips formed a kind of predatory grin, and when the distance between him and his opponents was reduced to 10 meters, suddenly, behind the ANBU, the sounds of dozens of claps were heard. The opponents immediately changed direction and turned around to block the clones' attacks. A close fight ensued, but without a single chance for the clones. Naruto wasn't as good at kenjutsu as he would have liked. But honestly, Naruto didn't expect such an easy victory. All he needed was time. The most valuable resource in the world had been provided, and now the former Jinchuriki intended to use it to draw certain conclusions. So, first of all, the hidden leaf knows he's alive. Naruto dodged the blade swing that almost took his head off and did a sweep. The opponent in the rooster mask managed to react and did a backflip. Second, they want to kill him and, most likely, declared him a renegade. Moreover, the order for elimination was given by a certain fifth Hokage, and apparently, it is not Granny Tsunade, as Jiraiya wrote in the letter. Apparently, the Ero Sannin's plan failed and everything changed in the village. There was no doubt about the identity of the new head of the village, because only one person in Konoha needs his death. I see, so you're covering your tracks, the blonde hissed angrily, making seals. The initial picture formed in the guy's head, and, to be honest, it didn't make him happy at all. His main enemy had seized power in the village and somehow found out that he was alive. Wind element, air gust. In terms of its power, the technique was quite powerful, and if used correctly, it could easily smear a person against a wall. Still, the element of wind is good not only at cutting, but also at pushing. But for experienced shinobi, this jutsu was too primitive, and therefore, all four Anbu easily dodged. But Naruto was unable to completely dodge the kunai with explosive seals that flew at him. A series of explosions thundered dangerously close to Naruto, scorching his clothes. This forced the blonde to retreat to a safe distance. In fact, the former Jinchuriki was inferior to his opponents in almost everything. All four, apparently, were experienced shinobi, equal in strength to Jonin, while Uzumaki himself reached the level of perhaps some strong chunin. To emerge victorious from this fight, you will have to make every effort you have. Both physical and mental. How did the village know I was alive? Asked the former Jinchuriki, kneeling down 20 meters away from the enemies. For some unknown reason, they were in no hurry to attack. Nobody knew you were alive. Uzumaki Naruto, one of the Anbu answered coldly. Our squad accidentally stumbled upon you, recognized you by your chakra. Such a revelation shocked the blonde even more. The guy took out the now-needed scroll from his bosom and a moment later was tightly clutching the kodoki he had taken from the hooligans. But it's even good that everything turned out this way, because we can finish you off again. It's strange that my question wasn't ignored. Uzumaki chuckled, and I hear too many emotions in your voice. Naruto's gaze fell on the shinobi in the rooster mask. He twitched nervously. The guy was ready to swear that he heard something like grinding teeth. You talk too much. The rooster finally blurted out and pointed the blade at Uzumaki. You, demon spawn, prepare to die. Ah, so that's it. The former Jinchuriki stuck the blade into the ground and slapped his fist into his palm in mock fashion. Now I understand. In that case, the last question. Naruto stood up and got into a fighting stance with the blade at the ready. It was you then, right? 4 months ago, were you the one who kidnapped me? Even if so, this information will not help you in any way. Naruto created another dozen clones, and the already dying battle flared up with new force. The clones attacked with the aim of dividing the enemy squad, but the ANBU's actions were clearly coordinated. Uzumaki saw that he was facing a well-trained and organized team that had completed many missions and had time to participate. At that moment, the man in the cat mask began to form seals while the others covered him. As soon as the shinobi touched the ground with his hands, several sharp spikes emerged from under it. 4 clones dissolved immediately, while the rest, including the original, flew several meters away. Following the earthen stakes, a hail of kunai and shuriken flew at Naruto and his doubles. Only at the cost of losing 2 more assistants, who covered the boss with their bodies, the guy remained unharmed. He had to change his position urgently. At first, Naruto was going to surround the attackers with clones and disarm them, but the original plan failed and the doubles were only able to buy him some time. No matter how you look at it, Uzumaki understood that he had miscalculated. Underestimating the enemy and overestimating his own strength played a cruel joke and the guy lost his advantage. Cat, find the girl who was with him, no one should leave, commanded the ninja in a bear mask, standing out for his size. He was a tall, muscular, broad-shouldered man almost 2 meters tall. Compared to the short and rather thin Naruto, he seemed like a real giant, capable of bending a guy into a ram's horn with his bare hands. The rest of the squad did not stand out for any expressive features. Following the commander's order, the cat separated from the squad, which was currently trying to get the agile Uzumaki, who was nimbly dodging attacks. Naruto noticed this maneuver with his peripheral vision and hurried to throw 3 kunai to the side of the Anbu. Having stuck into the ground behind the cat, they turned into clones and, without a second's hesitation, entered into combat with him. Karen-chan, sit here and don't stick your head out. Naruto jumped down from the tree and looked at the girl. I'll quickly sort this out and then we'll move on. I'm sorry, Naruto, I'm completely useless. The kunoiki lowered her head guiltily. Don't talk nonsense, it's not like that at all. You say so, but... It's true, Naruto interrupted the red-haired girl. I wouldn't have let you fight anyway. There was no point in continuing the argument any further. It was stupid to waste precious seconds on empty chatter. Karen closed her eyes tightly and exhaled, saying, just be careful. The blonde stopped and turned around. Then the guy did a cool guy pose and smiled from ear to ear. This had a calming effect on the red-haired Uzumaki and she smiled back slightly. All she could do was believe in him. But the fight dragged on. Karen, who had been hiding in a tree at the other end of the clearing the whole time, saw everything clearly and couldn't hide her concern. Naruto said he would sort it out quickly, but the fight dragged on, and the situation was getting worse and worse. Uzumaki saw that the enemies were wearing the guy down and that at this rate of battle he wouldn't last long. She saw it, but she couldn't do anything, and at that moment, the red-haired girl sincerely hated herself for her helplessness. Naruto realized that he had fallen into a trap. The clones were being destroyed one after another, his chakra was being spent catastrophically quickly, and the blonde himself, no matter how hard he tried, could not reach his opponents. He was fast enough to relatively successfully dodge fatal blows, but not agile enough to carry out his own attacks. All his attacks were cut off, and the counterattacks, which did not take long to come, had already led to several abrasions and even cuts. The fight dragged on and quickly sucked the strength out of the blonde Uzumaki. Before the guy had time to notice, he found himself surrounded and exhausted. It's over, Uzumaki, said the bear, surrender and we will give you a painless death. For a root Anbu, you talk too much, Databio, Naruto answered breathlessly. There was no point in even looking at the cat. The clones were probably destroyed. But you've guessed wrong, I'll never give in to you. He said and mentally added, I hope it works out. The former Jinchuriki took out the last remaining kunai, which instantly turned into a clone with wind chakra concentrated in his hands. The double knelt down on one knee and folded his hands palms up in front of him. The real Naruto did not hesitate for a second, ran up onto the clone's hands and pushed off with his feet. The wind chakra gave the push of force and sent Uzumaki up a good 10 meters. Already in flight, the guy closed his eyes, cleared his head of unnecessary thoughts and concentrated all his attention and chakra on his right hand. There was catastrophically little time to carry out his plan. Having reached the maximum height of the flight, Naruto felt the air stirring in his hand, and after a second the chakra began to concentrate more and more densely. What is he doing? All 5 pairs of eyes present in this small clearing stared at the blonde. Naruto suddenly opened his eyes, which showed determination and confidence to go to the end. Damn it, it can't be. The 3 Anbu who were closest couldn't believe what was happening. Right in their enemy's hand was a rank, a technique. And it was aimed right at them. Quick, everyone take cover, the bear commanded, but his fighters already understood that things were getting hot. It's too late, Databio, the blonde shouted. The next moment, the madly rotating sphere, having drilled into the ground by several tens of centimeters, exploded with a roar, the shock wave lifting huge sections of soil into the air and scattering them. A huge column of dust rose and instantly reduced visibility to zero. Everything within a radius of 10 meters was riddled, broken, and covered with cracks. At the epicenter of the explosion, a 2-meter deep crater formed, at the bottom of which lay Naruto Uzumaki, dirty from dust and earth. The guy had to get out with one hand, his left hand, because after using the rasengan, into which the former Jinchuriki put almost all his chakra, his right hand seemed to be taken away. Naruto couldn't even move his fingers, let alone grab onto anything. Damn, I think I cough, overdid it, coughing and squinting from the omnipresent dust. The blonde looked at the result of his attack. The area around him looked like it had experienced a strong earthquake. Uzumaki tried to get to his feet, which he managed with great difficulty. It is not surprising, the guy fell from a great height and also spent a lot of chakra. To be honest, Naruto was not completely sure that the shock wave would not flatten him or that he would not break all his limbs during the fall. But no, he managed to get away with only his right arm, which now hung limply, showing no signs of life. Naruto turned his head, looking around but couldn't see anything. Thick dust prevented the guy from seeing more than 3 meters. There were no opponents in sight, which was strange. According to the plan, they were supposed to be lying on the ground, writhing in pain and groaning. One way or another, now it was necessary to find Karen, while not forgetting about the guy in the cat mask, who was quite far from the kill zone. For this case, the former Jinchuriki had another clone kunai in stock. All he had to do was throw it behind his back and while the enemy was distracted, strike him in the back. Simple and practical. Suddenly, Naruto felt an unpleasant pain in his left side. The guy looked down, and with amazement, he noticed a katana sticking out right from him. Ouch, that hurts, said the blonde and fell into a state of apathy. The brain simply refused to accept reality, because, well, this is really funny. Could the shinobi of the village that Naruto swore to protect at all costs just go and kill him right here? No, of course not. This is all absurd. How is this possible? If they want to kill me, then. Naruto was not given the chance to finish his thought when 2 more blades pierced his body. The guy carefully examined the new guests in his body. One, it seems, pierced the liver and the other. The lung. Yes, it was probably the lung. Judging by the abundant blood coming out of the mouth and the inability to breathe. Yes, definitely the lung and the liver. It's on the left side, right. Or the right, well, somewhere there anyway. Die, demon. Hearing the familiar words, Naruto felt a sense of déjà vu. He had heard this somewhere before. Probably. Oh. This uncertainty. Uzumaki blinked his eyelashes. Flash. It was dark all around, wet underfoot, the room was shrouded in a dim green light, and there was only impenetrable darkness above. Naruto squinted, trying to see what was ahead. It didn't work right away. A little time, and his thoughts were put in order. The guy looked around. Yes, that's right, everything is as he thought. I'm in my own subconscious, the former Jinchuriki stated. Right in front of him stood. No, not stood, lay. Yes, right in front of Uzumaki lay a cage. A huge, destroyed cage, the walls had fallen on top of each other and formed a house. And here is the seal that held back the kyubi. The guy came up and tore off a large sheet on which the sealing technique was applied. It's strange that it's here. The former Jinchuriki climbed to the top of the destroyed cage and sat down on the frame part. Now, nothing was bothering him. All the problems seemed to be far away from this place. Up there, beyond the dark ceiling. Finding nothing to occupy himself with, Uzumaki began to meditate. Despite the current situation, Naruto was calmer than ever and somewhat indifferent to what was happening. However, he was not allowed to enjoy solitude. Why are you so sad? The question sounded literally right next to his ear, causing the young Uzumaki to shudder. However, only for a moment. I would answer in rhyme, but I'm afraid you'll be offended. Kyubi, Naruto said and slowly turned his head towards the source of the sound. A medium-sized fox head proudly stuck out between the bars. I don't see any surprise on your face, the demon grumbled discontentedly. Are you really not impressed at all? Why not? I'm very impressed, Uzumaki answered monotonously. What? You won't even ask how I ended up here? After all, I was extracted from you. No, I won't ask. I'm fine without this information. Yeah, you can see it. He's sitting here with a sour expression like an owl. What are you sitting there for? Well, I'm going to devote the remaining time to self-digging and rethinking. And have you thought about a lot? The fox asked. I just got to the point where you were pulled out and I was thrown out like trash. I'm sitting here thinking and I just can't remember. What can't you remember? The reason. The reason. Yes, the reason why I forgave them. Why did I give up revenge? After all, they betrayed me, tried to kill me. QB frowned as if trying to remember. Isn't it because your father was Hokage? Right, how could I forget? My father was the Hokage and my mother was a Jinchuriki. They protected the village and all its inhabitants, and even sacrificed their lives so that you. Naruto deliberately emphasized the last word. Did not destroy it. I don't want their sacrifice to be in vain. I don't want to be an avenger. You've been practicing for a long time, haven't you, Naruto? The fox's answer left the boy stunned. These are all just excuses, self-deception. You hate the hidden leaf. Moreover, you want to wipe this village and all its inhabitants off the face of the earth. No, that's not true. Uzumaki jumped up with a cry. I would never. You just couldn't remember the reason why you refused revenge. The demon roared. All this nonsense about parents is nothing more than an excuse. You understand that yourself. You want revenge, that's why you're going crazy, isn't it? Remember how that girl was horrified when she saw your chakra. Naruto was about to interrupt the fox and object, but as luck would have it, the image of a frightened Karen appeared before his eyes. You think that you can handle this, but you can't. Hatred has been firmly rooted in you since childhood. People despised you, no one loved you. That's not true. Iruka-sensei acknowledged me. And you think the others will admit it too. Kid, if you haven't figured it out yet, it's time you did. You're a missing nin. A renegade and a traitor. That's how the new Hokage has painted you. Now they're going to hunt you down and try to kill you. How are you going to deal with that? At this point Naruto suddenly calmed down and sat back down. And a little later he laughed. Ha! Why am I yelling here? The fox stared at the blonde man in confusion. I was just killed. Ha ha. What difference does it make now who I love and who I don't? Yeah, you screwed up there, kid. The demon couldn't help but let out a nasty laugh. What were you even hoping for when you went out alone against an Anbu squad? I guess I was hoping to win, Uzumaki replied. But something went wrong. Or rather, everything, Nine-Tailed sneered. That's right, I overestimated myself, and they killed me. That sounded a bit too routine, don't you think? The fox remarked. You used to be more life-loving. Life-loving. Is that when I almost drowned in a puddle 4 months ago? Yeah. Right then. What happened to you during those 4 months? But you yourself just said that I'm going crazy, didn't you? It was a rhetorical question, Nine-Tails replied, rolling his eyes. That question didn't seem rhetorical at all, Naruto pouted resentfully. How much do you understand about rhetorical questions, little man? You are a stupid 13-year-old half-wit who has never read a single book in his life. One way or another, Uzumaki sighed sadly, all this is pointless. I'm already, so to speak, dead, so I don't even want to argue with you. Well, I wouldn't say that, said the fox. Actually, you still have a chance to survive. Let me guess, now you give me your chakra, I will quickly regenerate and kill everyone there. No, you're wrong. You only got the last point right. You'll kill everyone, you have to kill everyone, because that's your only chance to survive. Although I must say, practically nothing depends on you now. I think I understood what, or rather who, you're talking about, Naruto said more animatedly. Even now I'm ashamed that I gave in so quickly and forgot about her. Exactly, exclaimed the fox. If this red-haired beast can take you away from these bastards, all you have to do is bite her. A beast? Well, yes, there is something like that about her. Databio. Uzumaki smiled sheepishly. Damn, if I die, Karen-chan will be left there all alone. Well, it looks like all we can do is wait. No, Naruto, you need to go back. And right now. Only now, the guy noticed that the space around him began to brighten. Out of the corner of his ear, The blonde caught sounds coming from somewhere above. In that case, it's time for me to go, Uzumaki said, his voice once again filled with a desire for life. What? You won't even ask how it happened that I stayed here? I already know everything, the blonde replied, smiling, and jumped off the top of the cage. The water under his feet splashed loudly and splashed his legs. I already understood everything. What exactly did you understand? The demon asked. That you're not here, Naruto replied calmly, and haven't been here for at least 4 months. You're not the nine-tailed demon, you're a figment of my imagination, Databio. That wasn't a dialogue, but a monologue. I've been talking to myself this whole time. And it looks like I'll have to draw certain conclusions when I get back. Ha, how clever you turned out to be, the fox grinned. In that case, good luck to you, Naruto, and try not to screw up. Yeah, I'll try. The first thing Naruto felt when he came to his senses was a hellish pain. During the conversation with himself in the subconscious, Uzumaki did not forget in what situation he refused, but the guy completely forgot about the fact that his lung was punctured and now he can't breathe. Uzumaki tried to lift his head and assess the situation. It took titanic efforts to do this, but the first thing that came into the blonde's field of vision made him open his mouth wide in surprise. About 10 meters away from him stood a girl, in whom the guy could hardly recognize his companion. Her hair, red as blood itself, was disheveled on both sides, her clothes were tattered and torn in places, and her gaze expressed genuine rage and determination. But it wasn't the girl's appearance or even her murderous gaze that worried Naruto. All of Uzumaki's attention was riveted to 4 golden, blood-stained chains, fluttering in the wind like tails. Chapter 14. Cowardice and Courage. Naruto, no, a desperate cry rang out, which, however, was not heard by anyone. 3 masked shinobi slowly pulled their blades out of the body and disgustedly brushed away the blood, irrigating the withered grass with it. Naruto's orange dusty jacket instantly turned purple and got wet from the profuse bleeding. The blonde stood on his knees for a few seconds and then, swaying, fell on his side. Everything happened too fast. So fast that Karen didn't have time to warn the guy or try to do anything. What happened shocked the girl, because it seemed that victory was already close and Naruto would win. The red-haired girl saw the guy's triumphant face after he seemed to have defeated the enemies with his most powerful attack. At some point, Karen thought that with this man a better life awaited her than in the hidden grass village and she would no longer have to cry and rush about in helplessness to change her life. But now, the guy's almost lifeless body lay motionless on the damp ground and 3 shinobi were pulling their weapons out of it while the 4th was quickly approaching the girl with the intention of killing her. Karen didn't think for long, or rather, she didn't think at all, but simply turned around and ran as fast as she could away from the battle. She simply had no chance of defeating 4 experienced ninja, even Naruto hadn't managed to do it, and the red-haired girl considered him a very strong shinobi. Much stronger than she was. Perhaps that is why, or perhaps because of a lack of courage, if it is even appropriate to talk about it, the girl did not even think about trying to save him. Everything was filled with a chilling fear of death. Turning around 180 degrees, the kunoichi rushed as far away from the scene of the fight as possible, completely unaware of herself, not allowing even the thought that she was doing the wrong thing. In the current situation, Uzumaki Karen simply did not belong to herself. The instinct of self-preservation drove her away from danger. For the sake of salvation, she threw everything away. Naruto and his heroism, with which he had already saved her twice, remained somewhere very far away. The girl forgot both his confession and the warm feelings that suddenly arose for the fair-haired boy. Because she's not like him at all. She can't ignore the threat of her life for the sake of another person, no matter how much she wants to. Karen Uzumaki is no hero. She's just a weak girl who can't even stand up for herself. Weak and defenseless. At least that's what she thought of herself. Suddenly, a large clay wall appeared in front of the girl, literally out of nowhere. The top layer of soil fell on the red crown of the young kunoichi, dust got into her eyes and nose. In addition to everything, Karen did not have time to stop and hit the obstacle that had appeared painfully. Naruto was probably in much more pain, she thought. This is all strange. Just now I was thinking only about how to escape, and now I suddenly remembered about him. The girl smiled bitterly and stood up. And before she could adjust her glasses, her body seemed to be pierced by lightning. However, why, as if the blade, reinforced with lightning chakra, pierced the kunoichi in the forearm area. It was unclear why the shinobi in the cat mask did not strike the vital organ or simply cut the girl in half. His strength allowed it. But no matter how you look at it, the young Uzumaki was lucky, even though her body was almost completely paralyzed by the discharge. Such dubious luck, but such is what it is. Meanwhile, the shinobi tried to correct his mistake and finish off the girl, but she, already vaguely understanding what she was doing, jumped to the side. Or rather, she tried to jump back, but her body refused to obey and the girl only had enough strength for a small jerk. The blade passed a couple of millimeters from her head, only breaking the frame of her glasses, causing them to crumble. But in fact, Karen only delayed the inevitable for a couple of seconds. Once, my mother told me about the secret power of the Uzumaki clan, which individual members of the clan can awaken in a dangerous situation. At the time, I thought she was just making it up, but now. Mom, let it be true. If there is any power in me. What are you muttering about, girl? The ninja said arrogantly. Are you begging for mercy? I don't want to die here. It can't end like this. Please don't kill me, I didn't do anything wrong. The red-haired girl said and fell to her knees, choking on tears and shaking with fear. But if the root shinobi knew the concept of mercy, then, apparently, they often neglected it. Cat, why are you messing around there? Finish her faster, the squad leader's voice was heard. Yes, I'm almost finished, was his answer and Karen realized that it was all over for her. And after that, through the burning pain from her wounds, the girl realized that all her attempts to save herself had not helped her at all. They had only led to the revelation of her true nature. Vile and cowardly, ready to abandon even a dear person in order to save her own skin. And the young Uzumaki winced from this feeling, and not from the pain at all. She felt disgusted with herself, with how pathetic and useless she had become. Traitor, pathetic trash, flashed through her head over and over again. Naruto-kun, I'm sorry, I didn't deserve to meet a person like you. But at least now, in the last seconds, I will think about you. Even though we didn't know each other for very long. You are the best thing that has ever happened to me, the girl whispered, obediently closing her eyes, ready to accept her fate. And perhaps that would have been the end of it. Karen Uzumaki's life, full of regrets, would have ended with one final swing of the sword, giving her a brief flash of pain and eternal peace. If Karen Uzumaki, who was ready for death, had not suddenly felt the chakra of the man who had become, if not everything, then a great deal to her. And why did she even think that he had already died? A slight smile appeared on her face for a moment, which immediately disappeared along with the fear. Honestly, Naruto-kun, it seems you're not the only one capable of such emotional leaps, the girl thought, feeling how something unimaginable was starting to happen to her chakra. Accelerating through the channels at a furious speed, mixing, pulsating and pushing itself, the red-haired girl's life energy seemed to be trying to break out. Uzumaki felt that she couldn't hold it back, and, in fact, she didn't try. For a short moment, time around her stopped and a flash appeared before her eyes. What happened next, the red-haired Uzumaki would remember with horror for a long time. Because the kunoichi's chakra broke free in 4 golden chains with sharpened spear-like ends, one of which pierced the chest of the standing shinobi point blank and he, having flown several meters, hung above the ground in a suspended state. The other 3 began to randomly riddle the ground around them, as if looking for prey for themselves. Damn it, what the hell is this? This little bastard killed the cat. Commander, we need to finish her off quickly. I know, distract her, said the shinobi in the bear mask and disappeared in a cloud of smoke. The unexpected loss of a partner obviously threw the root shinobi off balance, but as it turned out, not for long. Coming out of a short stupor, the ninja quickly regrouped and prepared for a new fight. And while Karen desperately tried to cope with the strength she had gained, 2 Anbu moved forward, throwing explosive kunai at the girl. But they, not having flown even half the distance, were uncompromisingly intercepted by one of the chains and exploded without causing harm. I reflected them, Uzumaki said in surprise, looking at the writhing deadly weapons. The kunoichi tried to mentally force one of the chains to make a circular motion around, but nothing happened. At that moment, something collapsed behind the girl. Turning around, the young Uzumaki already knew what she would see. It was a shinobi in a cat mask. A huge crimson puddle had accumulated under him, and the man himself was no longer showing signs of life, not even twitching. But what is important is that Karen surprisingly easily accepted the fact that she had just killed a man, although she understood that this was most likely due to a powerful injection of adrenaline and that later the consequences would fall on her with all their weight. But for now, the red-haired girl tried not to focus on this. She had a chance to win and Karen intended to take advantage of it. Now, the main task for the young Uzumaki was to break through to Naruto and let herself be bitten before he died. The girl still felt his chakra, which meant the guy was alive. Here he is, lying right next to these creatures. He needs help, just come and take him, Uzumaki told herself. We will hold her back, we can't let her through to the Jinchuriki. The root shinobi seemed to read her thoughts, which only added to the girl's determination to go all the way. Although in reality Karen had absolutely no idea how she would get past 3 experienced shinobi, the girl had no plan. Except to get close enough to the opponents and hope that the chains themselves would do everything for her. And that's what she did. The girl rushed forward with an unusual determination, quickly closing the distance, and as soon as the opponents got into the kill zone, 2 chains suddenly rushed towards them, which gave Karen additional, even too much acceleration and the red-haired girl almost lost her balance. The root shinobi reacted instantly and jumped back a few meters, and then with sharp lunges repelled the chains, deflecting their trajectory and rushing straight at the former hidden grass kunoiki. Karen hesitated for a couple of seconds, the enemies were too fast, but her weapon did everything for her. The other 2 chains, which had previously been covering her back, flew over the red-haired girl's head and protected the girl with themselves when the distance between her and the Anbu clinics was already measured in centimeters. I won, Karen said angrily. The shinobi's risk didn't pay off, they didn't manage to kill the girl and were left without protection, surrounded by 4 chains, whose trajectory at such a short distance was impossible to predict, and their reaction wasn't enough to dodge them all. Are you sure about that, girl? The ninja in the rabbit mask said arrogantly. Damn, there were 3 of them, the girl realized when something caught on her leg near the palm. It was a thin but very strong fishing line, which quickly wrapped around her entire body after her leg. Too late, Uzumaki realized that she had fallen into a trap. Of course, Karen couldn't explain how she had missed a seemingly obvious detail in the heat of battle, but she didn't care much about that right now. The far more important problem for the young Uzumaki was that she had been almost completely immobilized in a matter of seconds, and that problem had to be solved first. Rooster, kill her quickly, the squad leader ordered. Despite the fact that the bear managed to tie up the enemy, her chains were still free, so despite the advantage, Karen and the root shinobi were still in an equal position. The shinobi in the rooster mask was the shortest and thinnest of the squad. At a glance one could even say that, judging by his build and voice, he was the same age as Naruto and Karen. But despite this, he was also the fastest, so Karen did not even have time to feel pain before the blade of the katana was driven under her rib near the heart. Which, however, was not enough to cause a fatal blow. Cough. I should have. On the head, Karen croaked, coughing up blood, fixing her furious gaze on the guy. You can even miss the heart. The confused shinobi took a step back, then another, and then fell and backed away. Karen, meanwhile, calmly freed herself from the line, because there was simply no one left to hold her. The bear and the hare were killed immediately after the rooster failed to finish what he had started. Their bodies lay bleeding just a few meters away. And the red-haired kunoiki, who had instantly turned into a real devil, could barely contain her emotions. The girl wanted to grab her head with her hands and tear her hair from the hysteria that was rolling in. The only person who separated Uzumaki from the final blowing of the roof now needed help, and now no one could stop him from being saved. Of the entire root squad, only Rooster remained alive, but he no longer posed a danger. Naruto, can you hear me? The girl ran up to the bleeding guy. Having come close, the red-haired girl saw that he, to her happy surprise, was conscious. This made the task much easier. Naruto, bite me quickly, the girl said and brought her hand to the blonde's lips. He smiled crookedly and bit into the flesh just above the wrist. Karen didn't feel any pain, which wasn't surprising. The guy was enveloped in a light green veil of chakra, and after about half a minute the bleeding stopped completely and only bloody marks remained at the site of the recent cuts. Karen-chan, the blonde finally responded. Be quiet, you can't get up and talk yet. Karen-chan, Uzumaki repeated insistently, pointing his hand at his companion's stomach. The red-haired girl looked where Naruto's hand was pointing and was surprised to discover that she had been bleeding for quite some time now. 2 deep wounds, one in the forearm area and the second near the heart, had gathered around themselves 2 impressive scarlet spots. And the abrasions and bruises all over her body only emphasized the overall deplorable picture of the young Uzumaki's body condition. Oh. That's right. The kunoiki sighed. Another bite, this time more noticeable, and the problem was solved. Even the chakra chains disappeared somehow by themselves. At least Karen did not notice how it happened and did not ask unnecessary questions. Having finished with the treatment, the red-haired one collapsed exhausted next to the guy and stared at the gloomy sky, examining the clouds gathering above the young shinobi. It's going to rain again soon. A few minutes later Naruto had fully recovered and even tried to get to his feet, which he managed, though not without the help of his savior. The picture before his eyes was chilling. Naruto had expected something like this because he knew that Karen would not have been able to save him without a fight. But the former Jinchuriki was in no way prepared to see the torn ground, trees broken by chains, pools of blood and 3 corpses with ripped chests. The overall picture was completed by the shinobi in the rooster mask sitting motionless against the backdrop of this whole spectacle. The blonde decided to focus his attention on him in order to distract himself, and the girl, who, Naruto was sure, was no better than himself. Even worse. Killing one person is already a huge stress, and it would be cruel to deal with 3 at once. Uzumaki was preparing for the fact that he would have to kill people, but in the end, all the work had to be done by the girl he had recently promised to protect. But she only looked guiltily at her feet, as if something was really her fault. And this only depressed the former Jinchuriki even more. Naruto closed his eyes in disappointment and hobbled towards the last opponent. The shinobi in the rooster mask was still sitting on the ground and looking straight at the approaching Uzumaki. Naruto could not see the emotions on his opponent's face. His face was completely hidden behind the mask and his hair was covered by a hood. But remembering his angry remarks, the blonde was overcome by a feeling of deja vu. Something in his voice now seemed familiar. Nothing personal, friend, Uzumaki said, coming closer. I can't leave a witness. The guy's words had the effect of an exploding bomb. A kunai flashed in the ninja's hand and with a sharp lunge it slashed Naruto across the throat. At that moment, Naruto thanked the Ero Sannin for almost a month of training dedicated to dodging and honing his reactions. With a deft movement, the former Jinchuriki intercepted the weapon and hit Rooster on the head with the handle, having first put a little chakra into the blow, which made it strong enough for the shinobi's mask to crack and break, and the enemy himself staggered and quickly moved back a couple of steps. The hood fell from his head and a strand of dark hair peeked out from under it. A second later, the mask hiding his face crumbled, revealing half of his face, including one eye, glowing with a bloody red glow. What kind of friend am I to you, you damn Yujiro Tonkachi? The shinobi roared like a beast. Ah, I see. Naruto squeezed out. Karen, who was standing behind him, gasped in surprise. Now the blonde remembered that annoying, arrogant voice. But the last person he expected to see behind the mask was him. His former teammate and rival. Uchiha Sasuke. Commentary on Chapter 14. Cowardice and Courage. I've been sawing this chapter for 4 months. That's a long time. I hope things will go faster from here on out. Enjoy reading. Chapter 15 The Endless Trial. Come in, I've been waiting for you, the old man of about 60 sitting at the table said in a commanding tone. Jiraiya entered cautiously. Did something happen, Hokage-sama? The Sannin asked as neutrally as possible, awkwardly looking around. Externally, the office that had recently belonged to the third had not changed at all. Only the atmosphere had become much more gloomy than before. Perhaps because it was cloudy outside, or perhaps the fifth Hokage himself emitted an unkind aura, so unpleasant that the Toad Hermit shuddered with discomfort. The last time he was in the Hokage's office, he was greeted by a completely different streak. His dear friend and wise mentor, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had spent a good half of his life as the head of the village. His work and contribution to Konoha was truly invaluable. Everyone in the village loved the third and respected him deeply. And so his sudden death at work was a great shock not only to his family and close associates, but to every inhabitant of the village, young and old. Yes, something extraordinary did happen, and I would like to discuss it with you, the Hokage said emotionlessly. Jiraiya frowned, trying to understand what the head of the root was getting at. 2 masked people suddenly appeared behind the hermit, which could not help but increase the feeling of anxiety. You see, I have heard that for the last 4 months you have been actively avoiding visiting the land of fire, the fifth said after a short pause, as if you were deliberately staying away. He added. Come on, Hokage-sama. The Sannin stretched out his arms and smiled stupidly. Where the devil hasn't thrown me. Sometimes I didn't see the hidden leaf for years. What's so strange about that? You are right, the head of the root agreed. However, I could not help but notice the fact that immediately after my appointment as the head of the village, you suddenly jumped up and went to Tanzuko. There you met with Hiruzen's student, right? I understand. As far as I know, you are old comrades. There is probably something to remember. There is something and someone to discuss. He finished meaningfully. What do you suspect me of, Hokage-sama? Have I given any reason to doubt my loyalty to Konoha? No, of course not, Jiraiya. I don't suspect you of anything. All I want is for you to look me in the eye and answer just one question honestly. After that, you can go free. At that moment, the Toad Hermit seriously panicked, because he had something to hide. Jiraiya frantically began to go over the options where he could have screwed up. What is the probability that the fifth knows about Naruto? What if he really found out something? Or is this just a loyalty test? This crazy old man suspects everyone, doesn't trust anyone, it's his job to identify traitors. No, he couldn't know anything about Naruto. The guy is now on a mission in the hidden grass, he's far away. Jiraiya was famous for his skills in disguise and conspiracy. This is just a test, there is nothing to be afraid of. Okay, ask your question, Hokage-sama, the Sannin said confidently. Danzo will probably just ask what he's been doing for the last 4 months, why he's been avoiding the Land of Fire, what he discussed with Tsunade, or something like that. And as for making up a fake story and lying, Jiraiya is a master at making up stories. Haha, you picked the wrong person to suspect, you old fart. There's nothing to be afraid of, the orderly repeated to himself, not noticing how something barely moved under the bandage on his head. Where is Uzumaki Naruto? The fifth Hokage asked in an ice-cold voice. I sent him on a mission to Kasagakure, the hermit answered without hesitation or thought. How ironic that you were given this particular mask. Naruto decided to start with a stupid joke. Sasuke snorted contemptuously in response and threw off the remains of the mask. Now Uzumaki could see his face completely. And you still have the same infuriating arrogant mug, I'll see. And you're still the same worthless, useless weakling, Uchiha snapped back, but he still got confused on the last syllable. The former Jinchuriki was quite amused by this. Naruto, do you know him? Asked Karen, who had fully recovered from the recent fight. At the sight of the Red Devil, who had killed his senior squad mates a few minutes earlier, the brunette began to tremble. Yes, I know, the blonde answered briefly, his face taking on a serious, concentrated look. In truth, Uzumaki was completely confused, because he did not expect to see a familiar face among the people who were trying to kill him. The blonde remembered the aggression that Uchiha showed with words during the fight and Naruto could not understand the reason for it. Sasuke never cared about him, and all the former Jinchuriki heard from the owner of the Sharingan were insults and mockery, spoken in a characteristic arrogant tone. And now he literally incinerated with a blood-red look full of malice from his cursed eyes. Where to start the conversation, and is it worth starting it? In fact, Naruto had nothing to say to his former teammate. He was much more concerned about preserving his status as a dead man. Sasuke said that they stumbled upon him by accident, but at the same time, the squad leader, who had now safely accepted death at the hands of his girlfriend, said that the fifth Hokage sentenced him to death. Or it would be more accurate to say that the man died not at the hands of the red-haired girl, but from her chains. By the way, it would be necessary to find out what kind of thing this is and why Karen did not tell him anything about it. Something has carried me off, thought the former Jinchuriki. Returning to the topic of Uzumaki Naruto's status as a dead man or a traitor, he had doubts about the veracity of Sasuke's words. Having come to this, the blonde hastened to ask the question that had arisen. So does the village know that I'm alive or not? Uchiha didn't answer right away. The brunette was silent for a few seconds and it was clear from his look that he was thinking about telling the truth or lying. They know, Sasuke answered after a rather long silence. 4 months ago we learned that you died. They said that you were kidnapped and killed by members of the Akatsuki in order to get the nine-tailed. Naruto listened carefully, noting to himself that the story coincided with the one that Ero Sunny told him, but 2 days ago, the brunette continued in a changed, rougher tone, the fifth Hokage announced on the square in front of the residence that you faked your death and escaped. How did I do it? Was it by any chance mentioned? Uzumaki asked. You know better, Uchiha spat back. Okay, okay, so what next? And then Danzo-san sent dozens of search parties after you. He ordered them to find you, the traitor, and kill you. Here the owner of the Sharingan could not hold back and began to scream. Well I see, stated the newly minted apostate with a thoughtful face, a bit crumpled and emotional, and also raises a number of additional questions. But overall it will pass for a plausible story, Danzo-san Databio. Well, thanks for the information, we're off. Didn't you plan to kill me? Ah, no need. Uzumaki waved it off. I wasn't originally going to take revenge on anyone, and I don't want to dirty my hands with all that trash. Having said this, the guy demonstratively turned around and glanced towards the girl, who had been standing aside all this time, waiting for the end of the dialogue and Naruto's reaction. He turned out to be surprisingly calm, and this rather stunned the red-haired Kunoiki, especially considering the changed color of the guy's chakra. If before she saw two opposite but equal flows, now the girl clearly felt that at best a third of the light chakra remained. And everything was far from rosy for her, even in comparison with their first meeting. Stop! Sasuke screamed desperately with all his might. The blonde, who had his back to him, grinned triumphantly. This was exactly the reaction he had expected. Naruto, what is the meaning of this? Why did you leave? Why did you abandon our team? How did you become so strong in these months? Who the hell is this girl with you? So many questions. Uzumaki answered with feigned fatigue. This girl is busy. Find yourself another one, Databio. Team, that's not the point. What happened to you anyway? You just up and left without telling anyone, and even faked your death. That's not like you at all. You really got into a rant, Uzumaki said in response with irritation. Usually it was hard to get an extra word out of you, but here you have so many questions. You say that this is not like me, as if you know me inside and out. I don't understand what's surprising about that. With that bestial attitude towards me, leaving this pigsty was only a matter of time. I always wanted to leave, and I did. The words stunned Uchiha, which was exactly what the former Jinchuriki wanted. Seeing his confused face was Naruto's longtime goal. True, he wanted to cause a similar reaction by putting him on his shoulder blades in a one-on-one fight in front of Sakura and Kakashi-sensei. However, this was not bad. You're lying, Sasuke said uncertainly, but his weakness didn't last long. You're lying. You're anything but a criminal. A loser, yes. A weakling, yes. A screaming dobe who's desperate to make friends. That's what you are. Don't try to act tough, you've never been able to. Perhaps, if everything were as before, Naruto would certainly, just like Uchiha, break out into insults. He would start shouting, picking a fight, which would certainly not go unnoticed by the same Sakura, and everything would end with a bump on the blonde head that would diffuse the situation. But he would not be offended, because he had long been accustomed to such treatment. From the outside, it even seemed funny. Those few days spent with his comrades still warmed his soul. Hey, Sasuke, come on, turn around, look carefully, and then turn back and repeat your words if you can. But Naruto had now become a completely different person, and Sasuke did not turn around. The image of the brutal massacre of the squad he had joined yesterday, itself arose before his eyes. What Karen-chan did, I was going to do, the guy said with a frighteningly calm expression on his face. Only now the owner of the Sharingan noticed that Naruto was not looking at him, but through him. At the clearing, riddled and soaked in blood, it's a pity that I did not have enough strength to do everything myself, I will regret it for a long time. But in the land of waves, I saved your life, we fought together. We became friends. Aren't you too high-minded about yourself? The missing nin looked straight into the Uchiha's glowing red eyes with two tomo without fear. Kakashi-sensei, Sakura and especially you, have never been my friends. For me, you are just a line from a page that I turned over long ago. You are not needed by me. The more Naruto spoke, the more Sasuke believed his words, and the more he understood that all this time he was mistaken about the loud fool. He was not a simple-minded annoying dobe. All these stupid antics, all the loud words about becoming Hokage, just a mask, under which the guy hid hatred and resentment for many years. The mission in the land of waves was not the beginning of their friendship. It was nothing for the blonde. Another task with hated partners, which differed from the others in that in the process they had to save each other's lives. Sasuke believed that the moment when he covered the good-for-nothing Uzura Tonkachi with himself became something significant in the lives of both. But it turns out that Uchiha convinced himself of this, and Naruto never even thought about it and did not appreciate his action. It turns out I really didn't know you. That's what I'm talking about, the blonde said in the same cold-blooded manner. Give Hokage-sama my regards. Tell him to leave me alone, tell him that I'm not going to take revenge. Moreover, he already got what he wanted, the blonde added meaningfully. What are you talking about? You'll find out for yourself. At that point, Uzumaki decided to end the conversation. Turning around, he said something to the red-haired girl, to which she nodded affirmatively and gave a short answer. Sasuke didn't hear what they were talking about. His head couldn't wrap its head around what was happening. From the very beginning, he wanted to kill Naruto. Uchiha considered himself betrayed and couldn't live calmly with the thought that this dobe had abandoned him and simply ran away. That's why he joined Root. To find Uzumaki, and not to gain power, as the owner of the Sharingan convinced himself. They were rivals and Sasuke wanted to show his superiority. To humiliate, to trample as he did before. He prepared for this, he wanted this. So why did everything turn out the other way around? Why was he now sitting on the ground, helplessly watching two silhouettes retreating? He didn't know. They had been walking slowly in complete silence for the last half hour. The fight with the Leaf Shinobi had drained all the strength out of the two Uzumaki. And to tell the truth, Naruto didn't know what to say to his beloved. No matter how you look at it, he was guilty. He had put the girl in danger and, worst of all, forced her to kill. A simple apology would have been out of place here. Karen-chan, the blonde began but stopped short. The girl raised her head and looked into his eyes. Her tired, empty gaze finally killed all the courage the guy had accumulated, but there was no retreat. Karen-chan, repeated the former Jinchuriki. It was only my fault that this happened. Because of me, you. It's okay, the kunoichi answered quietly. You couldn't have imagined that we would be discovered. Besides, I wasn't going to save you from the very beginning. When you were wounded, I couldn't think of anything except running away. I probably would have abandoned you if they hadn't tried to kill me themselves. So it's me who should be apologizing. Here her voice completely died down. Naruto was quite shocked by what he heard. He didn't expect to hear such a revelation, but the blonde was surprised not by the fact that Karen wanted to leave him, that wasn't surprising. But by the fact that she sincerely regretted her actions and felt guilty. All I saw was the girl I promised to protect risking her life for me. You saved me, Karen, you definitely have nothing to apologize for. So everything is okay? The girl asked hopefully. I doubt that this situation can be described with the word good, but I have no complaints against you, Databio, Uzumaki said and smiled. Naruto, can I ask you something? Yes, of course, Karen-chan, ask. You told me that the Bayu was extracted from you and you were left to die, but you yourself did not want to leave. You said that you would become Hokage and everyone would recognize you. And to this, here the kunoichi thought, trying to find the right word, and to this guy you told that you were going to leave from the very beginning. Oh, yes, that was just me talking nonsense, don't pay attention to it, said the blonde and laughed nervously. I see, the red-haired girl said thoughtfully. Why didn't you tell the truth? Why, hey, I wish I knew why. By the way, Karen-chan. Yes. Where did your glasses go? Oh, that's it. The girl reflexively touched the bridge of her nose, but they broke down in battle. Really, too bad, I liked you better with them. A blush appeared on the kunoichi's cheeks. But, I didn't mean that I don't like you without them, you're fine as is, and it doesn't matter whether you wear glasses or not. I just. Shut up, Uzumaki grumbled discontentedly and poked the guy in the side with her elbow. It hurts, Databio. Commentary on Chapter 15 The Endless Trial. Sorry for the long wait. Again, there were some difficulties in writing. In particular, it was difficult to depict Naruto, who does not shout Sasuke come back to Kano my friend Kadakuda. Enjoy reading _ Chapter 16. Summing up. Less than 3 hours had passed since the battle with the Root squad when Naruto and his companion reached a city in the north of the Land of Rivers. The letter received in the hidden grass village did not indicate a specific location, but Uzumaki knew that Jiraiya had a house in the Land of Rivers and it was necessary to go there. Morino is a quiet and calm town, not much different from other similar towns, located on both banks of the Tokoro River, one of the many rivers flowing through the country. Every morning, local residents, sleepy and gloomy, left their houses on the right bank, and across the bridge connecting both banks went to work in the workshop, to the store, to the sawmill or the fishing pier. The two Uzumaki reached the outskirts just before evening, at the very time when tired and angry workers were drinking in a tavern, sharing emotions and impressions about the past day, and then trudging from the left bank to their homes. Having waited for the right moment, Naruto and Karen mingled with the crowd and crossed the bridge with the others and entered the residential area. After the battle with the Leaf Shinobi, both were covered from head to toe in blood and dirt, but fortunately no one paid attention to it. For someone who had worked a 12-hour shift, what was happening around did not have much significance. Even if some dangerous monster attacked the city right now and started killing people left and right, the last thoughts of the tired workers would be something like, well, at least I don't have to go to work tomorrow. Soon the young shinobi came out onto the right street, dimly lit by lanterns. Walking into the yard, Naruto noticed a slight movement in the bushes to the left of the gate, but he didn't pay much attention. You never know what could be moving there. It didn't matter at all. Cursing, the blonde took the backpack off his back, and, kneeling down, began to search it for the treasured key to the house, which was not so easy to do in the conditions of the onset of darkness. And yet he found it. Without a second more delay, Uzumaki turned the lock and the door opened. It was still dark inside. Naruto went inside, Karen followed him. After a few minutes, all the rooms in the house one after another began to fill with light. Karen-chan, you need to wash up, Naruto said and pointed to the bathroom, thinking to himself that his words might have sounded a bit rude. Luckily, the girl didn't find any hidden meaning in his words and just nodded silently, leaving, not forgetting to close the door behind her. Having seen his companion off with his eyes, the former Jinchuriki sat down on a chair and raised his head to the ceiling. A minute later, splashes were heard from the bathroom. Naruto suddenly thought that he liked these sounds, and the fact that a pretty girl was taking a bath behind the door made his brain draw obscene pictures in his head. Uzumaki had never noticed anything like this before. But it's not like he was against it. Soon, the sounds of water stopped coming from the bathroom and after 30 to 40 seconds the door opened. Out of curiosity, Naruto turned his head towards the girl who came out and at that very moment, as if on purpose, the moonlight lit up the room. The picture that appeared before the blonde made his heart beat faster than it had ever beat before. His body began to tremble and his legs felt like cotton wool. If he didn't know what kind of feeling caused this discomfort, he would have thought that someone had poisoned him or caught him in a genjutsu. Covered only by a wet towel, the embarrassed Uzumaki supported him with her left hand. At 13, girls rarely had a fully formed attractive body, and Karen was no exception. But Naruto didn't care. His attention was completely captured by the girl's lovely face, and especially her hair, wet and in the moonlight, it seemed to have become a fundamentally different shade, completely different from what Naruto had seen at their first meeting or even a few minutes ago. Of course, they hadn't changed their color. They were still the same red hair, characteristic of the Uzumaki clan, but at the same time they were different, completely unlike anything the former Jinchuriki had seen before. The blonde wasn't even sure that such a shade of red even existed, although it most closely resembled crimson. And, oh gods, how it suited her. Naruto, I've cleared the bath, it's your turn. And could you give me a change of clothes? Ellipsis. Naruto-kun. Clothes, I say, where? AAA, that's it. Over there in the closet you can choose whatever you like. The blonde pointed somewhere into the darkness, without taking his eyes off. His behavior left the girl perplexed. Naruto-kun, what's wrong with you? Hair. What? Hair, your hair, Karen-chan, it's beautiful. Thank you. It was no wonder the compliment made the girl blush. It was still quite sweet. I want to smell it. But this was already unnecessary. You'll manage, Uzumaki said in a dead voice. Go wash yourself and forget about your hair. Fetishes like these are the first sign of a pervert. Second. What? Well, I also like your glasses. It's a pity they broke. With them you looked like a goddess. There was an awkward silence. Red as a lobster, Karen stood motionless, simply not knowing how to react. Naruto continued to maintain a deadly calm, which infuriated the girl even more. Finally, after a couple of dozen seconds, the red-haired Uzumaki's thought processes ended. Hentai, she concluded. You're talking, Karen-chan, you yourself recently poked your fingers at my poor cheeks. You kept asking where I got my stripes from, Databio. I'm sure they've become as much of a fetish for you as your glasses and hair are for me. Shush, shut up and get in the bathroom, pervert, Karen said and kicked Naruto into the shower. One of the kicks landed right on his ass and Naruto, to his own surprise, found it a little enjoyable. Some kind of weird stuff is happening to me after meeting the root squad, the blonde thought. In the end, blaming everything on fatigue, Uzumaki leisurely went to wash himself. In the closet, besides adult clothes, there were only a few t-shirts and a pair of boyish shorts. Karen was not picky about clothes and without much dissatisfaction put on what was there. A white t-shirt and grey shorts with an intricate pattern on the thigh were just the right size. Watching the young Uzumaki lazily put on her clothes, Naruto thought that the girl was probably tired and needed to rest, and he himself wanted to sleep no less. Databio, of course she's tired, what are you thinking, moron? Uzumaki cursed in his mind and began to prepare the bed linen. There was only one bed available, but it was not the first time for the newly formed couple to sleep together, so no one had any objections. Nus. Karen-chan, good night. Yeah, same to you. Ellipsis. Oh yes, Naruto-kun. Yes, yes. If you even try to sniff my hair while I'm sleeping, I'll cut off your nose, the kunoiki said affectionately. Ah, so while you're not sleeping, it's possible, Uzumaki said with a sarcastic expression. Well, you try it and you'll find out. Naruto didn't try. Karen lay next to him and snored sweetly. The long walk had knocked the last of her strength out of her, so it was no surprise that she fell asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow. But Naruto, on the contrary, despite his moral and physical exhaustion, could not fall asleep. The irresistible feeling of anxiety that had been tormenting the blonde after his conversation with Sasuke was to blame. Realizing that he had nothing else to do, the blonde decided to recall the events that had happened to him recently. Before, he had never thought about the past, preferring to move forward recklessly, but for the first time in his life, the blonde decided to stop and look back, especially since in light of recent events, there was something to really think about. 4 months ago, in Konoha, he was attacked by the root shinobi. They knocked him out while he was training, took him to some dark basement, and pulled the demon out of him. He remembered that unbearable pain with every cell of his body. Then, half dead, he was carried outside the village and left to die. But luck did not abandon Naruto that day, and a hermit who happened to be passing by saved the dying Uzumaki. Moreover, that hermit turned out to be a powerful shinobi, a legendary sannin, and, concurrently, Naruto's godfather. Too lucky a coincidence, he thought then. Uzumaki often thought that perhaps he had not managed to get out of that ditch after all, and everything he saw in front of him was just a hallucination generated by the last impulses of his dying brain. But fortunately, or unfortunately, everything was real. Not only did he not die, but he also got a chance to start life anew and become a great shinobi under the guidance of the strongest ninja of his generation. Time flew by during training and educational missions. Naruto began collecting intelligence data a week after he had fully recovered. The blonde quickly learned to steal the most valuable secrets: letters, account books, maps. Uzumaki didn't even take them with him, but read them, memorized them, and left them in place. In addition to espionage, Jiraiya taught his student to control his chakra as efficiently as possible. In 2 months, Naruto more or less mastered the wind element and could now deliver strong cutting blows with almost bare hands. It was much more difficult with the rasengan. At first, the sannin did not want to teach the blonde this technique because he believed that it was too complicated for him and he would only waste his time. My father was a Hokage. He created this technique. If I can't learn it, how will I become as strong as him? In general, he responded to all difficulties that arose in a similar way. When something seemed difficult to accomplish, he began to shout that nothing was impossible for a Hokage and achieved his goal with even greater diligence. In those days, Naruto was full of determination. Young blood boiled in his veins, extreme motivation pushed him to more and more new feats. More techniques. More missions. More shouting about your dream. And all this only to be practically killed by a squad of shinobi from the village he swore never to betray. And it's true, if it weren't for Karen, Naruto would already be dead, and this time for real and for good. And the thought that among his killers was the one Uzumaki considered his friend, made his soul so disgusted that when he saw who was hiding under the mask of a rooster, Naruto almost went into hysterics. That's why he said nasty things to Uchiha. It was so unpleasant. Naruto didn't know why Sasuke had joined Root, and how could he know? Jiraiya hadn't said anything about it. He could only guess, but the reason didn't matter now. What was more important for Naruto was to accept that Sasuke was now an enemy, and Jiraiya-sensei had taught him to treat his enemies the same way they treated him. And yet, what should I do now? It's obvious that Granny Tsunade will no longer be Hokage. Moreover, that bastard Danzo has become Hokage, and he somehow found out that I'm alive and sent half the village to look for me. And that means that I can forget about returning to Konoha soon. The prospect of becoming an enemy of the village did not inspire optimism. Naruto did not want to accept it, but now his dream could almost be safely put to rest. And alas, he was not naive enough not to understand this. Now they would search for him, and if they found him, they would try to kill him, and no excuses or attempts to negotiate would help here. No one would stand on ceremony with him, and the meeting with the Root squad was proof of that. Here Uzumaki's face changed dramatically, silently, so as not to disturb the girl's sleep, got out of bed, and went into the bathroom, stood in front of the mirror. In the reflection, he could hardly recognize his past self. His facial features suddenly became more callous, and his gaze was imprinted with undisguised anger. His hair, which had previously stuck out in different directions, smoothed out and hung down along the length reaching his cheeks. Naruto felt the changes in himself. Karen said that his chakra was now 2/3 poisoned by negative emotions, but he did not think that this could affect his appearance. But if that's the case, so it remains to fight. Without a fight there will be no victory. Even when everyone leaves you, even against the whole world. Fight, fight, Naruto began to repeat, looking at his own reflection. Who are you going to fight? Ha! A sweet girl's voice asked the blonde behind his back. Naruto did not turn around, because he could see through the mirror that there was no one there. And apparently not just once, since you repeated those words so many times. The voice shifted and now came from the right. Uzumaki indifferently turned his gaze to the bathroom, from which a bright redhead was peeking out. What do you want? Tsuruga-chan. Well, I wonder why my dear brother has suddenly become so angry. And where is Jiraiya-sensei? And I was wondering who was scurrying around in the bushes. I thought it was a cat. Well, it's a cat, Nyaya. Ha, you thought it was a cat, but it was me, Tsuruga. The girl appeared at her full height, pride shining on her face. And you still run around in your black sweatpants. I see that your pants and jacket are all black, and the stripes on your sleeves used to be white. Did you decide to dye them? Yes, yellow is the color of love, brother Naruto. Isn't it separation? Doesn't matter. And what did you use to paint it? A felt tip pen. Not bad, Databio. Thank you for the praise, brother Naruto, but you didn't answer my questions, said the girl, and hung over the blonde, resting her feet on the wall of the bathroom. Naruto continued to keep his cool. Yes, about the Ero-sanin. He said that he would be staying in Konoha, told me to come here, so I came, the blonde answered calmly. The girl puffed out her cheeks incredulously and began to drill the blonde with her gaze. And what kind of beautiful creature is sleeping in my bedroom? Such lovely scarlet hair, her nose wrinkles so funny when she sleeps. Smooth, almost velvety skin, but it's a pity that such beauty was spoiled by bite marks. From what wild animals did you save her, brother? From people, and wait, have you groped her all over there already? No wonder I feel the aura of perversion hanging in the air. Don't worry, I was very gentle. It's strange that she didn't sense your chakra, although it's not surprising. Karen-chan is very tired, and besides, we both almost died recently. Naruto said and fell silent. The girl, whose name was Tsuruga, made a surprised face. Did Naruto's brother almost die? Yes. On the way here we were attacked by Root Shinobi, but Karen saved me, and yes, Tsuruga-chan, she is from the Uzumaki clan. Just like you and me. Commentary on Chapter 16. Summing up. In short, you know there is a manga called Berserk, and its author releases chapters once a year. It's funny, isn't it? I struggled with this chapter for a long time, cut something, added something, and completely rewrote the chapter from scratch. Several times. In general, the chapter sums up some results, introduces us to a new original character, who is not in the original and who will play a big role in the future. Well, and of course, it gives rise to a new story arc. Chapter 17 will be released very soon, but this is not certain. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Enjoy reading. P. I'm looking for a beta. Chapter 17 Uzumaki Tsuruga. He had met her 3 months ago, when he had visited Morino for the first time, supposedly for training purposes. She was dressed in boyish clothes, and her bright red hair was cut short, but despite this, Naruto immediately realized that she was a girl. Her whole appearance showed childish naivety and friendliness, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity. She had a pleasant aura. Her very presence lifted his spirits and calmed him down. Yes, this was just an ordinary girl in front of Naruto, quite cute. So you are the boy that Jiraiya, sensei, was talking about. My name is Tsuruga Uzumaki, will you be my little brother? Naruto froze in surprise, because Ero-sanin hadn't said anything about the girl or the clan affiliation before. The former Jinchuriki thought that he was the last of the Uzumaki clan, but as it turned out, that was far from true. Living proof of that was now standing in front of him, welcomingly extending his hand for a handshake. But this is just wonderful, the blonde thought. It was nice to know that in this world he had at least one, albeit distant and unfamiliar, but kindred soul. And Naruto, overcoming his surprise, happily extended his hand in response. And before he could understand, he found himself on the ground, with his arm twisted behind his back, while that same girl sat proudly on him. What the? Let me go, the blonde screamed. Ero-sanin, what kind of jokes are you? Who is this, Databio? Well, you see, Naruto, how can I say this? I could say she's your distant relative, the hermit said awkwardly, and also your teacher for the next month, he finished just as awkwardly. Ha, what can this brat teach me? Naruto said dismissively. Uzumaki Tsuruga was only 12 years old, and yet Naruto received an answer to his rude question immediately, and in the most accessible language. Language of pain. Oh, don't you think you're in no position to be rude now? The red-haired girl said threateningly. By the way, I'm Jiraiya Sensei's best spy in the land of rivers. You should be grateful that I agreed to train you. What do you mean? I didn't agree to anything, the former Jinchuriki snapped again. Listen, Ero-sanin, I don't agree, why are you? Who are you talking to? Tsuruga asked mockingly. Only now did Naruto realize that his teacher had already disappeared without a trace. And he was left alone. In an unfamiliar country. One-on-one with her. Uzumaki tried to break free from the grip, but this attempt was brutally stopped, and the pain in his arm intensified. In general, I will be extremely laconic. From today and for the next month, you are completely at my disposal. I will teach you everything I know myself, and I promise that after this month you will become 3 or even 4 times stronger than you are now. You, in turn, undertake to do everything I tell you, and if you resist, you will suffer. Here she paused, as if thinking, although, to be honest, you will suffer anyway. Be that as it may, let's try to get along, brother Naruto. Naruto's brother, still lying face down on the floor, had no choice but to obediently agree. I'll try to get along with you if you let me go, and why did you even throw me to the ground? Who? You still don't get it. Your training has already started. Uzumaki said as if passing a sentence. Somehow I'm sure she just wanted to show off her strength, Naruto thought but didn't say anything out loud. Now take off your clothes. You heard right, come on, take off your pants. But, I can't. Are you a shinobi or not? Tsuruga was indignant. A real ninja should be able to fight under any conditions. Anything can happen, you never know what position your enemies will find you in. A shinobi must be ready for anything and remain calm under any circumstances, so I will begin your training by killing your embarrassment, and now quickly undress. Yes, but, you still haven't released me from your grip, I'm still lying on the ground, crushed by the weight of your body, and my arm is still in an unnatural position. How am I going to undress if I can't move Databio? Didn't you listen to me at all? That is, I have to break free from the grip and undress at the same time. And undress me, brother Naruto. A good shinobi should be able to put the enemy in a difficult position. But she's just a pervert, Databio. Naruto began to understand what kind of hell awaits him in the next month. If anyone, it's Ero-sanin's student. What kind of training is this? 2 children have to strip each other naked in a duel. I doubt we can show that in an anime. It's a very delicate topic, you know, people might get the wrong idea. I don't care about it. Oh okay, if you insist so much. Naruto accepted the challenge and prepared to give it his all. No matter how strange and perverted this training was, he would make the most of it. After all, Ero-sanin couldn't just give his protégé to this strange girl for no reason. He couldn't, could he? Kawarimi no jutsu, Naruto shouted, and the next moment, instead of the immobilized Uzumaki, an ordinary log appeared in Suruga's hands. The blonde himself found himself a couple of meters away from his newly made mentor with the shadow cloning seal already folded. The pair of clones that appeared, taking advantage of Suruga's confusion, wasted no time in starting to pull off their master's clothes, and even managed to pull off the boss's jacket, but Suruga reacted instantly and with a sharp lunge neutralized both of them. Naruto himself managed to react and jumped back a few meters, but the red-haired girl was not going to let him move away and instantly folded several seals for an attack. Water element. Water shots. A hail of shells from the water flew at the blonde. But Naruto was already prepared for the attack and responded with his own technique. Wind element. Air trampoline. A strong stream of air threw the boy up, taking him away from the line of fire. Without a second's hesitation, the former Jinchuriki threw a kunai with an explosive seal towards Suruga, but she did not dodge and simply changed the direction of Naruto's kunai with her own. However, Uzumaki won the necessary seconds and had already reached the ground, and was again forced to fight back. The red-haired girl decided to defeat him in taijutsu. Her attacks were targeted and Naruto could not fight him off for long. The girl made a full swing with her hand but kicked her. Naruto missed the blow and lost his balance. Suruga wanted to develop her success, but her new blow hit the stone that Naruto slipped her with the substitution technique. And as soon as Uzumaki was in an advantageous position, he immediately folded the seals and attacked. Wind element. Air gust. A powerful stream of air rushed towards the girl but crashed against the clay wall that had grown in front of her. Suruga used the earth element and put up a reliable cover in front of herself, from behind which Naruto immediately jumped out and tried to attack openly. The redhead immediately reacted to this and intercepted his hand and threw the boy to the ground. However, having fallen, the blonde disappeared with a bang, and at the same moment Suruga felt a touch on her back. And sharply bending, she threw her relative over herself. However, this Naruto also turned out to be a clone, and the real Uzumaki suddenly formed from a kunai that his copy had quietly dropped literally from under his opponent's feet and sharply pulled her pants. And then he found himself brutally slammed into the ground by a blow to the head. Well, brother, you almost did it. Jiraiya-sensei didn't lie. You have potential for growth. Ha, glad to hear it, Databio, Naruto exhaled. Of course you wouldn't be happy. You almost pulled my panties off, but don't be upset, you'll still have a chance. As if I wanted this, you made me, Databio. What kind of girl demands that you undress yourself and take off her panties when you meet her? But, also tell me what you didn't like. It's much more interesting this way than if we just said hello, chatted, and only then started training. Besides, as I already said, this will be part of your training. Okay, we've been talking for too long. Come on, get up and go into the house, or you'll just lie here. With these words, Suruga extended her hand to her protégé. Naruto took it and calmly stood up. The town of Morino, which was located on both banks of the Tokoro River, greeted the bright summer dawn. You say strange things, brother Naruto, Suruga said thoughtfully, while diligently wielding a washcloth. In order to consolidate the result of the first training and to bind themselves even more tightly with the bonds of strong friendship and mutual respect, Uzumaki dragged her fellow tribesman to the sauna and was now washing him off the dirt she had trampled him in. The blonde, red with embarrassment, tried not to turn around once again and sat quietly. What's so strange about that? Well, how so? You said that the biju was extracted from you and you remained alive, and this fact in itself is amazing. In theory, your chakra channels should have been completely destroyed, and you yourself should have died. However, you are alive and, according to your own words, you were able to create the cloning technique. Moreover, you did not even need medical assistance to recover. No, that's not quite true. Naruto shook his head. At first, I really felt more or less fine, but on the third day, I was suddenly paralyzed. Ero-sanin took me to Granny Sunad. She examined me and said that my chakra channels urgently needed to be operated on and that if we were late even by half a day, I would have died. We told her what happened and she was no less surprised than you. That's how we met, by the way. And what conclusion did Sunad-sama come to? She said that I somehow managed to retain a small portion of the 9 tails chakra in my body and temporarily stop the destruction of my own chakra channels. I see. That makes sense. I guess I don't understand it, to be honest, Suruga concluded. So, well, I'm basically done, now it's your turn. Yours. Well, I don't have a choice anyway. Such a beauty offers you to touch her in all sorts of different places, and you have such a face as if you were forced to rummage through the trash. I might get offended, you know. And we still have a month to live together, you have nowhere to go. That's right, the blonde nodded, holding a foam-covered washcloth in his hands. The smell of peach soap filled the entire bathroom. And yet I still can't understand. What you're going to teach me is resistance to seduction, as I understand it. And we'll spend a whole month on this. It seems to me that this is not quite what I need now. What's the point of all this? Don't underestimate the techniques of seduction, Naruto brother. Maybe in your progressive Konoha girls are trained as ordinary shinobi, but here in the land of rivers, and many other places, the teaching methods have remained the same. Do you even know how many secrets of entire countries have been learned through bed? And don't pay attention to the fact that I'm young. There is nothing in the world that local officials would love more than little girls. Well, I think there are some things they love more than little girls. And what then? Little boys, Naruto chuckled, realizing that there was nothing funny about it. Uzumaki Suruga, despite her young age, had apparently seen so many terrible things that the hard life of an outcast would seem like a blessing. The work of a shinobi is hard and not at all noble, which is why Jiraiya sent Naruto here to understand this. Anyway, I understand you, Sister Suruga, forgive me, I will not complain in the future. Teach me how to resist your wonderful feminine charm. Why are you hanging? Yes, I remembered something, said the blonde, and the next moment behind Suruga there was a sound characteristic of transformation. And a second later the kunoiki felt the touch of warm breasts on her back. I just remembered this, but in fact, I myself know a thing or two about seduction techniques, said a gentle girlish voice. Nya, what a beauty. Brother Naruto, why didn't you do that right away? Suruga cried joyfully. Yes, I'm good, now sit still, now I'll give you a good scrubbing. I see the most important places are covered with clouds, I wonder if everything has changed there too. Suruga said with undisguised curiosity and began to stretch out her hands, but Naruto stopped her in time. It's better for you not to know. I see, a girl with a secret, then, oh well. Having turned into a girl, Naruto felt unexpectedly free. He preferred not to think about what that might mean. But the washing process went like clockwork. By the way, brother Naruto. What? You left the Hidden Leaf Village. But you still have friends there, right? Maybe a girl you like. Or a boy. Yes, there is one girl. Her name is Sakura. She is very smart, beautiful, and I miss her very much. When I return to the village, I will definitely ask her out on a date. That is my ninja way, databio. Commentary on Chapter 17 Uzumaki Suruga. So, what do we have here? A filler chapter, more than a year later. Wow. Chapter 18 Naruto's Successful Training, 2. Commentary on Chapter 18 Successful Training from Naruto, 2. Okay Google, how to write fanfics faster than 3 pages a year. Can you imagine, Karen-chan, that's exactly what he said. I'll come back, he says, and ask you out on a date. And you know, he was so serious and self-assured, and then, not even 3 months have passed, he brings you and says, well, so-and-so, my girlfriend. Suruga sat on the chair and carelessly swung her legs, continuing to mercilessly discredit the former Jinchuriki in the eyes of his new lover. Suruga-chan, please stop destroying my image as a noble paladin, databio. Naruto tried in vain to stop the spread of compromising information about himself. You know, he even kissed a boy. With each passing second, Suruga unceremoniously revealed to the recently awakened Karen more and more secrets that Naruto had foolishly managed to share with his perverted little sister over the course of a month. Well, Naruto and I got close under pretty harsh conditions, and we could say a lot of things when we were emotional, Karen said coldly. Right now Naruto felt extremely disgraced, the feeling of shame was burning him from the inside. Yes, Naruto's brother acted recklessly. Not only did he find himself a girl with a very distinctive appearance, but he also left a living witness who, I'm sure, will be able to recognize this girl, capture her, interrogate her, and find out his location, if necessary. Suruga abruptly removed all the joy from her voice. Chance, brother, I have nothing against her, but do you at least understand what you've done? How much have you told me about your dream of becoming Hokage? Said that you will not take revenge, you will not become a monster. Said that you will prove to them all how wrong they were about you. And now you kidnapped a kunoichi from Kasagakure, stumbled upon a Konohagakure combat squad, destroyed it, and not all of it. You let one shinobi go, now he will return to the village, report to the Hokage about your encounter and even tell you where you were heading. Then they'll report to Kasagakure that this girl was kidnapped by Uzumaki Naruto and now you've set 2 countries on yourself. In 2 days. And Jiraiya-sensei is there now. You've set him up so badly, I don't even know what to do now. Wait, Suruga. Sasuke said that they already knew that I was alive, so it wouldn't matter whether I left him alive or killed him. There are many cities like this in the land of rivers. They won't find us here. He said that they knew that you were alive. Suruga asked in surprise. Yes, he said that Danzo's grandfather became Hokage and immediately ordered almost all the Jonin to go looking for me. But a couple of days ago, Ero-sanin sent me a letter in which he informed me about the death of the third and ordered me to go here. He was probably in Konoha when Danzo sent people to look for me. I think we should wait for him here. If Konoha knows you're alive, then Jiraiya-sensei might have problems. After all, he was the one who witnessed your death. The letter he sent you didn't say anything about the daimyo choosing the 5th, right? So it's reasonable to assume that it was sent before that happened. Then, doesn't that mean that my encounter with the Anbu doesn't affect anything? If Ero-sanin had any problems, it was long before my encounter with the root shinobi. Yes, that's probably true. Uzumaki nodded reservedly, but how do you justify this? The kunoichi pointed her finger at Karen, and the girl frowned and shuddered at such a rude gesture. Well, you know, actually this was my assignment, Naruto snorted discontentedly. Kidnap a kunoichi from another village. Well, not to kidnap, of course, but Ero-sanin sent me to obtain valuable information. I infiltrated the village and learned that the local authorities were collaborating with bandits and selling their genin into slavery. Moreover, I freed one of the sold genin and brought her here. If necessary, she will be able to testify in court. In what other court? How would I know, Databio? In any, and in general, I'm sure no one will look for her. Oh. How cleverly you got out of it, brother Naruto. Everything is according to plan, everything is as planned, the blonde said proudly. What interesting things did you learn in the village? Nothing special, all sorts of nonsense. I don't understand why Ero-sanin even sent me there. He probably wanted to dump me as far away as possible and continue carousing for 3 days. In any case, he said to move here if anything happened, so I came. Okay, the kunoichi gave in. You can stay here until Jiraiya-sensei gets back. Prepare a mattress for Karen-chan, it's in the closet among the pile of things, you know. And anyway, if you look at it that way, it's not that bad. Now I'll have a sister in addition to my little brother. With these words, Suruga looked at Karen with a look that made the young kunoichi feel uneasy. Hey, just don't get handsy, Databio, Karen-chan isn't ready for your jokes. Well, it depends on how you behave, said Suruga and smoothly rose from the bed and quickly walked towards the exit. But you know, I still have a bad feeling, I hope Jiraiya-sensei will return as soon as possible. With these words, the young Uzumaki left the room. Naruto did not find what to answer. Although he was confident in his teacher, a slight feeling of anxiety still bothered him. What should I do now? Here Uzumaki looked at his beloved. Karen was sitting on the bed, her legs tucked under her, looking at him as if she was expecting something. Oh, that's right. The former Jinchuriki walked over to the closet, opened the very bottom drawer, took out a small case made of lacquered wood and handed it to the girl. Here, they're almost the same as the ones you had. I often had to disguise myself on missions, I think they will suit you. Karen took the case in her hands, carefully opened it, took out the glasses and put them on. Well, does it suit me? Even better than with the previous ones. Thank you, the kunoichi responded gratefully and reached out to Naruto, embracing him. It seems you have had a lot of problems since our meeting. Naruto hugged her back. That's for sure, it was calmer before, Databio. But, I think everything will be fine. Yes. I hope you get along with Suruga. She's a pretty sweet girl, Don't pay attention to her eccentricities, but keep your eyes peeled, or she might just pull your panties off. I understand, the red-haired girl said meaningfully. With these words, Uzumaki stepped back, opened the box that was higher up and took out a bundle of metal plates from there. And what is this for? Do you want to throw them on me so that I don't run away? Not at all. Naruto was indignant. It's for training. Didn't you have morning training in your village? I'm kidding, Karen replied with a smile. Well then, let's go. What about breakfast? Talent must be hungry. Naruto cut off uncompromisingly and, taking the girl by the hand, led her to the exit. In fact, in the morning the blonde had already rummaged through the refrigerator for food and sadly discovered that it was completely empty. After all, Tsuruga's sister was not ready for the arrival of guests. The training ground was in the backyard of the house, decently filled with mannequins and targets. It was well suited for developing ninjutsu and taijutsu. And then Naruto remembered that their only training was devoted to chakra control and the ability to walk on trees. Which were not here. Uzumaki thought for a second, and then said, "Let's go to the river." Why? Karen asked in surprise. I will teach you to walk on water. Karen wasn't surprised by this statement. If you can walk on vertical surfaces with chakra control, then it's not surprising that these surfaces don't have to be solid. The girl nodded in agreement and followed her companion towards the exit. Reaching the bridge they had crossed the night before, Naruto turned off the dirt road and led Karen along the riverbank, away from the old houses of this quiet town. The Tokoro River, like most rivers in the country of the same name, was wide and relatively fast-flowing. Often, the strong current carried away drunken fishermen, whose bodies, swollen from the water, were then found several kilometers from the city. In other words, it's hard to imagine a better place to train chakra control. Naruto remembered learning to run through trees in the land of waves, getting bumps with every failed attempt. Well, Karen-chan, I'm not very good at explaining. But the point is to concentrate the right amount of chakra in the right place. And not to worry about it, because chakra is a reflection of our spirit, just like that, databio. I understand, Uzumaki answered and, approaching the shore, slowly walked into the water half a meter. And then Naruto remembered that walking on water is actually much more difficult than walking on trees. When climbing trees, you just need to evenly concentrate chakra on your feet in the right amounts. With water, everything is more complicated. You need to not only concentrate chakra, but also continuously release it. Managing chakra is much more difficult than simply creating the necessary amount, but Naruto still wanted to see what would happen. An image of Karen soaking wet to the skin and her hair stuck together and changed color from the water instantly appeared in his imagination. Ero-sanin is a bad influence on me, Uzumaki thought once again. Meanwhile, Karen, after standing in the water for a minute with an appraising look, unexpectedly quickly and confidently stood on the water's surface with both feet, thereby shattering the former Jinchuriki's hopes of fulfilling his fantasies. It turns out that this isn't difficult at all. Uzumaki made a smug face and adjusted her glasses. What? Naruto exclaimed in shock, catching a slight feeling of déjà vu. How did you manage to do it right away? You couldn't climb a tree just yesterday. Well, I figured out how it works, watch the water oscillate, and that's it. Well, I didn't expect such meanness from you, Karen-chan. Uzumaki said disappointedly, hanging his head. I thought you were as talentless as me, but you. Well, you're unlucky, sensei. It's just that there are talented, smart and charming people, and then there's you. The kunoiki answered smugly. Naruto couldn't stand such arrogance and quickly closed the distance, pushing the girl, causing her to lose her balance and fall into the water. Still, his wish to see his wet student was fulfilled. You've completely lost your mind. The kunoiki's angry cry, together with the sound of the shaking water, flowed into a sweet melody of revenge. The girl tried with all her might to cope with the strong current that was trying to carry her away and at the same time somehow get back on her feet. Naruto watched this with undisguised satisfaction. Just standing on the water isn't enough, Karen-chan, the blonde replied sarcastically. You also need to be able to keep your balance. What good is your chakra control if it can be broken by a simple push, huh? I wasn't ready, damn it, you just ran up and pushed me, you asshole. And in battle, will you also complain to the enemy that you were not prepared? Since you learned to control chakra so quickly, now you will try to hold it. I will attack you, and you will fight off my attacks. KH, well, Hold on. Gritting her teeth in anger, Karen with difficulty stood up on the water again and assumed a defensive stance. You hold on, Naruto said and rushed into the attack. This time, Karen was already prepared for an attack from the front and easily parried the first attack. And then she fell into the water again. Maintaining chakra in her legs and fighting at the same time was not so easy, but the girl did not intend to give up and quickly regained her balance. However, she was not at all prepared for the fact that suddenly two hands emerged from under the water and grabbed her legs, dragging her along. Thus, Karen was defeated again. When did you manage to create a clone? She asked, emerging. At the moment when you fell. How fast? Well, never mind. Let's do it again. Karen demonstratively blew her nose and prepared for a new round. Oh. That good old feeling of hostility and unwillingness to give in, ho ho ho. Naruto laughed nastily and rushed to attack again. This time, Karen was able to withstand the first 3 attacks, but eventually she still lost her concentration and fell. Damn you. Not so talented and charming anymore, huh? And how can you not be ashamed to mock a girl? Growled the kunoichi, once again emerging from the water. So that's why you saved me, to amuse your vanity at the expense of humiliating the fragile and defenseless me. How could you? You thought you were in a fairy tale. Uzumaki smiled sinisterly. I saved you, but I won't play at being noble. With these words, the former Jinchuriki rushed at his victim again, intending to plunge him into the depths of despair once again. But this time, Karen did not wait to be knocked down again and splashed water right in the face of her tormentor with a turn. And while the villain was blinded, she grabbed him and, holding her breath, dove under the water, dragging the guy along with her. That day, the strong current of the Tokoro River almost crushed 2 children against the bridge piles. Commentary on Chapter 18 Successful Training from Naruto. 2. The chapter may be supplemented with another part.